Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the fantastic Whilton Mill Kart Circuit for round 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. My name is John Ratcliff, and joining me alongside in the commentary box today is Jack Oliphant. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm absolutely fantastic. We've already done a bit of a pit walk that'll be shown at lunchtime, so we met some of the drivers, some of the families and friends as well, so it's all gearing up to be a brilliant championship round.
It definitely is. Family, friends, and dogs.
Oh, important.
As
dogs.
well.
Yeah, pets as well.
A lot to look forward to in that lunch break show. But as you can see on the screen now, we are indeed at Whilton Mill, based near Northampton in Northamptonshire. A huge circuit for the drivers to contend with today, but the usual one that they're used to. Probably a couple of drivers doing it for the first time, but a lot of them with lots of experience around this track.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we've already met a couple of people that said it's their first championship round. Doesn't mean it's going to be their first time around Whilton Mill, but maybe a plethora of new drivers for them to get used to. Fantastic weather here at Whilton Mill as well. It's you couldn't really ask for better racing conditions in any formula, whether it's karting, biking, or big boy races as well. So yeah, as I said, couldn't ask for much better. It's going to be brilliant today.
Exactly, yeah. As I said in our little paddock walk, it feels like we've been through all the different types of weather in the last few days and few weeks. So yeah, drivers getting quite lucky with some decent weather for today. So hopefully mean they should keep it on the black stuff.
Fingers crossed. That's the plan for a lot of these drivers. We're obviously going to go pretty much straight into the starting grid actually, because we're only seconds or minutes away, shall I say, from the first race of the day. Jarrett Clark is on pole position with Samuel Gameo in second. And row 2 is Ellis Bell and Mayan Patel. Row 3, Max Endicott. And I'm just actually double checking that this is the right grid, actually. So actually, no, apologies, that is a different grid. It's had a little bit of a few technical issues here today at Whilton Mill. We're doing the Honda Cadet Heat 1, first of all, which actually has Charles Kitely on pole position, and in fact you can start seeing them going around. Callum Wilson on second place, Charlie Warren in third, Zach Starbuck in fourth, Sebastian Chizeo in fifth with Oliver Spencer in sixth, Oliver Meek in seventh, Hugo Majeski in eighth. I'll just do the top 10. Oliver Majeski in ninth and Noah Barham in 10th.
A couple of brothers there on the grid. Possibly could see them working together, but I do believe, have we gone away or are we doing some practice laps? I've just seen a driver allow another driver through on the straight. So we'll try and just double check the running order for today as we get involved with this, but it does... Oh, and there's been a huge crash. The driver into the wall, the driver almost out of the cart immediately as we start off today. That was quite a big one, entering the last corner there. Hopefully that driver is okay. I imagine we'll most likely see a yellow flag certainly around that area of the circuit, but yeah, I mean they've been out for seconds possibly, and already a driver having a bit of an upset at the start of this one. But yeah, we have indeed started this one already. 5 minutes and 40 seconds left to go on the clock, and as I predicted, we do indeed see a full course yellow. Hopefully that driver all okay. But yeah, just that's a point on the race circuit where drivers can become a bit intertwined, a bit entangled with each other. Just as they were coming off, you try and eke out to the left, try and get the best one around the right-hander. The driver not realising that there was another driver just behind them, front and rear sides of the kart clip, and driver in the wall. Yeah,
it's a bit of a shame. We go for full course yellow, yet there's still drivers going similarly side by side, so I think we just, yeah, there we go. There's the marshal shoving everyone over, and still people trying to go to the racing line. These are young drivers, of course, Honda Cadet, and again, they're just trying to make sure everybody goes single file, and maybe a few drivers needing a little bit of a reminder potentially after this race about what it all means, because of course normally you get a localized yellow flag, don't you? But we're trying to bring them down to a steadier pace to try and give the marshals time to be able to remove the carts that are on circuit at the moment.
Exactly, yeah. With people on circuit, safety's got to be the priority at the end of the day. We don't want a driver spinning it under yellows and taking out a marshal. So yeah, just the driver's got to be good and got to follow each other single file, as you say. And it's always difficult because when you're a guy in the pack, obviously you're like, oh, full course yellow, I can make up a bit of time here and get right behind the person in front of me. But it's so difficult for the leader because he's then being pushed along by all these carts behind, but he's trying to keep a good pace so that the stewards don't tell him off. It's a difficult one to contend with.
It absolutely is, yeah. Luckily with these Hondas, you're not going to see them stall or anything like that, but you can already see the marshals and the carts have disappeared, so fingers crossed we'll go green flag racing soon. But as you can see in the top right of your screen, we've still got that sort of checkered black and yellow, and that does mean that the lead car is the pace car. It's basically, if anybody's familiar with Formula 1, a virtual safety car style thing, because obviously they can't put a full safety
don't have safety
carts
carts out here, do we? No.
That would be entertaining. Just a bit of an update. Apologies, the notes that we got in paper, which was the grid that I was reading out, was actually Heat 1 from yesterday. So the grid that was on screen was the actual true grid.
Okay.
So as per usual, our director and producer here at Alpha Live was much more on the ball than I was, but I was just reading out the notes that I was given. So it actually had Jarrett Clark and Sam Gameo on first and second place. And at the moment, we can give you a bit of an update of what the top 10 are.
Well, Jarrett Clark, as you say, was that pole or P2 for him? That was pole, wasn't it? And he's down in ninth place. So the first couple of minutes of this one haven't gone too well for him. Certainly something we can pick up. But I believe I saw the lovely ambulance crew making their way down towards the area of the circuit where the crash was. So I believe that's why we're still under full course yellow.
Yeah, and that's important, but it may well just be a bit of a precaution. I mean, it did look like a bit of a nasty one, but fingers crossed it will just be a precautionary check. So a little bit of a rundown, because we've got this opportunity. It's all been a bit rushed at the start. Let's go through the top 10. Samuel Gameo from second place on the grid has moved his way up into first. Max Endicott, a driver that was in our notes to have a chat about. He's gone from fifth on the grid up to second. Mayan Patel into third. Finley Lines, of course, son of Stuart and Nicky Lines, both runners of the Civic Cup and the TCR UK. He's currently in fourth place. Teddy Cooper in fifth. Ellis Bell in sixth position. Zach Starbuck in seventh. Eighth, Oliver Majeski. Ninth, Jarrett Clark, who we mentioned was obviously on pole position. And top 10 rounded out by Emerson McAndrew Uren. So those are your top 10 as it stands at the moment. The drivers that we think that were involved in that little incident earlier on, I think Hugo Majeski and Max Gilman, just considering they're right at the bottom of our timing tower.
Does seem like a fair assumption to make, mate. And as you were saying, Jarrett Clark starting from pole obviously every driver needs a good race every round. That's not going to happen. But Jarrett Clark currently leading the championship in the Honda Cadets. He's on 463 points. Closest to him right now in the championship, Finley Lyons on 428, and then Max Endicott, he was just mentioning, on 409. Now that might seem like quite a big difference in points, but actually in racing like this, in kart racing, they've got so many rounds, so many races, and so many points for each race that actually you can close that gap pretty quickly. I think I noted it down that in the heat, the point system is 36 points for a win, 34 for second, 32 for third, and then goes down by one after that, 31, then 30. And then in the finals, it goes up to 60 points for a win, 57 for second, 55 for third, and then down one by one again for every further position. So as I say, there may be, around 40 points, just less, separating Jarrett and Finley at the top of the table in the Honda Cadets at the moment, but 36 for a win, that immediately closes that back up.
Well, exactly. But I quite like that point system because it gives you wherever you are on the grid, effectively, if you're within the top 30, basically, or 35, you have something to fight for, which, as you said, in karting, we do have big grids, and I think this is one of the few grids that we've got today that are actually under 30, and we've still got 25, and it's considered slightly small for WMKC. Yeah. So, yeah, it's everything to fight for a lot of these drivers. Every position counts. We haven't quite figured out the grid order for and how they figure it out for race 1, 2, heat 1, 2, and 3, because they did only have practices yesterday.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, because I remember when we were talking to one of the drivers on our paddock walk, one of them was saying, I've got a mid-start and a rear start. Yeah. So I'm not sure how they seed those. It looks like we're back underway, mate. We've got 4 drivers battling it out into Christmas Corner. We missed the restart there, but they're going for it again. Only 10 seconds left on the clock, so I think we're only going to get about 2 more laps of this, so a proper sprint race to finalise this one. Yeah, and actually moving up to second place is the Finley Lines there from 4th into second, so he's had a brilliant restart, but Samuel Gameo, from what we can see, has slipped all the way down to 4th position, so it's a bit of a dominance up there. Is that Fusion Motorsport potentially? It's really good driving by those two. Currently still led by the number 13, actually, Max Endicott. So Max Endicott's gotten himself into the lead. 94, Finley Lines, his teammate, has got himself into 3rd, and then the 20 of Mayan Patel has actually stayed where they are. As it looks like that is Finley Lines really putting under pressure of Max Endicott. This is the last lap of the race, so it's been a very interrupted race. We missed the start, we missed the restart, and we've had lots of yellow in the middle. Look at that, they're even signalling to each other about which way to go, and that's a huge move on the inside by Patel, and he gets a little bit too close for comfort with a few of the drivers that separated the top end of the field. I'd want to see who has fallen victim there, because at the lead of the race still Max Endicott, but I can't see where Finley Lines is. I think he still came out of that in second. He has indeed. Only a slight clip from Mayan Patel was able to keep it going on the black stuff just about, but that, as you say, that has allowed Endicott to steal away this lead and move forward by a couple of seconds, so I think he should be relatively unhindered through this last section of the circuit. But yeah, frustrating there for Mayan Patel. As you say, a bit of a disjointed race, but still was up there in a very good position, and then the last lap, it all goes away, and it means he's going to lose quite a few points out on that one. But we do indeed see Max Endicott take the checkered flag and win the first heat of the day for Honda Cadets and the first heat of the day overall. I saw 3 drivers going across the line side by side there. That was Noah Barham, Oliver Majewski, and Ellis Bell going alongside 3x3, only a couple of tenths separating them. But to run down your order, we had Max Endicott, who took the win in that one, then Finley Lyons was second, Samuel Gamayo in third, Jarrett Clark in fourth, Noah Barham fifth, then Oliver Majewski in sixth, Ellis Bell seventh, Oliver Meek eighth, Harry Taylor ninth, and rounding out the top 10 was Charles Kitely. Some good points on the board there for a couple of drivers who needed it. Where did our man who had a bit of difficulty end up finishing? Can't pick him out. He's right down the bottom, isn't he? Did he possibly went into the pits there? He was a lap down. He hasn't come across as checkered flag finish, so he might have just decided to pull it in after that one, but a frustrating one for Mayan Patel.
Yeah, well, he ended up getting a black and white, so that's only a warning. It's not a red. It's not a black flag, no. And he didn't even cross the line to receive that warning. So even if it was a black flag, he wouldn't have seen it. So yeah, it must have just been a bit of a break in the car. I imagine his nose cone fell under regulation as well, because obviously he did sort of send it quite substantially, didn't he? Yeah,
it was a good move. It just kind of closed up at the apex, didn't it? And they were both having a bit of difficulty. Now, yeah, as you say, they've all parked up at the back straight, I guess you would call that, going into the boot section.
Yeah, I did think there was red flags on our screen, but I just assumed that was because we'd stopped racing, just to remind everyone you're not supposed to overtake each other after the checkered flag. So this has been a substantially disjointed start to the day, unfortunately, hasn't it? It's we've had technical difficulties, we've had notes handed to us, which have been slightly confusing, although we've got that cleared up now. We do thank Whilton Mill for providing us with all the grids for the day. I just accidentally put them in the wrong order, which doesn't help. So it is completely my fault. And then obviously a few drivers that have had a few too many spins.
Yes, a bit of difficulty out on circuit. I did just see the ambulance driving around on the circuit, so I can assume that's the reason we have the red flag, whether that's just simply returning to its usual waiting point due to our earlier crash, or whether that's a new incident that maybe we didn't see. We'll have to wait and keep watching that one, but I think hopefully it shouldn't be too long before our next race.
Yeah, I assume, based on where the karts have finished up and where the pit lane entry is, that it must be on the corner straight in front of them, because they've stopped with only one corner between them and the pit lane. Exactly. Unless it's happened in the pit lane, of course, which is a possibility. It's quite narrow. Some drivers do get it wrong slightly. But we can sort of decompress, and we can maybe reintroduce ourselves and the stream and what we're here to enjoy as well, because, of course, it is the WMKC. That's the Whilton Mill Kart Club to you and me, the FastR WMKC, to give it its proper name.
Don't forget the sponsors. Yeah.
Exactly, they've sponsored the championship. They deserve a shout-out.
Definitely, definitely. And yeah, as you say, round 4. We've already had 3 rounds. Quick maths with me there, of this one so far this year. Obviously, Whilton Mill Kart Club happening every month, so if this is your first time watching and you enjoy yourself, you've only got 1 more month to wait, and we're back for round 5 all the way through to round 11 in November. So lots of racing, and as you say, there were so many points for each races. There's going to be a lot of drivers with large numbers of points by the time we get to the end of the circuit in November.
Exactly, yeah. And we start really early, really. January is a very, very early start to any motorsport season. Normally, everybody waits until we get some nice weather, which is normally about this time of year, hence why the BTCC opening weekend is this weekend and other things like that. Now, the drivers...
Yeah, this is odd, isn't it?
Yeah, well, again, we have to sort of go away from our introductions again. And I don't really know. We can't give you more information because we can only see what you can see on the screen. I could try and give you my opinion, but to be honest, I've never seen this happen. So what I assume might be happening is the drivers are jumping out of their kart. They're obviously chatting between themselves. Maybe the mechanics, which tend to be the dads and team mechanics, obviously, will run out on the circuit and collect their karts from this position. But a lot of the time, you need to be in parc fermé conditions once you've finished a race. So normally, you're not allowed to touch the kart until the scrutineer's been over it.
I was going to say, if you see any drivers leaning down and just wrestling with their front nose cone a bit.
I was going to say, yeah, that could be a bit cheeky, couldn't it? But we have got cameras on them, so they should be warned.
If the drivers can hear us, no funny business with those karts.
Yeah, exactly. I think we are going over the PA system, aren't they?
We are. I can hear myself through the through the screen. So I think definitely going through the PA system. But yeah, all the drivers just having a bit of a chin wag after the race, see how it all went for each other. But,
yeah, it's a strange situation to be. I mean, I've been involved in red flags when I'm a racer, and you sit on the circuit and you sort of have a chat to your teammates and everything like that. But I've never had to do it after the race, so this is a new experience for these drivers, I'm sure. But they are young. Pretty much everything is a new experience for these drivers, and that's one of the reasons why the WMKC is very good. It caters to the sort of elite level as well as obviously the novices to try and get everybody a little bit of experience. Now, we do have someone coming into the office. I'm going to ask quickly if we have any update.
Nothing.
That was a very quick conversation. He doesn't know anything. But it's worth a go.
Join the club.
Yeah, it was worth a go, wasn't it? Obviously, the fourth round of the FastR WMKC. And I suppose we should reintroduce ourselves because we did do it all very, very quickly then.
It was rather quick.
So yeah, my name's Jack Oliphant, and first time here at the WMKC. There's a bit of an interrupt to start, as we've said, but been Whilton Mill a fair few times. It is one of the best circuits on the calendar for any karter, isn't it? It's very popular.
Definitely. Like, we were talking to one of the drivers in our paddock walk, and they were saying they were one of our novice drivers, which have to start from the back in their races to get that experience. You don't want to suddenly be chucked in and then be on pole and be like, oh my goodness, I don't know what I'm doing. So yeah, but he was saying how much this track just assists in that lead up time to get that more experience in the kart and start feeling yourself out a bit better. And this track with its different areas of the circuit with really fast and really slow corners and different overtaking zones and bits and bobs, that means you can get the experience as fast as you're able to, I think, out of any circuit in the UK, really.
Yeah, exactly. And there's, in fact, actually, we just had another person come in. I'm just going to see if they have anything to say. Right, so we have had a more official update, shall we say, from the office, obviously.
From someone who actually does know what's going on.
Which always helps, doesn't it? Apparently there's a kart that has been crashed in the pit lane.
Pit lane entrance, isn't it?
Pit lane entrance, I believe, they said. So, yeah, that means that obviously the drivers can't get in. However, the karts are under park firmware conditions, which is why we can't go and get them collected, because no mechanic is allowed to touch them. I'm guessing this is everything that's everything that we've just heard is getting explained to these drivers right now. And then they'll have to just wait, basically, until the pit lane's clear. Yeah, exactly. They're just doing the waiting game like we are. And, yeah, like we said, park firmware conditions, so no fiddling with the karts and doing anything, and it looks like the drivers are returning to their karts. But while they get all that sorted and ready, we're going to go to a quick break.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
And so the drivers are still discussing, I suppose, post-race analysis from all the different drivers and everything like that. And we will be able to bring you the grid for the IAME cadets, which are the next heat that will be coming up. However, we don't exactly know when they'll get started. So we might run it through the order, and then we might end up having a little bit of a recap just before the start of the race, because obviously this could be like this for 5 or 10 more minutes. We don't know how serious the pit lane crash is. We can't see it, but it's serious enough to cause this, so I imagine it's not worth rushing.
I agree. So, yeah, I think we should just go into the grids for the next race when we're about ready.
To give a bit of a rundown, because we didn't get time to do the actual full rundown of the race weekend and all the participants that are going to be here today. I will, in fact, actually, there we go, next race coming up, so...
Lovely, and hopefully we'll see some grids coming up on screen. However, IAME Cadet Heat 2, of course, the drivers had a heat already yesterday. But in for their first one today, it's Simeon Stone who lines up on pole. He's got Max Mason alongside him. Then Kian Army is in third with Max Wright alongside. And it's Zachary Brazel Shepherd alongside him, Max Ewell. Then Levi McGrath and Enzo Butterazzi are on row 4. Then it's Aston Brown and Finley Hines. Then Jacob Nairn and Cody Lipatrell round out the top 12. Then it's Millen Tomlinson, Isabel Banks, Elliot Travis, Aaron Naya, then Frederick Rudd, Otis Clearly, Levi Sangira, Isaac Barker, Manav Dew, and Katie Clark round out the 22 drivers on the grid for this one.
Yeah, and if we want to have a look, I suppose, at how the some of the drivers got on yesterday, I've got the results now. You won't be able to bring it up on screen. However, I can tell you that Finley Hines ended up taking the race victory for their Heat 1 yesterday, with Max Ewell on second place and Max Mason on the third step of the grid, third step of the podium. And I suppose the notable drivers out of them, actually, probably Max Mason, although bottom step of the podium, he actually started in 13th position, so gained 10 places, as did Kian Army, who Kian Army, who finished in 4th place and started in 14th. So there's a fair few drivers that are very willing to get their elbows out and push through the order.
Yeah, possibly Max and Kian working together there, moving up into 3rd and 4th, obviously starting one in front of each other, one in behind each other in the previous heat, so maybe we could see them possibly working together again today, this time on 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, exactly, and actually the biggest mover, if we're on that sort of statistic from their grid starting position, is actually Levi Sangera, who started in 23rd and actually ended up coming inside the top 10, ended up coming in 8th. So although there's only 9 laps that were estimated to be able to complete in Whilton Mill, that is an awful lot of cars to get through.
That is very impressive. Obviously, Levi being one of our novice drivers will mean that they have to start nearer the back again for this one. They're on 19th for this one, but if there's anything like yesterday, we could be seeing them flying up through the order again.
Absolutely, and there's actually quite a few novices out there, aren't there? I mean, we've already touched upon the fact that this championship is for drivers who are trying to push themselves and using it as just a keep warm for bigger things, British Kart Championships and all those sort of things, European things. And there are also drivers that are sort of getting in at the lower levels to try and bed in their experience and try and gain those sort of extra couple of tenths to make sure they sort of step up the order and ready for those bigger and better things. And in the IAMEs, there's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drivers who are all novices. That's a pretty impressive grid. I mean, that's almost a grid in itself in some races.
Yeah, that's very impressive. Good to see new drivers continuing to come through and enter into new championships and move up through the ladder, as you say, possibly moving on to big things like BKC and stuff like that in future. And speaking of which, you guys might think about, where's DJ? I always hear his voice, whether a positive or a negative, that's up for you to decide. But he sadly isn't here today for Whilton Mill Kart Club because he is in fact doing BKC at Shellington. It's the first round of the year for a couple of the championships, so hopefully it's all going well there, and hopefully it's just as lovely weather there at Shellington.
Oh, I'm sure it is. I've already seen a little clip of their track walk, and it looks, well, DJ's got his sunglasses on, looking very suave. So I think it is delightful weather there as well. And actually, I think I saw a statistic, or someone mentioned it, that this is the busiest weekend for Alpha Live ever. I believe we've got 5 broadcasts currently going on. Obviously, we're here with the WMKC. That's why they've had to drag us out of the cobwebs, isn't it? To come and cover, they need that many commentators. Obviously, the BKC. In fact, actually both BKC. The Bambino Kart Club is at GYG, which is actually what I was due I was down to do at the beginning of the year. I'm glad I'm here as well, though. And then obviously the British Kart Championship. So, and I think there's one other, which off the top of my head I can't remember, which is really bad. But hopefully we'll maybe be able to bring that up in a couple of minutes' time. So plenty of action for you to keep an eye on Alpha Live, one of the biggest, obviously, broadcasting companies. What is it?
How have we forgotten? It's 24 hours at Buckmore Park.
How on earth have we forgotten that? Yes, of course, with loads of standout drivers and jumping in that as well. So really pleased to be involved at the moment.
Super pleased to be involved. There's so much going on, and as you say, it's the busiest weekend for Alpha Live ever, and it's only getting bigger and better, so there's no reason not to subscribe to the channel, because we'll have so much more, both live motorsport content and loads of other features and bits. I know that the Alpha Live podcast recently started, which has been doing very, very well, and it's very interesting. Had a few listens to those, and also other bits and bobs and endeavours, like the Alpha Live TikTok. I think everyone should go and make sure they follow that.
Very contemporary, aren't they?
It is beautiful. Some of the trends they're jumping on with some of the crashes and moments and stuff I found very amusing, so definitely one to get on there. But yeah, just thinking back to the 24 hours of Buckmore Park, I've been watching a bit of that over the past day or so, and yeah, as you say, it's been fantastic. So many standout drivers there, a lot of names that I recognise from kind of some of my karting and commentating over things like this and other larger championships, and then also other people getting involved that you might not have expected. Like, I know that there's the Senior Frogs team, which is a load of YouTubers.
Oh, right.
So it's like Chris MD, Will NE, Cal Freezy, Greta Shaw, loads of them lot that have just made up a team and are going for it. So
I thought, you know what? Stuff it.
Yeah.
We want to have a bit of fun on the weekend. Let's
Fair
go
play
for
to
it.
them. I think a lot of them have been getting into Formula One recently. I think a lot of people have. With the recent, obviously, incredible championship, Drive to Survive, all like that, there's been a lot more eyes on those kind of areas. So I think, yeah, all these big YouTubers getting involved is really showing how much just motorsport in general is encompassing so many different people now, people wanting to get involved that maybe even only a year or two ago weren't interested at all.
Well, exactly. I
Awesome.
mean, you just need to see even the growth of the likes. Oh, I think he's actually at Buckmore. It's Jimmy Broadbent.
Yes, he is, yeah.
I mean, the fact that he's able to go from sort of lower end obscurity of YouTube in the dark corner of sim racing YouTube to being the biggest YouTuber in sim racing, and possibly one of the biggest. I mean, you could argue he's a real life racer now as well, and that's due to the fact that obviously with Drive to Survive, which is a divisive topic, I know, amongst motorsport fans, but we have to mention it because it has put a lot of people onto motorsport as a whole, and those people, when COVID hit and everything, didn't have any Formula One to watch, so you watched the next best thing, which was the esports, which he was heavily involved in, as were a lot of other people as well. I got my commentary career up and started as well, and a lot of other people have got into it through that as well. So, yeah, loads of personalities on the 24-hour Buckmore. I know it sounds like we're telling you, oh, there's loads of stuff on Alpha Live that's a lot more interesting than what we're doing right now, but
no, this is definitely the best.
Yeah, this is the best.
Here.
This is effectively a podcast at the moment, but we will be getting some racing underway sooner rather than later.
A podcast with some beautiful visuals.
I know, the visuals.
Shots of the incredible Whilton Mill circuit. And I do know that DJ filmed, I think, all of this, if not a lot of it.
He'll be taking the credit for it.
He was. He was last time. But yeah, I think I remember him saying he filmed these during lockdown around the circuit. So that's why it was lovely and quiet.
It's the only time that it is quiet, isn't it? Because
exactly.
Normally every single day there's a kart going around the circuit.
If you're standing there, you're going to have your ankles taken off at most times of the day on most days.
Yeah, but by and Patel as well, by that send into Christmas corner, unfortunately.
That's very true.
I'm trying to look out the window now.
I mean, positive drivers are in the karts now, in the pit lane.
Yeah, some of them are, some of them aren't, sort of thing. But what all the sort of telltale sign is the dads and mechanics and everything. In fact, there we go.
Yeah,
so
back on the screen.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's. I mean, drivers are just using their cars as a seat at this point, aren't they? They're literally just trying to find somewhere to sit down, and it's a bit of a shame, really, for these drivers, because obviously it's not the way that they wanted to start their day. Well, that one's just gone soon in front of the camera. Camera's not even in front of him. Yeah, so it is a bit of a shame. I mean, this will be ruining their post-race routine if they even have one, sort of thing. But to be honest, they'll probably remember this for a long time, won't they? They'll remember it more than if they just went into the pits and that was it, sort of thing. Yep. So, yeah, just obviously a shame that we've been held up just a touch by this inconvenience, shall we say.
Yeah, slight unusual moment, but of course, as we've said many times now, safety is the #1 priority. So just making sure that all the drivers are okay, and then making sure that all barriers and stuff are up to tip-top condition, ready for just in case we have any other similar crashes. But yeah, we don't want any negative consequences coming from that, either to the karts or the driver or the circuit itself.
Absolutely.
So, but yeah, good to see the drivers all just chilling out and having fun and just showing the camaraderie of the paddock here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. I think that's my favourite thing about this whole operation, is just the camaraderie, like I said, between the drivers, between the teams, mechanics, and everyone, of course, wanting to do as well as they can and trying to win and being ruthless out on track. But when it comes to it, just still being friends and enjoying themselves at the end of the day.
Yeah, karting has a tendency to get very ruthless very quickly and quite expensive and competitive as well, and people lose sight of sort of what's important, especially for the young kids who are obviously just trying to develop and enjoy their racing. And I think the WMKC and other sort of MS UK club championships around and about are always very good at sort of making sure that there's a balance between, yes, it's competitive, but we are also here to learn and everything like that. Because, as I said, as soon as you go into the upper echelons of kart racing, it can get overly competitive and overly expensive as well, to the point where actually a lot of kart racing is a lot more expensive than a lot of car racing, which is mad, really, when you think about it. Yeah,
no, it can get some pretty silly numbers, as you're saying, when you get up into that upper echelon. I remember a guy I know at uni that I've raced with in BUKC, the British Universities Karting Championship.
Covered also on Alpha Live.
Of course, yeah, another fantastic championship club covered on Alpha Live. I wouldn't advise going back and watching the last round at Llandau because my races were both dreadful, so no point in going to watch that. But yeah, I remember him saying that he was racing in some more upper echelon of karting when he was younger, on the same grid as Lando Norris, and saying that it didn't really matter how well he did. Lando Norris was so well funded that he was always at the front. Anyway, it didn't matter what happened. So that can be the difficulty when you get up to those upper echelons, and that's, I think, why I say again, why I kind of prefer this level of enjoyment of kart racing, of the camaraderie and the enjoyment. Obviously, still, no karting is cheap per se, but definitely a highest level of enjoyment for lower entry costs, I think this.
Yeah, exactly. And I actually have a fun story about Lando Norris. I'd never heard of him in my life up until he went to Ginetta Juniors. And that was the first, when he did Ginetta Juniors, it was the first year I did car racing as well. And I was in the GRDC, so in the Ginetta sort of paddock as well. Okay. And I remember turning up to Rockingham for my first ever race weekend. And the sun was just rising. And all of a sudden, this sort of bus sort of parked in front of it. This motorhome parked just below the sun. And we were like, wow, that's really nice, that's really cool. And my dad's saying, oh, that's a bloke called Lando Norris. Apparently he's supposed to be half decent in the juniors. Obviously he turned out to be pretty damn good.
Yeah, pretty good.
But I was like, oh, that's really interesting. And anyway, the sun was just above it, basically, just above this motorhome. All of a sudden, the motorhome started to rise. It was a 2-story motorhome. It blocked out the sun.
That's amazing.
I was like, that is the most baller thing I've ever seen at a race. The guys come in and literally block the sun out for the rest of the paddock.
That's pretty cool.
But yeah, and that was Lando. And obviously, he used to race the likes of Senna Proctor and stuff in the Ginetta Junior Championships.
Yeah.
They've both been pretty successful, but I would say probably Lando's come out on top on that one.
Yeah, just slightly. I mean, Formula One is very impressive. I thought you were going to have a moment where he opened the door and then the sunlight was behind him and he looked like the second coming of Christ into the Rockingham circuit.
I think a lot of people who were racing against him probably thought it would be more the doors would open and there's steam and he'd hold a red lightsaber because he absolutely annihilated everyone that season. But yeah, it's they all started in places like this, didn't they? Famously, Lewis Hamilton has spoken a lot about how he's a big advocate for karting, and Alex Albon, Verstappen, Leclerc, they all come from, they have to start in this sort of level.
Well, they all do between seasons. I remember specifically seeing it, obviously, with everything becoming so disjointed because of COVID. You saw a lot of drivers going back to their roots and doing quite a bit of karting during the break because it was the only real way that they could continue doing racing and continue sort of keeping their eye in with the with racing itself.
Yeah, because they're not allowed to test the Formula One cars or anything like that. And unlike the days gone past where you might see a Formula One driver like James Hunt or someone go out and do a Formula 1 race, and the next week he might be at Brands Hatch in a Formula 2, and then they might be at Donington to do a touring car event and all those sort of things. Obviously, the drivers aren't allowed to do that anymore. I imagine they'd probably enjoy it, but I imagine they're just not allowed.
I think they would. No, they're definitely not, because if they have a crash in, as you said, like, if they go out in an MX-5 and write it off, then yeah, they're not going to be in the best stead for going back out in their Formula 1 car. So I think that's fair enough. And also, I would have to bring up the point of back then they probably had about 12 races a season, whereas now they have like 23. 3,
Yeah.
which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's madness, isn't it? I mean, I think we are to the point where I know everybody likes racing, likes Formula 1 and all that sort of thing, but it does come to a point where you just think, all right, that's enough. Like, we need a little bit. I mean, even football and people who are mad on football are like, all right, there needs to be an off-season at some point. So, yeah, hopefully F1 doesn't keep the latest rumour I saw on F1 was that they're thinking about removing Monaco to make way for one of these new other street circuits. Right. So I was like, well, if all you want is glamour, no, exactly. If all you want is glamour and rich people to come, why on earth would you get rid of Monaco? It's the pinnacle of rich people coming in glamour. Yeah. It doesn't provide great racing, to be fair. Not brilliant, but to be fair, we haven't yet seen these cars out, and obviously they're considerably smaller than the 2021 cars. So hopefully it could be a bit better. But yeah, you never really go to Monaco expecting good racing, do you? No, exactly. And you watch the preamble and the post-race, don't you? Sort of thing, probably with more interest than you actually watch the actual race. Yes. Because they're shooting around on all the yachts and everything like that. Drivers seem to be going back to their karts. Yeah, they're not to their yachts by the looks of it. Unfortunately, I got carried away in Monaco there, didn't I? But yeah, there we go. Karts are always they're starting up, which means we might have movement. I forgot we were actually at motorsport racing. It's amazing, isn't it? We're just having a chat at this point. But yeah, fingers crossed they can mosey on their way. I mean, other drivers who are currently in the grid aren't getting in their cars. In fact, no, they're giving the no, do not start the kart sign. Wait again. I wonder if that's because they're obviously in the park firm and they have to push their karts in. Yeah, I think so. Well, when the lovely lady stewardess came in and was telling us, I think she was saying that the marshals or someone else will be assisting with starting the karts and getting them back to the pits. So yeah, again, I'm not sure if they're going to drive them or if they're going to push them or what. This is quite an unknown for both of us, and I think a lot of people here as well. Yeah, what we haven't done, which, I mean, we've spoken about a lot in this sort of rambling that we've done. We haven't once mentioned the actual races that we've got here today, which is probably not brilliant organisation. So, obviously, if you're at the championship and you're at this race weekend, I can see the ambulance going past the start-finish line now, so I'll do this quickly. Out of everything we've been talking about, this is the bit I'm rushing. It shows ambulance cam. There we go. Obviously, we've had the Honda Cadet. That is the race that has been interrupted, shall we say, and we've been keeping an eye on them for all this time. IAME Cadet is the grid we've read out, but we'll probably read it out again in a couple of seconds' time. We have the Mini Max, obviously, coming up after them. Junior Max, X30 Junior, X30 Senior, and Senior Max. So I think there's 7 in total. I could give you the full rundown of the schedule, but you don't really need it. It goes Heat 2, Heat 3. In some cases, there's a Heat 4 because we have split grids for Honda Cadet and Junior Max, but there's a rumour that we might not be doing the Honda Cadets anymore. And then there's a little lunch break, and then there's the finals. Indeed, definitely a jam-packed day. I'm very used to it just being suddenly race after race after race and just trying to keep my cool. But yeah, this has proved to be a bit relaxing. But I think we're going to go back to the sting for this next race again and then run through the grid for you all. Here we are then. Let's go through the grid for the IAME Cadet Heat 2, their first heat of the day. Again, we've got Simeon Stone there on pole. Max Mason lines up alongside. Then Kian Army in third, Max Wright alongside them. Then it's Zachary Brazel Shepherd on fifth with Max Yule alongside. Levi McGrath in seventh with Enzo Botterazzi in eighth. And then Aston Brown and Finley Hines round out the top 10. Finley in 10th there, one definitely to watch out for. Jacob Nairn is there in 11th with Cody Le Patrol in 12th. Then Millen Tomlinson and Isabel Banks are on row 7. Then row 8, it's Elliot Travis and Aaron Nayar. Then row 9, Frederick Rudd and Otis Cleary. Row 10 is Levi Sangira, another one of the novices we were saying to watch out for. And then Isaac Barker's alongside them on row 10. And then rounding out the grid is Manav Dew and Katie Clark there on row 11 of our 22 kart grid. It does say 24 on the screen, but I've only got 22 on our sheet. So we'll stick with that, but maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised with a couple of extra drivers. I was going to say, this is the sort of point in the weekend where a few drivers might have entered then not ended up turning up. They might have gone and done something else, or they might not found the funds or something else. Or
there are some drivers I've known to do the initial first day on the Saturday just to get time in the kart, and then drive to a different circuit for a race on the Sunday.
Oh, wow.
So sometimes drivers will just do the first heat and then go off and they won't do the heat 2 or
My dad never let us be that committed. It's like you pick one or the other. I'm not doing 4 hours on the motorway in between.
No, I think that's fair enough. But yeah, as you say, some drivers just mixing it up and doing different bits and bobs, but some drivers you may see here that we saw yesterday, some drivers that we maybe didn't see yesterday might be here then today, but we'll just kind of play it by ear and have a lot of fun.
Yeah, exactly, and hopefully you've all stuck around with us whilst we're in this sort of interlude, shall we say, and let's not, mess around. It's not been what you've tuned in to see. Even hopefully you've enjoyed it. It's not been the kart racing you've hopefully been wanting to see.
Well, at the start of this difficulty, I think we had about 80 viewers, and now we have about 130. So
oh, wow. Okay, maybe it is what the people want to see. Maybe this is what we should be planning the next time in Alpha Live. No,
it's just our voices, really. Isn't it, of course.
As I said, it's a hello to everybody who is tuning in. Please do get your comments in. We'll be able to... In fact, that would have probably been something that we could have been doing at the moment.
I mean...
You have got the YouTube
I've got it here. We have got loads more coming through than I had seen previously. But yeah, let's have a little run through it. I believe... No, it's not. I thought it said Katie. I thought maybe we had Katie in this race in the chat as well, but no. Loads of people getting involved in the chat.
Lots of people wishing good luck to their favourite drivers, and which is what we like to see. Keep them coming in, obviously, because I'm sure the drivers will watch this back later on. Maybe not this specific bit, but
I doubt that.
Yeah, they'll probably read the comments after their races, and they'll probably be looking back through, seeing if anybody had mentioned them. Or maybe that's just me back when I used to race, wanting to be that vain and seeing if anybody noticed it.
All the love's here for you, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's no love in the chat, it's from me.
Yeah, thank you very much.
But then speaking about the love in the chat, we got a few shout-outs, as you say. We got Radion GP saying, go Philip in Junior X30. Gillian Hall saying good luck to Levi, number 68 in the IAME Cadets. Then there's Sir 52 saying good luck Callum Gosh, number 88 in the Junior Max. And also a shout out to Little Todd saying standing trackside, watching the stream from more angles as it should be done. I agree.
That is commitment, that is, isn't it? I mean, it's not like visibility's bad here at Whilton Mill, is it? But he clearly wants to see a little bit more angles and in depth. But we can see drivers that are in their karts and on the grid. That's a good sight for us, isn't it? And mechanics and everything behind the karts, ready to give them a little bit of a push, just to get them going, make sure the karts are all started. Obviously, it's basically like a lawnmower, this, isn't it? The sort of four-stroke engines, you need to pull a cord, is what I'm talking about.
Yes.
To get them going.
Make sure you got that core strength going. Get it pulled. A couple more shout-outs in the chat. Another few ones for Levi, the number 68 in the IAME Cadets. I think the whole Hall family out here in the chat giving the support. Quite a bit of love for Simeon Stone as well, obviously on pole position for this next one. We got good luck from Kian James. Good luck from that girl Kobe as well, saying good luck to Simeon. And yeah, loads of love in the chat for him. So we'll see how he can do from pole position in this one. But hopefully we'll be getting them out on track very, very soon. As you say, a bit of a hiccup in the day, but hopefully that'll be our only one. And now I've said that, it's definitely not going to be our only one. I've definitely cursed it.
Yeah, but, we touch some wood or something, don't we?
Some sort of wood. But yeah, we'll try and hope that we don't have any more hiccups and we run through some racing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, kart racers do tend to be quite efficient with their organisation. Unfortunately, what this will mean, and this is quite devastating, but we won't be able to have much of a lunch period. I don't think. This will be eating into lunch more than anything else, won't it?
We've got one question about Formula 1, like we were chatting out. RAF Cryptic has said, which would you take off the F1 calendar between Monaco and Jeddah?
Jeddah.
Definitely. Definitely. I think out of those two. I think that was, if they had to guess, it would be Monaco or Jeddah. So, out of the other picks...
They've just put Jeddah on there, though, haven't they? That's the problem. And I imagine there's like a 10-year contract or something with them, which is...
No, it is. I think it's like 2030 something.
Yeah. My personal favourite calendar, though, in Formula 1 that we've had for the last 20 years has been the one during COVID, to be honest, where we had slightly less races. And they went to Mugello and they went to Portimao and all the race circuits you would expect to be there on, basically. Imola obviously made its return and has stuck, which is great.
Thank goodness.
Actually,
which of course they're racing at today.
yeah, exactly. Which I was sort of half hoping we'd be able to catch the back end of, to be honest. But I'll have it on record, so it's all good. But yeah, I think those, when you actually want to go to proper race circuits and race rather than these sort of made-up street circuits, my opinion.
Yeah, I think a lot of us Formula 1 fans are in the similar boat there. Of like, it's quite cool, a new thing, but it's becoming a bit much now. With the amount, especially now we possibly have the introduction of the Las Vegas street circuit as well. Yeah, which is cool, but
in my opinion, it's almost more like an not an invitational, but an exhibition race sort of thing. Like, it'd be cool to do that for 1 year, or I know we're doing Miami as well. Is that Miami this year, or is that next year as well? I mean,
this year.
All of a sudden, you can tell that the owners have changed hands, because all of a sudden we've got 3 races in America where the sport wasn't ever as big, and it doesn't mean it shouldn't be big over there, because obviously it's gaining a lot of traction, which is fantastic. But I personally think it's taking away from other big tracks that it would be cool to go back to. I mean, we're not even going to the Nürburgring GP loop anymore, and that's a fantastic circuit.
There's nothing in Germany, is there? Nürburgring or Hockenheim.
They used to even do Valencia and stuff like that, didn't they? But yeah, I mean, it's for my personal opinion, as I said, I think
these are all very personal opinions.
Yeah, exactly. I enjoyed the COVID timetable, that the calendar, sorry, that the F1 had.
No, I think that's fair enough. Now, I would like to see them go back to some more historical venues. But equally, like you were saying with the Americas, I don't know, I always thought it was a rule that it was just a country got 1 round, and then that was it. I know they used to have, well, they sometimes have 2 rounds in the same country, but it would be like European Grand Prix rather than the actual name, and that would kind of get around it. But yeah, I think having 3 in the US is pushing it a bit.
Yeah, but hopefully, as long as the other tracks are more entertaining than the Circuit of the Americas, which, to be fair, hasn't actually been that bad. Yeah, anyway, we'll stop rambling on about Formula 1. Unfortunately, I would like to say, because we're about to go racing, but all the mechanics have stepped away from their karts, and this, I think I don't want to. There's a marshal there just trying to say, well, everybody's sort of, we're going to have to just sort of chill out for a couple more minutes. And
looks like they're getting ready to be sent out. A marshal getting people ready. So hopefully,
well, I don't know whether we're saying sort of chill out. We're going to have to wait for a couple of minutes.
Maybe. Charlie Longman said in the chat, does anyone know when Junior X30 are racing? I can tell you that their first heat of the day is scheduled in at 10:42, but there's supposed to be quite a few races between there, and that's only in 15 minutes time. So I don't think it's quite going to be at that time. But yeah, its run of schedule will be, of course, we've already had the Honda Cadets, then we've got the IAME Cadets next, then it's the Mini Max, then the Junior Max, then the X30 Junior that you're asking about, then the X30 Senior, then the Senior Max, and then we go round again for more heats of all of the above. But hopefully that answers your question there, Charlie.
We've just got a very exciting message saying 2 minutes and then we're going. We can't unfortunately give you any rough estimations on time and when these races are anymore, because we are running roughly 40 minutes not ahead of schedule. That'd be brilliant. Behind schedule is always the bad one, isn't it? So so I suppose if you tuned in right now to expect whatever race it is supposed to be right now, come back in 40 minutes, or just stay around, listen to us, watch some great racing for the next 40 minutes until your race comes on. Yeah,
there's always great racing here, so even if you don't know anyone on the grid, it's still very enjoyable to watch.
Exactly. So, we're going to get excited for it anyway.
Definitely.
So and obviously there is designed to be a lunch break. Now the marshals do need a break, so I imagine there will be at least 10 minutes for them to be able to go and get some lunch and everything like that. But it might be reduced down, and as I said, the organisation here is always very slick. I'm sure we'll get some time back. So you're just going to have to keep tuning in to the stream whenever is likely to see your race.
Yep, and for any updates on grids and finishing positions and stuff, if you go to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC, that's where you'll be able to find all of that information. And then if you want the live timing of the race that's going on this very second, I mean, not this very second, no one's out right now, but if you go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC, that's where all the live stuff will be. So yeah, if you get on the stream and you're like, oh, I don't know what this race is, I don't know when the race I'm supposed to be watching is, go over to those 2 links and you should be able to find everything that you need.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I'm not promising that the information I'm about to give you is true, but it might be in the description below, or somebody might stick it in the comments. We're just double checking.
It's in the description.
It's in the description. See that, Alpha Live professional people, aren't they? Yeah, so all the links are in the description that you might need. So yeah, be sure to check all those out, as John has said. So fingers crossed. We did say 2 minutes, and then we're going to be racing. We can see just about that people are still on the grid. I imagine the extra delay will be because, obviously, if a driver has had to be treated and we only have one ambulance here, that ambulance needs to be available if we go before we go racing again, because obviously if there's another incident, that can't be busy.
Exactly.
So we don't know. We're hoping for an update on
Drivers are out of the pit lane.
the driver, obviously in due course, but the drivers are coming out of the pit lane, which means we'll be able to go back to live cameras. Our timing system is turning over, and these are all positive signs, John. We might go racing.
I mean, I've really enjoyed our chat, mate, but thank God the carts are back out. So, okay.
I imagine our 130 viewers are thinking exactly the same thing, if they haven't muted it already. So, drivers going out on their warm-up lap. Just to give you a quick reminder of the top 2 rows. Simeon Stone on pole position, Max Mason in 2nd place, IAME in 3rd, and Max Wright in 4th place. So, keep an eye out for them.
Indeed it is. Another one, of course, as the grids are pulling up, mentioned a couple of people, but I'll mention them again. One to definitely look out for, Finley Hines there in 10th position on the grid. I'm pretty sure he's pretty high up our table in the championship as well, so he's definitely one to watch out for nearer the middle of the pack, and a couple of the novices near the back as well that we mentioned earlier. Levi on 19th, look out for them in the number 33 kart, but it looks like we are going to go racing, I believe, at the first time of asking. Lights go out, and no, flashing lights, I believe, means a restart. We have got one driver having a little spin at T1, just dipping the rear right tyre onto the grass and spinning it around, but as you can see from that green and yellow flag, it means we're going to go around and do it all again.
Yeah, I think the front lot were a little bit too keen, or the back lot were not really quick enough. Either way, the grid was very disjointed, and they need to start. So I realised they've been waiting patiently, and they want to get everything a little bit more warmed up and everything like that. But they do need to bunch together now, and that's exactly what they're doing. Because obviously we need the drivers at the back of the grid to be able to bunch up with them. And you can see they're going very, very close to the grass on the outside. Unfortunately, we still have a driver stranded at T1. I'm not sure if they'll be allowed to get back going. Marshall's telling them to slow down. Fingers crossed we're going to be going.
Yeah, I think it looks like that might be it for that driver. We'll try and see as they come across the line who that was. Bit of an issue on timing right now, saying Otis Cleary is in the lead. That's not correct, but it should update as we come across the line to start this one.
Fingers crossed. So it's Simeon Stowe, member on pole position. That's the number 18. And then we have Max Mason on the outside. That's the number 71. And I believe we're yellow flag, but we are racing. So it's a good start made by most people. It's a very good start. I think that's Max Mason who's gotten into the race lead as the sun is, well, shining on those nose cones. It's hard to see, but it is Max Mason in the lead of this race. Then it's the 20 of Enzo Butterazzi. He's in 2nd place, and they're starting to pull away. There's a little bit of a fighting with a background. I think that's Simeon Stone, and that's the number 75 of Max Ewell, who's unfortunately gone round, going down into the hairpin. Bit of a shame for him. 6.5 minutes, half the first lap done, and we have already a couple of casualties.
Yeah, certainly a couple. Obviously, the driver spinning out on our initial start has had his kart dragged away. Frustrating for Ewell there, starting in 6th position and having a spin on lap 1. That's going to drop him down the order quite well, but the front 2 already breaking away as we come to the end of lap 1 here. That is indeed Max Mason and Enzo Butterazzi. Butterazzi having a great start, up from 8th to 2nd on this first lap, and those two pulling away and working together well. I saw around T1, Butterazzi had a great exit. Was looking like he could go for a move into Christmas, but as you see there, again, our leader Max Mason giving the signal of, right, let's work together. I know we're pulling a gap here. Let's just keep working together. And then in the final minute, 30 seconds of the race, that's when you should start going for it.
Cody Lepetural is up the inside of another driver there. It's number 88, I think, going up the inside of IAME, who obviously had a good start yesterday, really good race yesterday. Hasn't had a brilliant start here today. Already lost 3 positions and is down into 7th, maybe down to 8th by the time they next come across the start-finish line. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. But Max Mason, as you said, given the signals to try and push a little bit further forward and try and let the top 2 fight it out towards the end of this race. That's Finley Hines, race winner from yesterday, ahead of Cody Lepetural and IAME, who's the driver just behind. Apologies if I am butchering the number 88 name. I am trying my best whilst trying to follow everything else. Simeon Stone is dropping like a stone, so we've had a problem for the number 18, and I was just wondering, is that the driver that we actually saw spinning at the... no, it must be actually a new incident that we haven't seen.
No, it was definitely 75, wasn't it, having the little spin, so a different incident that we haven't picked up on camera there for Simeon. Having a frustrating one. Starting on pole, I know had a lot of love in the chat as well. The chat probably going to be quite frustrated that he's dropped down the order there, but we're not sure exactly what happened, so we surely cannot comment. But as you previously mentioned, the driver that I said to watch out for was the 57, as there we see him go for another move down the inside is Finley Hines in that striking green and blue and black car. But I think he's going to lose that position into the boot there, up into the left hand of the 68, looks for it but doesn't go for it. I think that means it is indeed Finley Hines up into third from a 10th position start, Levi McGrath down to fourth.
Really good driving, though, and very brave from Finley Hines to sort of just carry on that momentum around the outside and then still go for the apex. Very much trust put in the driver from behind, Levi McGrath. So Finley Hines on the charge, shall we say. He didn't particularly start very high up. I think you said he was 10th position.
He was indeed, yeah.
He was 10th place. So Finley Hines already up into the podium places. I'm sure he'll be hunting down the top two. And now all of a sudden you might start understanding why Max Mason was so keen to try and get a big enough gap, because he knows that drivers will be carving through. He knows how quick they are. Levi McGrath hasn't been dropped, though. Although he's been overtaken, he's stuck with Finley here.
He very much has, I think, realising Finley obviously being one of our front runners in this category. It's just to not try and fight it. So with 3.5 minutes to go, it doesn't seem like very long in real world time, but in a kart race time, especially ones of 8 minutes, that's still a huge amount of time in the race to get stuff done. And he knows that if he starts fighting, they're never going to catch these two at the front. So he might as well just stick behind and try and use his pace, because Finley Lyons still the fastest one out on track right now, a 53.08 on that last lap, compared to the best of a 53.39 and a 53.28 for the leading two. So I think Levi knows if he just sticks on behind Finley that they can pull towards the leaders together. And I have just noticed last lap, both Finley and Levi did a 53.08. So yeah, Levi definitely sticking with him well.
Yeah, we're used to seeing close times in kart racing, aren't we? But that is particularly close. There's been a warning flag for IAME as well, who, as I mentioned, had a really good result yesterday. I think got into the top three, but no, fourth place actually. Unfortunately, it's not going their way this time, man. 6th position, and started quite high up though. 6th position and a warning flag, so clearly something's gone wrong. Now, I don't want to guess, but I'm going to. There was a driver that was on that marshal post now. I'm going to guess that's Simeon Stone, as we believe we lost Max Ewell around the first corner. So Simeon Stone, all the people that have been in the chat for about 40 minutes waiting for this race are a little bit disappointed, I imagine. Max Mason still leads the race from Enzo Buttarassi. In fact, actually, is that changed? In fact, yeah, sorry, we missed that one because I was guessing about drivers. Levi McGrath is up to 3rd position ahead of Finley Hines, but they both caught up the top two rather significantly, I would say.
Yeah, well, everything I said about working together went straight out the window there, didn't it? But it doesn't seem to have really hampered them. They're still doing fantastic times. Now dropped down to the 52s, has Levi, a 52.72. That's 3/10 faster than anyone else out on circuit, basically. So he's really putting the pedal to the metal and going for these front two with 1:45 to go.
Yeah, really not surprising that they've caught up considering his lap time then. It's about half a second quicker than the likes of the top two, who, with 1.5 to go, they only really have to lead for next two, maybe, I think it's going to be 3 laps, because it's 8 minutes plus a lap, isn't it, of course. Slightly different to how other races format themselves, but it does mean that there are 3 more laps to defend, I would say, because in a couple of minutes' time, maybe 1 more lap, Enzo Buttarassi is actually going to start looking over his shoulder, and that's the danger point. You don't want to be driving in your mirrors, it's sort of known as. I know in karting you don't have mirrors, but I think everybody knows what I mean.
Yeah, no, gotcha. Another name I recognise in the chat, Braith Murdoch, has said Finley Hines doing great after he's just come back from breaking his wrist at PFI as well. So that makes his achievement coming up the grid here even stronger. Yeah,
very well done. This is a 3-way battle for the race lead. One of them is Levi McGrath, and Finley Hines has actually just dropped off a little bit, hasn't he? As Max Mason sticks his head down, and really, I can fully understand why he was trying to get the most out of himself and Enzo early on. Here comes Enzo around the outside, done playing the team game. Look at that, Max is saying, oh, think about it, don't be silly, as they're going 3 wide through Christmas corner. And I think Enzo Buttarassi is going to hold on ahead of Levi McGrath. But Max Mason, don't know what he's tapping his helmet for. They're going to be going for it. This is the penultimate lap of the race as Levi McGrath goes through on Enzo Buttarassi.
Finley Hines, actually, I believe. Up into second place. Yeah. 2 people in 2 corners there for Finley on our penultimate lap of the race. So Finley up from 4th to 2nd, just sensing the difficulties of the two in front of him and making the most of it. But can he go for this race lead?
Well, that's the big question. We've got 3 seconds left. This will be the penultimate lap. There's only a few more opportunities, but he's showing he doesn't need that many to make his way up the order, does he? Still a queue of karts behind him. Let's see how they get on.
Oh no, you've dropped your huge notes of paper. Now we're going to be ruined for the next few. 68 looking for a move into the first corner. He clips the rear end, but I think he continues. He does indeed. I saw the front end of his car rise up into the air there. As we see the leader moving over to the inside, making his car as wide as possible and keeping it defensive, but that should allow for moves throughout this pack of 6. It could be any of these 6 drivers, to be honest, throughout this final section of the circuit. Again, moves to the inside to defend. Does Max Mason. Finley Hines pressuring hugely, and a couple more drivers just behind, as we said, moving into the second half of this lap. It's anyone's. Up into 3rd place moves Enzo. Is that? No, it's Levi McGrath up the inside of Enzo, up into 3rd position, taking that final podium spot. As we move on to the final section of the circuit, it looks like Max should have this in hand. A bit too far back for any move is Finley Hines. If he can link up this final section of corners, and thought the 68 might go for a little cheeky dive bomb there into the right, but thinks better of it. They're going to come through the final fast sweeping right-hander, and that does mean Max Mason is indeed going to take the win. Fist pumps the air. Well done to him, holding off for those final few sections of the circuit. With Finley Hines, a fantastic final couple of laps for him, climbing up from 4th to 2nd to indeed then finish there in 2nd place, with Levi McGrath there in 3rd. Enzo Butterazzi was 4th. Then it was Cody in 5th, and Kian rounding out that top 6 group. Then it was Manav Dew, our top novice in the 103 karts. Yeah, Manav started 21st in that one. So 21st to 7th, a very impressive one from them. Then it was Millen Tomlinson in 8th, Jacob Nairn in 9th, and then Aston Brown rounded out our top 10 in that one.
Very impressive, I would say, from a lot of those drivers. I mean, Max Mason obviously started on the front row, and the fact that Simeon Stone didn't make it past what I believe is the first lap, or second lap, I think it was, sort of gifted him first place without too many problems. But Enzo Butterazzi, Finley Hines, and Levi McGrath, they all came from, well, 7th for Levi, 8th from Enzo, and 10th from Finley.
And then Cody as well in 12th.
Oh yeah, very true.
All of them lot were the top 6, weren't they?
Yeah, and they all punched through the order really efficiently, and considering we had a few yellow flags here, there and everywhere, that was very impressive from such a short race.
Yes, yeah, from the drivers having so long out of the car to then be back in and immediately on it. Yeah, it was fantastic to see. We had a couple of people saying in the chat, oh no, what happened to Simeon Stone? We didn't see it on the cameras. We don't get any extra information, I'm afraid, so we can only kind of tell you what we and you are seeing. So all we know is we think that he stopped out on circuit, so most likely probably some sort of mechanical failure.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, really. Obviously, on some circuits we get a nice vantage point here at Whilton Mill. Unfortunately, we don't have that great a view of the race circuit. So what we see, what you see is what we see.
Yes.
We're watching it off a monitor and commentating on it, basically. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame that we don't know what happened to Simeon Stone. If we do find out, we'll let you know, obviously. But it's maybe it'd probably be best if you send him a text and get him to put it on the YouTube chat what happened.
And just let us know. But what a fantastic race from the IAME cadet drivers. And we're going to go straight into, thank God, straight into our next race.
So yes, we're into the mini-max, I believe we should be. Yep, we are. So Luca Brooks is on pole position with Lucas Blanford in 2nd place. On the 2nd row is Jonas Klimas and Mikey Walker. Row 3 is Riven Welsh and Nathan Traverse. Row 4 being Thomas Ingram Hill and Josh Salvadore. Row 5, James Sherrington and Owen Neve. With row 6 being Ben Simpson and Lucy Wielden. Row 7th, Benjamin Gordon and Michael Dalton. In row 8 being Noah McNicholas and Joshua Smith. Row 9, Charlie Neve and Victor Hansen. With row 10 being Charlie Gregory and Joshua Turnbull. Row 11 was Leon Barlow and Matthew Grove, with row 12 being Albert Wilton and Zach McDonald. Row 13 will be William Webb, and finally in 26th position, Ethan Kearney. So a fair old, 26 drivers that we're looking forward to here today in the Mini-Max, and they're already out there on circuit.
Drivers getting the tyres nice and warm. I've seen quite a few spin it doing that, so just be careful there, drivers. Might have done it myself as well, but let's speak about that. The less, the better. One thing I did want to mention, driver, when you read it out, driver called Albert Whilton. I was like, that's a bit unfair, isn't it? At the Whilton Mill Circuit, you're called Whilton.
I see where you go.
But spelt slightly differently. So I just thought that was quite funny. A couple of things I want to quickly address from the chat before this one gets underway. A lot of the drivers saying a brilliant drive from Finn. It really was, especially that last couple of laps. Getting it done and moving up to second place for him. Also, Charlie Longman saying in the chat, is James Sherrington racing today? If you could let me know which class he would usually be racing in, I can find that out for you, Charlie. Just let us know in the live chat again, and I will be sure to get back to you. But they come around the boot, and hopefully this one should be getting underway very shortly.
Yeah, I think James Sherrington should be in this race, and since I haven't read him out, I don't mean it's not. Looks like we're going to be racing, though, and the start of this race, we'll see Lucas Blanford on the outside, and that might be the inside.
Big spin at T1. I'm not sure who that was. We'll try and pick it out on the timing as they come across the line.
Yeah, but as they come up towards Christmas Corner, who's out in the lead of the race? I think it's the 59ers Blanford, and the 132 of Mikey Walker is in second position. They're trying to sort themselves in behind with a lovely switchback from a charging driver of Nathan Travers, who I believe is going for third place here in the opening lap of the WMKC. Heat 2 of the Mini-Maxes, but the top two are certainly leading the way, and that's Lucas Blanford and Luca Brooks just pulling away from the rest of the field.
Indeed. No, I believe it's a different driver that's with them. Luca Brooks, I think, was the one getting a bit slidey out of Christmas and out of a couple of corners after, lost a few positions. I think he's now just lost another into the boot, dropping down into 5th.
It's Mikey Walker. Yeah,
indeed.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I said it the first time and then got a little mixed up again.
That's all good. That's all good. But yeah, those two leading the way by quite some margin, about 6/10 already, which over one lap is pretty impressive. Yeah, Lucas Blanford leading the way with Mikey Walker just behind. A couple of big droppers on that first lap. To be fair, not crazy. I think our biggest one is Thomas Ingram Hill. I think it must have been Benjamin Gordon who was our spinner at T1. Unless another driver does come across the line. And there's another driver who's pulled up at the boot as well. So a couple of drivers having a few difficulties around this first lap.
Really good start, though, by the likes of Josh Salvadore, Nathan Travers, and Joshua Turnbull, who's up 9 positions into 8th place. So really good start from a few of those drivers. They start to bed themselves into this race, start looking forward rather than behind, hopefully, and keep it all nice and succinct. And as they come across the line, we'll be able to tell you the gaps and the full order for the top 5, because there's still been some more shaking out to be done, but it's almost like two different battles here. The top 4 and then 5th place back, which is Luca Brooks, and here is the top 4. This might be a change for the second place. Nathan Travers up into second then. No messing about from Travers. Mikey Walker has to slot down into 3rd place, and in fact actually might end up losing out on 3rd by Salvadore, because he's hunting them down. As I mentioned, the top 4 really pulling away, almost having their own little race at this point.
I have a feeling that Nathan Travers could have been the driver of the kart that we interviewed during the midday show where I interviewed the mechanic.
Yes.
I think it was. I think that's a similar looking kart. So yeah, his mechanic was optimistic to the day. So it seems to be going well so far, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was enjoying the looks of it. He was enjoying it. So fingers crossed, this will continue to go well for him. There'll be a happy lad and dad.
Yes, yeah, I would hope so. But as you say, the front 4 just pulling away in their own group. A couple of moves going on, which is, of course, going to be slowing them down a bit. But I think Nathan was probably right to make that move quite early on, as he seems to have the best pace out of this group. He's currently done the fastest lap of the race with a 47.79, and he's hunting down Lucas Blanford like there's no tomorrow. However, we do continue to look at battles slightly further back. A couple of little argy-bargies going on there through the left-hander, and a couple of drivers losing out as one driver goes for a move into the left-hander. Is that the 44? It is indeed, but he's going to lose out, get on the grass on the exit. So's the driver alongside him. That's the 18. So we've got Michael Dalton in the 44 fighting Owen Neve in the 18. And it looks like Neve is going to come out on top, but they're going to have squeezed out wide, and it looks like the 87 could make the most of it. Not quite. Clips that huge curb on the inside of the final corner, which you definitely do not want to do. That thing is like a block of flats on the apex.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Broke my stub axle once. I went into the wall straight on. It wasn't very nice. But Riven Walsh actually was the driver that you saw getting mugged quite a lot. But now he's the 87 doing the attacking back at the front order. So it's amazing how karting, you can easily be the victim one corner and be the aggressor the next, isn't it? It does provide us with some awesome racing to watch. And we're absolutely loving the fact that these drivers are not holding back, shall we say. We don't want anybody to DNF, but we do want some nice aggressive racing. However, the stewards don't. There's a contact warning for the number 110 of Josh Salvadore. So in 3rd place at the moment, has a contact warning light.
Who has now become our fastest driver on circuit now, doing a 47.2. And just as I say that, someone goes faster. Josh Turnbull in 5th place, now with a 47.06. So all the drivers picking up the pace, but again, all the drivers so close on pace, as you say, it makes for fantastic racing. And it means that we get packs like this, where drivers are just fighting and sending moves. The 44 getting a bit squirmy on brakes there, looks for the move up the inside, gets a bit locked up and almost loses out the position to the 30. Again, the 44 being the Michael Dalton, who has indeed just got a contact warning as well from the stewards, same as the 18 of Owen Neve. We saw those two having a bit of a close battle early on, so possibly could have been something to do with that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the problem with close quarter racing, isn't it? You are going to end up with contact, but that's why this sort of nose cone rule has come into play, isn't it? If you break the pins on the front of it, you get disqualified as Michael Dalton slips at the inside of the boot. Maybe, in fact, he's covered off actually really well. And there's a back mark with the number 51 of Matthew Groves sort of slightly getting in the way there. And there you go, the 44 and 18 both getting black and white contact warning flags. Doesn't mean they have to do anything. They don't have to come in. They don't have to go and see the clerk or anything. They just need to know that one more discretion, shall we say, indiscretion, shall I say, means you probably will be pinged with a black flag, and that is really bad.
Yeah, you don't want one of those. I've been quite accustomed to those in the WMKC over my time, so yeah, you definitely don't want any of those. But the 44 of Michael Dalton, wasn't it? Yeah, Michael Dalton seems to be fantastic under the brakes. Every time into the boot, into the final, into the Christmas corner, I've seen him sending it on the brakes. He's looking really good, but whether he can get close enough to make sure those moves sticks, that's what he's finding difficult. There we go. We see the 21 going down the inside of the 87. That's Victor Hansen making more moves as he then loses out on exit. That can be the difficulty into the boot section. You can go for a move and hold it under brakes, but if you don't get that block pass, they can then get you on exit. Let's look forward to another battle. That's the 59 going on the inside. The 10 follows him through. That's all on the 67. That's for the lead. It is indeed. Sorry, I was looking further down the order thinking, well, where are these drivers? Nope, this is for the lead. So that's a change. Is that Blandford into the lead now? It is indeed. Following through was Josh Salvadori. So this top pack of karts all very close on pace. But if they continue to battle like this, could see it close up equally. About 3.5 to 4 seconds between 5th and 6th. With only 45 seconds to go, I think this group, unless something absolutely mental happens, probably have these top 5 positions in the bag, really.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Josh Turnbull has done well to catch up to them, to be honest, because there was once upon a time where that didn't look possible. Nathan Traverse, actually, obviously, we've been keeping an eye on him for so long. He actually led the race for quite a significant amount of time. And when I say significant amount of time, it's karting. I meant 2 laps. Yeah. But that's longer than most people hold a race lead for when you're racing this close to each other. But obviously, Lucas Blandford leading now with Josh Salvadori. Obviously, he's had that contact warning flag a little bit early on, so he can't do anything too aggressive here on the penultimate lap of the race. But he also has a whole host of drivers itching to get past, and there's a change for 3rd position. Josh Turnbull has gotten himself up ahead of the 67 of Nathan Traverse. So Turnbull really pushing on strong. Remember, he actually gained 9 positions in the opening lap. He started somewhere down towards 20th. Yeah,
he did, 20th indeed.
Oh, bang on, what a guess.
So well done. Yeah, he's really moving forward, isn't he? Having a great race so far. But all this top pack of kind of 5 could be on for this as we enter onto the last lap. The drivers at the front of the pack diving to the inside. A little bit of a boop from the rear end from the 110, and the 83 is going to try to make the most of it. He does indeed up the inside. It could be a couple of positions lost there from 2nd to 4th, and maybe even 5th for the 110 of Salvadori. That shows that one little mistake can lead to a lot of passing.
Yeah, I love the kart positioning of Nathan Traverse there. He was waiting for the drivers ahead of him to sort themselves out, and he was taking his just best racing line and managed to make it stick. This is the last lap, and we're, of course, focusing on our leaders as Blandford might be overtaken here by the 83 of Joshua Turnbull. I can't believe it, from 20 up on the grid, it's going to be Joshua Turnbull to take the checkered flag at the Minimax Heat 2 here at the WMKC. Fantastic driving by all top 5 drivers, but particular Josh Turnbull coming from that far back is really something special.
What a brilliant race from him. The only driver getting into the 46s, a 46.81, and he was doing that relatively consistently around the low 47s, the high 46s. So, as you say, that's an incredible achievement in such a short race to go from P20 to P1. And that final move around the boot, that was just perfectly weighted. I could see what he was looking to do. He knew there wasn't the car behind it that would go for him. Taking the wide line on entry to then cut it back. I just thought maybe the leader would close him off a little bit, but just gave him enough room to stick his kart there, and once he was there, that was it. It was done.
Perfection, really, wasn't it? Traverse obviously went from 4th into 2nd on that one as well. Lucas Blandford is the biggest loser on the top 5. He went from 1st down to 3rd, which you won't be very pleased with, in the space of 3 corners. Mikey Walker ended up in 4th, with Josh Salvadori in 5th position. So we're going to the next race straight away, because we did have a bit of a hold-up last time.
Here we go then, straight into our next race. It is indeed Junior Max Heat 2, but of course Heat 1 from today. We've got George Allen there on pole. Ollie Stevens lines up alongside him on the front row. Following them are Freddie Ingram, Zaki Hussain, Jacob Jukes, Ewan Thomas. Then it's George Donald there in 7th with Holly Meal on 8th and Jensen Weston 9th. And then Mitchell Mulvey rounds out the top 10. A slightly bigger grid of this one of 27 drivers, so we'll rattle through them as quick as we can. Zain Khan in 11th, and it's Harrison Morrow there in 12th. Oliver Sander and Harry Linden round out the row 7. Then it's Oliver Kerr and Arthur Thacker, Matthew Sire and Tristan Bernard. Then it's Josh Cook and Jez Williams rounding out the top 20. Then Jessica White and Ross Tyler, William Rhea and Mac McFarquhar. Then it's Reg Hayward, Benny Chilton and Mikey Theo rounding out our full grid. Now Reg Hayward, someone there I definitely recognise down in 25th. I think he's probably my one to watch in this one.
Yeah, well, I look forward to seeing how he gets on, obviously. But a big grid, although, to be fair, they've all been fairly sizable, haven't they? And here they are.
Oh, and just as I said previously, warming up those tyres. You've got to watch out for that.
That is, I mean, we got it on camera.
I was going to say he's going to be so frustrated that we got it on camera.
There's no other word for that. It's slightly embarrassing, isn't it? Because, let's face it, in go-karts, there's a lot of different opinions on how much this actually warms your tyres up.
Yeah.
And obviously, if you do that, you cool your tyres right down by going in the grass, let alone obviously now losing your grid position.
Now we get to name and shame as well. The 76 of Freddie Ingram was the one who got a bit too happy with the loud pedal there on the opening warm-up lap.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to find, where was Freddie Ingram?
I think he was 3rd. Yeah, he was indeed.
It was 3rd, yeah. So that is, I can only imagine what the dad, the mechanic, mum, family member, whoever is here with him on the sideline will be thinking right now. A bit of a shame, that one. So we're going to be going back round again.
I think he should be able to go back up to his grid spot, if I'm correct.
If he can catch it up.
If he can catch it up, that's the main thing.
He's all the way at the boot at the moment.
He is. He might try and do a cheeky cut through at some point in the circuit, try and get back to his usual grid position. But yeah, not his finest hour, but I'll be fair to him and say we've all been there at least once.
Oh, I've done it. I did it at GYG, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I did it at Shellington. So, and I did it in karts with far less power than this. So, yeah.
And look where we are now, commentating instead of racing. So
where we should be.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah.
Where we should be.
So obviously there might be a space in 3rd place. What's the betting that the drivers are going to leave that space?
No,
pretty much non-existent.
I bet they will not.
Exactly.
Because if I'm in 5th, I'm going, well, obviously I'm going to take 3rd. That's brilliant.
Yeah, exactly.
Free position.
But yeah, he hasn't managed to get back up to his position, has he? So it's going to be the 34 of Jacob Jukes in 3rd, moving up a row. And we are racing this time round. I think George Allen has got into the race lead for number 48 as they go towards Christmas Corner, but that might be challenged again by Ollie Stevens, 2 front row runners. Although the 3rd place man, I think that was 34, Jacob Jukes, who of course
going around the outside.
He got around the outside of Christmas Corner. He was only up that far because of the spin earlier on, and he's already up to 2nd.
Fair play to him. It's a good move. No, it's all right. No, he is up to 2nd now, I do believe. Yeah, he had dived up to 2nd. So yeah, making good moves on that first lap. Looks for the lead into the left-hander, but not going to happen. He knows he's got a number of minutes left in this one. There's no to... Oh, just as I say that, he does indeed go for it into the next left-hander and takes the lead. So, of course, gives the universe sign of, now I've overtaken you, let's then work together now. I think that's how that works. But yeah, frustrating for our man who was 3rd place on the grid, dropping down the order, because definitely another name I recognise in Freddie Ingram, so not his best day in the office, but luckily he has multiple attempts throughout the day to do it a bit better. So here we go, crossing the start-finish line to end off lap 1. As you say, Jacob Jukes takes the lead. Look at the front 2, how much they've already breaking away. George Allen just behind, but it looks like he could go for it, and he has indeed gone for it up into the lead and made it stuck through Christmas Corner. Behind them is Zaki Hussain, then it's George Donald, Ewan Thomas, Oliver Kerr, Ollie Stevens, Oliver Sander, Jensen Weston, Harry Linden rounding out your top 10 at the moment. But look at this battle for the lead continuing through all different sections of the corners. 34 moves back up into the lead, does Jacob Jukes, but nope, re-overtaken. There goes George Allen back into the lead. They're going to continue side by side, it looks like, down the back straight as well.
I don't think these two have learned from the IAME cadets that were just on before, because Max Mason tapping his helmet, those two working together is the reason why they ended up finishing in the top 2.
Yes.
Because look how quickly Zaki Hussain has all of a sudden come into the party.
There he is.
There we go. Jacob Jukes now says, oh, let's work together. And as you said, now he's in the race lead.
Yeah.
If it was the other way around, he was very keen to get past, wasn't he? Zaki Hussain charging them down. And then there is a big gap, to be fair, to Oliver Kerr, who's the number 222.
there was just enough of a gap between them and Zaki, and then the Bayer pack. So that's what this has caused, and Zaki is going to get involved immediately. Tries to go down the inside, leaning on the driver a little bit, gets on the grass on exit, but I think should still have the inside there and does continue to keep it. But a brilliant switch back there from Zaki, sees him seal the move, and up to second he goes. And even that slight battling, look how much of a gap that's allowed for the leader to produce.
Yeah, exactly. Jacob Jukes won't need to be tapping his helmet now, will he? Because he'll be away on his own. But yeah, really nice cutback there, I'd have to say, by Zaki. Was it George Allen's side? No, it was Zaki Hussein, wasn't it? Just lovely sort of car positioning to the millimetre as well. Oliver Kerr's had a contact warning, as have a few other drivers, but we missed who they were earlier on in the race. But there's pretty much always a contact warning in every single racing car.
In this kind of pack that we're looking at now, Oliver Kerr's at the front of it. You're likely to get some contact warnings. You're racing so closely together, it's just going to happen at some point.
Yeah, George Donald was actually the other driver, I remember now, because Harry Linden has just overtaken him. That's the only reason why I remember it now. But at Christmas Corner, so George Donald, who lost a position on that previous lap, now loses another position on this lap. Ollie Stevens has moved up 2 as well, leads into 5th base. There's a race move there, but I was looking at my timing screen. What happened?
The 222 lost out of position there. That was Ollie Kerr, who's leading this huge pack at one point. Now 3rd position in this pack. A bit late on the brakes from that driver. Needs a send from another, and you see that. That was just a perfect showing of what happens in karting. As soon as you lose a bit of momentum from one move, you lose about 6.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have a chance, do you? And we quite often see that in sort of smaller karts, the cadets and things like that, where they do line each other up, basically. But you also see it in the bigger boys as well, as number 11 just gets a bit mugged out there, hung out to dry as Ewan Thompson, as Harry Linden, and I believe George Donald potentially has gone through, as well as a whole host of other drivers looking very interested in the situation, but I don't think is actually taking advantage of it just yet. Jacob Jukes is still, well, he's still in the lead, but only has a 0.3 second gap. It was once upon a time 1.5 seconds.
It was indeed, yeah. We saw just to the front of the shot as they went through there, we could see the leaders, and Zaki Hussein was right on the rear end of our leader, seriously pressuring, but still with 3 minutes to go, that's more than enough time to produce an opportunity to seal the move. But we continue to look at this battle. This is from 4th all the way down to, where are we looking at this? About 13th, isn't it?
Yeah.
So a huge gaggle of karts, some slight gaps in between them, but really anyone's game for these top positions, and positions mean points and points mean prizes.
Well, exactly. I mean, you think you read out the points before, and it goes all the way down to 30th, and we've only got 27 karts, so there's plenty of opportunity for drivers to jump up championship order. Something we don't actually get to talk about a lot. I have got all the printouts of the championship order, but we don't get to talk about them very often, because the racing is this exciting, which is what we prefer to talk about.
Definitely, yeah, it's all so close and so quick. The action is just fantastic. Yeah, we don't have time to talk about things like that. We focus on the action that's going on in front of us. This has been a change for the lead, hasn't it? Yeah, Zaki Hussein is now up into the lead, as we see that confirmed by the timing as they cross the line. Still over 1.5 seconds between Jukes and Allen in 2nd and 3rd. So I think, yeah, if Jukes should just continue to work together with our now leader of Zaki Hussein, but Zaki Hussein still looking like one of the fastest out on track. Drivers' times very close together there. Actually, our 5th place man of Harry Linden currently with the fastest lap of 45.13, pressuring Mr. Stevens for 4th place currently. But we'll have to check in on that battle again very soon, as there's battles going on throughout. We're not really sure where to focus, to be honest.
No, and worth noting, actually, obviously, keeping an eye on people who did well off the grid positions. These two technically started alongside each other on row 2, because of course Jacob Jukes was supposed to be in 5th position on row 3. Freddie Ingram, we saw, unfortunately had a moment in the warm-up, which meant that Jukes just pulled up to the back of the pole man, and meant that these two were lining up alongside each other, which is why they've sort of carried on battling, I'm guessing, into this race. Big move up the inside of Christmas Corner. That's against the number 47 or the 48 was, actually. Yeah, so I was looking too far down. So there's a change from the podium position with Harry Linden going into 3rd.
He's come out of nowhere, hasn't he?
He's done very well.
I don't remember seeing his helmet yet this race, and suddenly he's in 2nd place.
Well, he was in 14th place, so he's gotten from 14th into 3rd. It's pretty good going from Harry Linden.
That is
fastest
very
man
impressive.
on circuit.
Fastest man on circuit. It was indeed. It was Harry we were talking about just a second ago. Was looking on it, and Ollie Stevens obviously has made that move stick and is now up fighting with the front runners as they're going to come across the line to finish another lap here. Yeah, as you say, up into 3rd place for Harry. And again, sets another fastest line, the fastest lap, sorry, and the first person down into the 44s, 44.91 for Harry Linden. But look at this, all these drivers now closing up, and it seems now the front two have kind of broken away a little bit, but it doesn't seem like that gap's changing too much, and then behind them is, well, everyone else.
Yeah, there is a little bit of spacing here, there and everywhere, but it's not anything to sort of write home about, shall we say. George Donald and Reg Hayward now, I think they're the sort of 2 drivers that are really close at the back of that 3 car shot. In fact, there we go, the number 48 of George Allen and George Donald, actually. My apologies if I got that slightly wrong. So it's George Donald really putting the pressure on Hayward now. Allen, even.
We're going to get another lap as well, so I think this will be the penultimate lap of our race. So 2 more to go. Another person that I definitely want to give a shout out to that you just mentioned is Reg Hayward, person I mentioned before the start of the race, now in 7th place, started in 25th.
Yeah.
So fantastic sort of 6-7 minutes of racing so far from Reg. I knew he'd be one to watch out for, and certainly has been up into 7th. And I think only about 8 or 9 tenths away from 5th and 6th position, so could possibly try and steal another couple of positions on these last 2 laps. But here we go, we look back to the leaders. Zaki Hussein continuing to comfortably lead this one. About 6-7 tenths between those two. We've got the 07, I believe that is indeed, of Linden now chasing down Dukes. He's going to have one more lap to see if he can try and make a move here. Does indeed put in another fastest lap of the race with a 44.89 this time around. So we'll see what he can do on this one. Looks about into Christmas, but not able to do anything. But where will his next opportunity arise? We will have to wait and see.
Yeah, Linden's absolutely flying here, isn't he? I'm trying to see where he finished in that last race. Reg Hayward actually won the race yesterday.
Yes.
But look at this. We'll focus on the race right now because Linden's looking up the inside of Dukes. It's not happening just now, but he's shown his intention. Dukes looking over his shoulder. You know that means he's worried. You know that means he's panicked. And as they go into the boot, it will be Hussein who'll take this victory as long as he keeps it on the circuit. But who's going to take 2nd place? That's the big question. Hussein takes the checkered flag, and Dukes takes 2nd place ahead of Linden, who did fantastically well. And yet again, in fact, no, not yet again, sorry, he didn't set the fastest lap, but he did set the fastest lap by about 0.2 of a second overall, which is quite astonishing.
Seriously impressive. And then, yeah, the next couple fastest lap times, both of Zaki Hussein in the lead and Ollie Stevens in 4th. But yeah, let's run through your top 10 order. It was Zaki Hussein who took the win in that one. Jacob Dukes was there in 2nd, Harry Linden in good little finish over the line, and our fastest driver out on track. Then was Ollie Stevens in 4th, George Donald 5th, George Allen in 6th, Reg Hayward with our, I think, driver of the race there for that one, moving up from 25th to 7th. Then it was Jez Williams in 8th, Oliver Sander in 9th, and rounding up the top 10 was Oliver Kerr. So another great little sprint race for us today, one of our heats for today. But I do believe we're probably going to move pretty quickly on to the Sting for our next race. Here we are then. We move on to our first heat of the day for the X30 Juniors. And here we go for the grid. It's Archie Heron there on pole with Charlie Locker alongside. Behind them, Tristan Powell and AJ Arnold. Then it's Kai Bercini, another budding commentator amongst the ranks. He's in 5th. Joshua Jones alongside in 6th. Then it's Ollie Stilp and Philip Garner and Sam Branston and Harry Yule rounding out the top 10. Luke Garlick's there in 11th. He's one to watch out for. I recognise that name. Then Jack Collins in 12th. Amelia Pennington 13th and Micah Taylor in 14th. Then it's Oliver Harris and Morgan Hill, Jack Owen Drawbridge and Harrison Leach. Then Jaden Gregg and Macaulay Guy round out the top 20. Then Lucas Field and David Martial in row 11. Then Kian Leon Gamau. Then George Quartermain, Kieran Hamdi and Doivdas Deglau. Then it's Ollie Cook and Matthew Morgan round out our 28 drivers in this one for X30 Juniors.
Plenty of karts out there on circuit, and they're already going round the infield section, as you can see, starting to line up. We are rattling through these as quickly as humanly possible.
This is back to usual running now, of fast running through our heats. As I was talking through the grid there, I was like, oh yeah, Luke Garlick's one to watch out for. And then as I continued reading down, I realised there were about 5 or 6 drivers that I wanted to say the same thing for. So a couple of drivers maybe slightly out of position than they should be for this one. So I think it could be a really interesting one, this.
Yep, and a lot of people warming their tyres up there, as I said, running a little bit of a risk, in my opinion, as I said before.
Yes,
but
we've seen in the previous race.
Well, exactly. They clearly haven't learned. So, yeah, plenty of 2-stroke smoke as well being kicked up into the air. But it looks like the number 88 of Tristan Powell really going very slowly, but I think we are racing, and we are racing indeed. So it's a good start by the front 2 rows, and just trying to wait until the sunlight goes off those nose cones so we can actually see which number's which as they go into Christmas quarter. They're swapping positions. It's the 94 of AJ Arnold who's got into the race lead ahead of the 30 of Charlie Locker.
Good little start there. No incidents yet, or at least that we've seen on the camera. Just as I say that, look at that.
Wow. That's
brilliant. I couldn't have called that any better, could I?
That's an awful lot of drivers.
10, maybe, was that drivers off at Christmas Corner?
Yeah, well, when they run through the timing screen, we'll be able to let you know who they all are, but that is quite astonishing. The number 14 is all the way up there as well. Kai Pacini into third position, I believe, and as they come across the line, we'll be able to give you that order. AJ Arnold in the lead, Kai Pacini actually into second place, Charlie Locker down into third, Ollie Stilt in fourth, and rounding out the top 5 is Jack Collins. Now we're starting to see who was involved in that big crash there, and we still haven't got Karts completely cleared away from it. Philip Garner was one of them, Mika Taylor, Kieran Hamdi, George Quarterman, Davos de Glau, Ollie Cook, Tristan Powell all involved, and I believe Kian Limau Gamayo, Kieran Hamdi and Mika Taylor as well also involved in that.
Yeah, and it looks like Luke Garlick and Harry Yule as well. So a lot of the drivers I was going to mention as ones to watch being involved in the first lap accident there. Luke Garlick certainly one of them. Kian Gamau as well. Micah Taylor, all big names in this class in the X30 Juniors that are going to be missing out on good points in this one.
Kai Pacini's caught right up to the back of AJ Arnold. He's doing a good job of putting him under pressure. Look at this already.
He's going to go for it here.
Yeah, he is into Christmas Corner. The door is left wide open by AJ Arnold. There's no chance that Kai wasn't going to take that invitation home. Thank you very much. Takes first position. Now what can AJ Arnold do? Can he hang on to the back of him, or will he end up dropping back into the grasp of Ollie Stilt?
Yeah, will we see the usual, I've now overtaken you, now let's work together? And will we see the driver behind respecting that, or deciding, no, actually, no, I am fast, I'm going to go back past her?
Well, to be fair, Kai Pacini has actually shown that he probably is a little bit faster.
I think so, yeah.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught him so easily. And but it's easier to chase than be chased. So realistically, definitely. I wouldn't be that bothered if I was second place. But obviously AJ Arnold is not thinking along the same lines. Kai Pacini not very happy with that little manoeuvre. Ollie's still very happy because it's come into his grasp. And Jack Collins in fourth place to make it a 4-way battle for the race lead. And then we have a substantial gap, I would say. 2.8 seconds back to another gaggle of karts that seem to be going side by side with each other, which are Josh Jones, Sam Branston and Charlie Locker.
Yes, loads of battling going on, of course. And yeah, obviously with that huge start crash, it means that the grid is all just a bit more disjointed. There's a bit of a rubbing there going on between those 3 karts. I don't want to say anything that will dob anyone in the stewards box, but yeah, a couple of drivers getting a bit feisty through that left-hand corner, and this is indeed still for the lead, I do believe. It is indeed. Kai Pacini still leading this one, and here is a move for second place. Number 12 of Mr. Collins is going to dive at the inside, so Jack Collins up from 4th to 2nd on that one. Obviously gives the point ahead. Let's go and catch Kai in the lead. And let's see if Stilt and Arnold decide to follow him through on that one, or whether we see a move into Christmas. Of course we see a move into Christmas.
Yeah, we always see a move into Christmas, don't we, with the 60 of Ollie Stilt going back into second place. AJ Arnold's just coming up to the corner here, going into the infield now, actually got hung out to dry by Kai Pacini. That's why he's all the way down in 4th position as well, and is just sort of biding his time to try and hunt down the final podium set, because it looks like Kai has been able to get his head down and start pulling away from these drivers. In fact, on that last lap, he was about a 10th or 2 quicker than these 3, and I'm sure on this lap it's going to be even more pronounced. So it is Kai Pacini, Ollie Stilt is in 2nd place, Jack Collins is in 3rd, with AJ Arnold in 4th, and as they come across the line you'll be able to see confirmation of that on the timing screen on the left-hand side. There we go, it starts to move all around, which is nice and efficient. Branston ahead of Jones and then Guy as well. So we've had Charlie Locker has really fallen down the field. Remember, he started on 2nd position, led the race briefly, and now he's all the way down in 9th.
Not gone brilliant.
Not ideal
for them. No, not ideal. Because I just want to bring up the fact, I was going to be like, oh, and there's Stilt battling at the front. He's one to watch out. But I've realised, look, that is definitely Gabriel Stilt that I'm thinking of, because he's been right up there previous round. Same with Macaulay Bishop, but 2 drivers that I don't think are here for this weekend that offer different championships. So Ollie Stilt, possibly no relation, possibly a brother, maybe, slightly further down in our current championship order, but hasn't done nearly as many rounds as same last name Gabriel Stilt. So we'll have to wait and see, but holding up the fort for the Stilt family name, whether they are actually part of the same family or not, we do not know, but still doing very well at the front of the field is Ollie. Yeah,
he absolutely is, and currently obviously second place. I think that probably is about as far as he'll be able to attain in this particular race with 2 minutes to go, or less than 2 minutes to go. Obviously, with Kai really pushing on strong, he's got very quick lap times underneath him so far. On the previous lap, still another 10th quicker than the likes of Ollie Stilp, and a 10th or 2 quicker than Jack Collins and AJ Arnold. So, yeah, the battle for second place is very much its own little ecosystem right now.
It is, isn't it? And these guys battling has helped Kai Bacchini to continue to pull away. Not that he wasn't already doing that already, to be fair. Has great pace, but these guys, yeah, doing a little bit less working together and a little bit more battling, as we do, in fact, see now going into Christmas. Bit of a send from the man in 4th place. Number 12 managed to hold it together, so Jack Collins staying in front of AJ Arnold, at least at this time of asking. With a minute to go, we've probably got about 2, possibly 3 more laps of this one.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously a little bit quicker than the races we saw earlier on, aren't they, per lap? Probably about 10 seconds quicker than the Honda Cadets, which obviously we started this day with, and that's Jack Owen Bardrick, who's just had a warning flag for track limits. Yeah, it is track limit warning. So, yeah, these drivers are going to have to just keep that in mind, because you're not allowed to run too far off the circuit, like a few of the leaders are. But obviously, if you go too far off, you end up hitting the grass, and you'll end up probably hitting the tyre wall very quickly after that. So, you really do have to be quite respectful around here at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, you don't need a track limit warning for that. That's the track warning you yourself, saying, don't come out here, mate. Yeah. You're going to lose a lot of time.
It's amazing, actually. I went to Zandvoort once in my races, and the track limit MSV circuits like Brands Hatch and stuff like that, they're very much, the sensors will get you and will tell you. At Zandvoort, they were very much like, you can do track limits if you want, but we're not dragging you out of the gravel trap. So right. You'll write your car off if you do it, so good luck to you. Yeah. Yeah. Very different way of doing it than here in Britain.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a more interesting way of sorting that out for sure. I think drivers definitely will probably respect it more, to be fair. A tyre wall more than a sensor, I think.
Well, exactly. Morgan Hill's just moved up the order, but there's going to be a change here. Potentially for second place is the number 12, Jack Collins. Literally got all over the back of Ollie Stilp there. Ended up losing a position, so Jack Collins now goes down to 4th. AJ Arnold finally gets past his man. He's going to try and get around the outside of Ollie Stilp for second place. It's not going to happen. Kai Bacchini is going to have this race and win, I imagine, as Collins tries again to get into that podium place that he saw himself sort of be snatched away, considering he was the one going for second place. There's a move here for AJ Arnold on the inside, and there's a big crash. Now it's inevitable, really, if you try and fit 3 karts wide. And unfortunately, that's Ollie Stilp who's out of the race. The other 2, Jack Collins is finished in second place. AJ Arnold's finished in 3rd. I can't promise you that's how it's going to finish when we get to the next race. And in fact, AJ Arnold's had to go off right there. And look, there's Jack Collins, easily identifiable. Sorry, Stilp, Ollie Stilp there, easily identifiable, but not where he wanted to finish. Kai Bacchini, by the way, did win this race.
Yeah, no, he was well clear of all that craziness, wasn't he? He was fine. Came across the line and took a very good win there for Kai. Well done to him. But yeah, 3 into 1 just doesn't go. Let's take another look at it here. Goes to the inside, up the inside, down the middle, and then, yeah, 3 into 1, as you say, just doesn't go.
I mean, Jack Collins is going to be the driver that might have a bit of a stern warning there, because 2 karts all right, you know, you can probably fit that one in, but Jack really sent it, and a couple of times on that previous lap, he was ambitious, shall we say.
I feel like on the final corner, there's a gap opened. I'm going to go for it as well.
Yeah, but it's just the couple of turns before that on that final lap, probably a little bit ambitious as well. But anyway, we'll move on, shall we say. We'll let the stewards decide that.
Yes, I think that's definitely
we're going to head off into the next race, which I believe should be X30s again, but the seniors. So, the X30 juniors very much giving us something to stand up and shout about. Let's see if the seniors can follow in suit. On pole position will be Thomas Byron. Apologies if I'm saying that wrong. Second place, Aidan Lynn. Third place, Jordan Brown and Alex Johnston in 4th. Those are your top 2 rows. Row 3 will be Paul Simard and Martin Auger. Row 4 will be Thomas Reddy and Benjamin Watts. Row 5 will be Kine Gohill with Vishal Patel. Row 6 will be Christian Brooks and Benjamin Southgate. Row 7, Jensen Buckingham and Hugo Gilbert, with row 8 being Remy Gilbert and Lucas Ellingham. Row 9, Harry Torpy and Brandon Mitchell, with row 10 being Luke Taylor and Dylan Gratz. with row 11, and in 21st place, all on his own, will be Tom Ryan, who is, I believe, the only novice that we've got here in the X30 Seniors. It is often quite unusual to see a senior novice.
I was going to say that, yeah.
But there you go, we have one. It's Tom Ryan, so hopefully he enjoys himself.
I hope so, yeah. X30 Senior is definitely a difficult kart to get up to speed with as a rookie. So, yeah, good luck to you, sir. Good luck to you. Hopefully we see you going fast up the order.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll
X30s.
to wait and see.
X30s kart, I never really had much experience with it. I finished karting by the time the X30s came around. I used to be TKM back when they used to be big, which the X30s seem to have one-upped, haven't they?
I think so. Yeah, kind of replaced at the top end of the karting world. One person I want to definitely touch upon, Lucas Ellingham's there in 16th. Yeah. He's the man to watch for this one. I think definitely won the race yesterday comfortably. 1.8 seconds by the end of the race was his lead, and he's always one of the ones that we see right at the top of the timing sheets. So yeah, one to watch out there from row 8. As there we go, we see them exiting the pit lane for their warm-up laps. Again, another reminder to drivers: just watch out those rear tyres. Try not to have a spin down the straight leading up to Christmas. Let's watch and see if any of them make that cardinal sin on motor racing.
Yeah, Sam Heading is another driver to want to be keeping an eye on, but I don't believe I just read out his name, so I don't think he's here, unfortunately. Sam Heading, he actually got 2 wins in a row ahead of Ellingham, but obviously if he's not here, then Ellingham probably will have quite good confidence.
Yeah, that's a bit difficult for him to get any points if he's not here, isn't it? Yeah, Sam Heading currently leading our championship in the X30 Seniors, 456 points for him. Behind is Lucas Ellingham, 422, and then Thomas Fleming on 400 exactly. So definitely Ellingham to watch, but Fleming, again, another one that I don't believe is here. So Ellingham really, as you say, be feeling pretty good for this round.
Ellingham is here.
Ellingham is here, but Fleming is not.
Oh, Fleming. Sorry, apologies.
No,
I was concentrating. I was shaking my head at all the weaving, to be honest.
Good.
So I got a bit confused.
Yeah, I agree.
Basically. But yeah, so it's going to be Thomas Bryan on pole position, and there's a crash before we even get going, and that's not ideal, is it? Really? I was shaking my head earlier because I thought they might create a crash if they keep weaving. We are racing by the...
No, we're not.
No, I didn't think so. Yeah, we got
restarting.
Yeah, that marshal holding out the chevron flag, shall we say. So they will be restarting, and that's not surprising, given what we've seen.
I think a crash on the start-finish straight definitely means a restart.
Yeah, it was a restart, I think. Martin Auger and Benjamin Watts, I believe, were involved in it. And in fact, Lucas Ellingham has actually dropped down to the last place, so we could be starting to see something special from him.
We did see a few drivers having to take evasive action onto the grass, so possibly one of those. Whether he'll end up retaking his position of 16th on the grid, or whether they'll be stuck at the back, we'll have to wait and see as they come across the start-finish line again to hopefully get this race actually underway. Yeah,
and it's that sort of weaving I always think is actually going to create a crash, but in fact, coming across the line, we didn't see any weaving or anything like that. It was just a case of a couple of drivers wanting the same bit of tarmac and moving before the start-finish line. So Thomas Byrne on pole position, then, as I mentioned, Aidan Lynn in second place, Jordan Brown in third, and Alex Johnson. Actually, Jordan Brown got a really good start last time. Let's see if he can repeat the feat. Thomas Byrne leads the way across the start-finish line, moves over to try and defend that pole position for the best of his abilities, and he's managed to. Aidan Lynn in second place, and I think that is Jordan Brown, so the top 3 are as they were.
Yes, as they steam up into Christmas corner, we've got drivers going 3, possibly even 4 wide there into Christmas. Driver getting squeezed out onto the grass on exit. Hopefully he recovers it okay and rejoins the action. I'm pretty sure I saw as they came down the start-finish straight that they had all regained their positions, which they had lost at that initial attempt at the start. So hopefully drivers keeping it a little bit more on the black stuff this time around, and no incidents so far. Well, as we've seen, I mean, the last time I said that, there was 10 drivers off, so don't count me on that.
Yeah, absolutely. You should probably just keep your mouth shut when it comes to crashes. Aidan Lynn's actually been in third place. Jordan Brown's actually the driver who's got himself into second. And as they come across the line, you can see the table on your left-hand side updating. Any big movers, Remy Gilbert, who's just been given a warning flag, I think, has moved up 4 positions into 9th. And in fact, we're seeing moves at the front end of the order as well, as Alex Johnson got into 3rd position at the expense of Aidan Lynn, who doesn't seem to be able to quite have the pace to hold on to the top 2 anyway. So I think Alex Johnson just said, you know what, if you can't do it, I'm going to give it a go.
Yeah, fair play. You've got to take those moves in these short races, take them while you can, because anything could happen and suddenly you drop in 6 positions, as we've seen previously. Once that momentum is lost, just start going back and back and back. So when the opportunity arises, you've got to go for it. Like we saw in the previous end of the race, it can end slightly badly sometimes when you go for it. However, you've got to try and make those moves or nothing's ever going to happen.
If there's a space and you don't go for it, etc., etc., the famous quote, I suppose, isn't that? Thomas Byrne, though, and I wouldn't say defending just yet. None of these drivers are having to defend just yet, but maybe working together to try and get away from the likes of Vishal Patel and the rest of the fight for the top 5, because realistically, like we've seen in many other races, the top 4 have pulled away quite substantially, and we're starting to see 2 different sort of battles. Lovely to see plenty of close fights at the front as Benjamin Whilton, number 66, gets a mechanical flag.
I think there's about a move for the lead there.
Apologies, I was
certainly a move at the front of the pack of 4, which I do believe was the leaders, once we've seen them again coming across the line. We may see a change, or possibly Byrne might have got him back. No, we do indeed. There we go. Jordan Brown up into the lead. I believe that was entering the boot that Jordan was able to make the move stick up the inside. As here you go, look at the front 4, almost going 3 wide. They're up into Christmas. 48 getting hit really loose under the brakes, but manages to keep the position and keep out of trouble, as I did indeed see in the background. Lucas Enningham continuing to go up the order, I believe now into 7th place as he set the fastest lap last time around, a 44.37. Let's look back to this leading pack of 4.
Yeah, so Jordan Brown has retaken the lead. He is still in the lead. Alex Johnson moves his way into 2nd place. Just have to keep an eye on it. It's quite hard to keep an eye, because every time you take your vision away from the screen and look at whose numbers who, they change your position again, isn't it? It's a nightmare.
Yeah, Christian Brooks, we saw move into the boot there as well, moving up into 4th place. A cheeky little one from him, and both of them, well, we see now what was a pack of 4 has now become a pack of 8. And there's also about 5 or 6 drivers right behind looking to make it a pack of like 15.
Yeah, exactly. So. Lucas Ellingham, look at that, already back into 7th. He's in this fight all of a sudden.
Doing a 44.1 that last lap. That is very impressive, with drivers only a few positions below him doing 45.1. So, yeah, really pushing on is Lucas.
Yeah, the only real other drivers that are in the 44 is Thomas Byrne, who's leading this race at 44.8, so he's 7 tenths quicker than the leader. Christian Brooks, who's in 4th, 44.6, so he's still half a second quicker than the drivers who are in 4th. So this could be very exciting, shall we say, as we're starting to look at the 45. There, I'm not actually sure who the 45 is. I think that's a little bit further back than we've been watching before.
He's indeed in 8th place. That's Kian Goel. Let's have a look at this. This group, this pack getting even bigger and bigger, as I just mentioned. Lucas definitely moving up through now. I believe that's him there in 5th. It is indeed. He's going to be right on the back of these guys very, very soon. Just less than 3 minutes to go in this one. Obviously, with these karts being a lot faster than ones we've seen out previously, 3 minutes is actually quite a few decent laps. That'll be, what, 4, maybe 5 laps if they do an extra lap. So still a decent bit of time in this race to make those moves stick. Is that Ellingham making up another place, or is that simply, it is indeed, is it up into 4th? Lucas Ellingham is on Mr. Brooks. That's Christian Brooks down into 5th. And Ellingham continuing to press on onto this top 3 battle. It's going to matter a lot whether these front 2 battle into here. He does indeed. I was thinking, no, he's going to work with him. No, he's not. 48 down the inside. Alex Johnson up into the lead, and that's allowed for them all to Concertina back up into a pack of 5. Luckily, they've dropped the driver slightly behind. Is that a move to the lead? It is. He's going to lean on him slightly out to wide. It might lose them both out on the lead here. Not quite. 74 does make it stick, as that is Lucas Ellingham moving up into 2nd place. And all of that, a couple of corners, and the running order of these top 5 has changed completely.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, really? They obviously fight for the fight of the fittest, and looks like the fittest is going to be Lucas Ellingham, who goes from 4th position and into the lead of this race. And it's amazing, isn't it, really? They start to see the likes of Lucas Ellingham and the other drivers that are chasing behind them. They start to fight only for themselves, and all of a sudden, 2 corners later, you go from 1st down to 5th position.
We've got a yellow flag at Christmas. There's a kart off on the right there. Try and pick out who that is. Someone. Oh, is it Gilbert? Yeah, Hugo Gilbert hasn't come across the line, dropping down our timing sheets. He was right up there to begin this race, wasn't he? So frustrating for him. It did just look like some sort of mechanical issue.
Yeah, not ideal for Gilbert, unfortunately. Ideal for Lucas Ellingham, though, and hopefully, though, they get the car moved, because that is one of the best overtaking points on the circuit, and we don't want that to be taken away.
No, we definitely don't. We definitely don't. And look at this. Move for 3rd is that. It is indeed 74 up the inside. That's Thomas Byrne. Was leading this race only a couple of laps ago, and getting that damage control up, back up to 3rd place. But what's the gap now from Lucas to 2nd place? It's almost 7 tenths of a second over 1 lap. Still in the low 44s, as other drivers in sort of the mid to high 44s. So pulling away with this one with only 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very impressive. He started, well, he didn't start 20th, but he was down by 20th, wasn't he, at the beginning of this race. So yeah, you have to take your hat off to him. Really, when a driver does that sort of thing.
Yeah.
The fight really is for third position now, isn't it, with Thomas Bird and Jordan Brown, because it looks like Christian Brooks is pulled away with Lucas.
He has indeed, yeah, and this gaggle, as you say, third place. The 80 now leading it is Brown. Not any longer, 74 up the inside. A little bit of squeezing as we nearly saw the exact same crash that we had in the previous race. Diving up the inside to make it 3 wide. Luckily, no contact that time around. And Brooks then there in second. So we've now got Christian Brooks second. Has moved away, is now closest to Ellingham in this pack of 3. Then leading this pack of 3, currently Alex Johnston. Ahead of Thomas Byrne, then it's Vishal Patel, then Aidan Lynn, Harry Torpy, Kian Goel, and then I think it's then finally where this battle ends. It's then Luke Taylor, back to Remy Gilbert and the rest of them.
Yeah, it's really hard to keep it on top of who's actually lunging who, because they all are lunging each other at any one particular time. This is the final lap of the race.
No, I believe this is penultimate. Yes.
Okay, penultimate lap. So there's plenty to be settled for. Still left to be ran. That's the 95. Vishal Patel and Aidan Lynn.
That wasn't a good move from the 45 there. Sorry, I'm putting on my Stuart hat. He went for a little bit of dive bomb, collected the rear of the kart in front, but luckily both of them able to continue and keep the same position, so only a bit of time lost.
Heart in mouth then when you came in with such a high-pitched voice. I was like, oh my days, what on earth has happened?
I thought he was about to absolutely bin him off there.
Well,
into the rear.
That might still happen elsewhere, though, because this is the fight for third place. As I said, Jordan Brown very interested, but Alex Johnston's up the inside of him to take third position away, and here comes Thomas Byrne, obviously race leader for the majority of this race, you would argue, and still struggling to maybe get into the top 3 or even the top 4. He is going to lose a position because Harry Torpy has just gone alongside him, and I think actually Vishal Patel is very interested, but we've got to focus on this man because Lucas Ellingham has driven absolutely superbly from pretty much last on the grid after coming together with a few other cars and having to hold up before the start. He's ended up coming across the line to take the checkered flag in first place for the X30 seniors.
Fair play, Lucas. Maximum points as he needed while his championship rivals are nowhere to be found off at different karting venues today. So yeah, Lucas going up from what was 15th on the grid. I did see when he crossed the line at the start, he was 12th.
Wow.
So not sure how that happened immediately at the start, but we'll forget about that. Then had a fantastic run up through the pack up into first position. So fair play. We've got a couple of people rushing out to collect their stricken karts on circuit, but we'll just give you a quick run through of your top 10 from that one. The X30 Senior Heat 2, obviously the first heat of the day so far. Lucas Ellingham took the win, as we said, with Christian Brooks there in second. Alex Johnston was third, followed by Jordan Brown, Harry Torpy, Vishal Patel, Thomas Byrne, Aidan Lynn, Kian Goel, and Remy Gilbert rounded out the top 10. But that's it for the X30 Seniors. I do believe we'll be moving on to our next heat, which is the first heat of the day for the Senior Max.
So, sticking with the seniors, but this time moving to the Rotax engine. Senior Max lines up like this, and there's a big grid, so get ready for this one. Pole position will be Luke Thurkettle. I'll figure that one out in a minute. Yeah. Luke Ringham in second place. Third was Tommy Edmonds, and fourth, Charlie Pinky. Those are the top 2 rows. Row 3, Elliot Barrell and Declan Russell. Row 4, Klaas Kuijke and Bentley Sims. Row 5, George Hunter and Jamie Mead. And row 6, Jamie Rogers and Benjamin Ballou. Row 7 is Sam Spinale and Chris Banderi. Row 8, Millie Hart and Joshua Burton. Row 9, Harry East and Max Lee. Row 10, William Young and Archie Elliott. Row 11, Samuel Cook and Scott Smith. Row 12, Harry Gibson and Alfie Brooks. Row 13, we're getting there, don't worry, Lewis Wild and Roddy Mansfield. Row 14 is Sam Light and Ryan Willis. And the final row will be row 15 of Jamie Perrelly and Luke Collins. Biggest grid we've had so far, 30 karts. Normally there are nearly 30 karts in every single grid, but obviously with so many different things going on this weekend, we see them slightly reduced, but it hasn't taken away from any of the action.
No, it certainly happens, and it certainly hasn't even. As you were saying during our paddock walk, it's actually quite nice because it allows for some drivers that maybe we haven't seen in the spotlight across these grids moving up into those higher positions and getting a chance to be properly there on the stream and racing for the top tier, the top 5, the top 10.
Which is vital experience as well. You need to be leading race, you need to be fighting at the front end if you ever have a chance to do it again, because you've gained the time, you've earned to be there while everybody's on the grid. You need to be able to have the experience to say, you know what, I'm confident, I've done this before, let's get cracking, because so many times you see drivers with nosebleeds in any formula, whether it's karting, cars, bikes or anything like that. And all of a sudden they have a reverse grid race and they're all of a sudden in the lead for the first 3 laps, and then they end up chucking it off or something. So, which is never ideal, because you want to see them do well. And so it's really nice and heartwarming to see drivers really pushing forward. There you go, Kart's getting out on circuit. We just had a little bit of a delay as we collected some of the karts, but nowhere near as big a delay as we had at the beginning of this stream. So if you have tuned in a little later and you didn't see the Honda Cadets, we had a big delay, about 40 minutes. So if you have tuned in to see a particular event, you're thinking, well, the senior maxes aren't supposed to be out now. That's probably why.
Yeah, that's definitely why. Also, I definitely want to give a quick shout out. I don't know if I've just been sleeping this entire stream. Wasn't that a new camera angle on the T1 that I've just seen? I'm pretty sure we usually have it behind the barriers inside of the circuit, whereas that was definitely, this camera was definitely from outside of the barriers. So this is a camera angle I haven't yet seen at this circuit before. But yeah, it looks beautiful from this angle. Exit of T1, T2 gives us a great look over that section of the circuit, and then that middle section with the straight in the centre as well.
It does
so
actually, doesn't it? And you don't get the sun in it now, which is delightful. So yeah, I want to see a bit more of that.
Definitely, definitely. Will be a point that we go to a lot, considering they're covering quite a number of different areas of the circuit. So yeah, one to watch out for. But yeah, we're going around again, as you can see from the marshal giving that lovely hand gesture to the drivers, a little spinning finger.
You half expect them to do a 180 and say "Sue" at the end of it, don't you? But luckily they don't, because that would be they look like maniacs.
Not everyone can be quite as cool as you.
Oh well, no. I mean, I am the level that people ambition to be.
He will be doing an autograph session.
Oh yeah,
straight come to the comms box. And,
for sure. For sure. No, luckily we don't have to talk about that or worry about that anytime soon, because we're getting some nice karts lined up on the circuit now. And I tell you what, when there's a lot of karts, it's a great sight, isn't it? And they do a fantastic job, the mechanics and everything, to make them look pretty bang on as well. So, as we mentioned, Luke Thurkettle, I'm going to go Thurkettle with pole position.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And second is 60 Luke Ringham. So 28 is Luke Thurkettle, 60 Luke Ringham. Let's see how they get on, as we are not racing. Oh, yes, we are racing.
I don't think so. No, I'm pretty sure I just saw the flag go out. A driver's still being very pushy around that. I'm pretty sure I saw the Battenberg, but let's watch as they go up into Christmas. Yeah, I definitely saw it. Yeah, still a couple of drivers taken to the grass on exit the first couple of corners there. But yeah, round again, chaps. I thought as soon as I saw them coming up to the start line, the first kind of 10 were looking great, but after that, not so much. Yeah,
I got a bit confused. I'm sure some of the drivers did as well, because on the gantry, it's flashed yellow, which means false start, basically. But then the timer started counting down, which it doesn't normally do if they're planning a false start, are they? But yeah, now Marshall's, again, trying to get them to play ball and slow down. But drivers are now trying to figure out where they were, because obviously we saw them get quite racy. They need to get back into their original grid order, which is it's never easy to leave drivers to do that themselves. It's a bit of a risk, really, because they're a bit hot-headed sometimes.
No,
generalisation.
Definitely not.
No, I know, but
no drivers in the Whilton Kart Club will ever possibly be hot-headed.
No, well, if you offered someone who started 7th and all of a sudden they find themselves in 3rd, they're going to take that 3rd, aren't they?
Yes,
let's face it.
They're not going to argue, are they? But here we go. Second time of asking. Let's see if the drivers can do it this time. We go to the lights. Let's go out, and no yellow flashing, so that should mean we're good to go. Through the first couple of corners with this new fantastic angle. Look at the speed they're taking through Oblivion up into Christmas corner. Drivers moving to the inside to make the defensive line stick. A couple of drivers braving it on the outside. What can they do? Is that a change to the lead? The 23rd goes for it. That's Tommy Edmonds through on Luke Thurkettle up into the lead. Luke possibly losing out another one. No, he's not. Down into the slow right hand of the middle section of the circuit. And it looks like, I'm going to say it again, that the drivers have made it through okay on lap 1. Nothing I can see in the back of the shot. No crazy mishaps going on for any drivers. Who's that? Number 60 getting squeezed out there. Was it the 60? Possibly. Yes, it was. Luke Ringham in the number 60 getting squeezed out wide and losing a position. And is that no, it's not. There's the leader out in front still, the 23 of Tommy Edmonds, as they come out to finish. Our first time in this one, there's been a crash at the final corner. What even really happened there? One driver just touched the grass, I think, then speared back on and took out the other driver. So we'll wait and see. Declan Russell hasn't come across the line to finish the lap, and Harry East was quite far down there as well, so I think it might have been those two involved in that one, but a strange crash there.
Yeah, to be honest, I was looking at my timing tower for the half second that crash occurred.
Of course, yeah.
Which is always the way, isn't it? There is a change for third position. I'm going to go ahead and guess because I can't quite see. Is that the number 49? No, it can't be the number 49 because there is no 49 anywhere near the front of the order. Lewis Wild has had a contact warning flag, which is obviously not ideal for them. But yeah, that is the number 49. So I'm not entirely sure because there's not a 49 on my timing screen.
Still a yellow flag at the final corner, though. I think because they went into the barrier, there might be some rebuilding needing to be done. If I could be cheeky and ask Darren to possibly give us a replay of that crash at the final corner, then that would be fantastic. Just to give you a look at it since you missed it. But it was an odd one. It was like the driver just dipped his right rear on, and as he tried to turn back onto the circuit, because he had no grip on the rear left, it just immediately went to the right and into the driver.
Yeah, no, very strange, wasn't it, really? I found the number 49. It's Jamie Rogers. Now, I don't think the transponder's working, which is really helpful, really, from our perspective, isn't it? So, wherever we see him, we're just going to have to input him into our timing system, basically. But leading the way is Tommy Edmonds with Klas Koika in second place. This is the battle. This is number 37, the fight for the top 7. Benjamin Ballou versus Jamie Mead, and then back to Chris Banderi. So, a couple of drivers moving around. A couple of drivers. There's been quite a lot to sort of take in over this race, even though it seems to have calmed down just a touch. Benjamin Ballou has actually made his way into 4th position. So I said it was the fight for 7th. It's actually the fight for 4th that I was looking at. And this is the fight for 2nd as the number 75 of Klas Koika just ends up off the edge of the circuit, manages to retake the circuit and stay in 3rd position. But Sam Spinale is now into 2nd. No, he's not, because that's the number 49 of Jamie Rogers.
That's our man.
Damn it.
Now his transponder's finally working, but it does say he's 2 laps down. However, has just set the fastest lap of the race at a 45.5, if that transponder is working correctly now.
Yeah, which means he's in 2nd place. So on the left-hand side, it'll still come up with Kloika in 2nd place. Ignore that. He is in 3rd with Jamie Rogers in 2nd.
Yeah, so basically everyone from 2nd downwards push down one position. Only your leader, Tommy Edmonds, is in the correct position. There's a move up into Christmas, 28, losing a position to the 99. That is Harry Gibson going up the inside of Luke Thurkettle, obviously our pole sitter, now down into 7th, I believe that is. Slightly out of position possibly on that start, but still doing well to hold on positions, and still 3 minutes to go to try and get the damage limitation done okay. And so we continue to follow them into the final section. The 97 now of Jamie Mead, who you recently mentioned, is now pressuring the rear end of that 28 car of Luke Thurkettle. As they come across the line to start another lap of this one.
They do indeed. It's getting really close, aren't they, with the camera angles, Spinale and...
it looks great.
It does, Benjamin Ballou. It's actually very helpful. Spinale, I think, ended up being overtaken by Benjamin Ballou into Christmas corner. So that will be a change for 4th position. Really quite hard to figure that one out. Yeah, I think that was the correct way of saying it, wasn't it? The number 97 is the car we're actually currently looking at, Jamie Mead. Then Chris Banderi and Jamie Perrelli are the 2 drivers behind him that are going very close to each other. But a nice long, sort of, quite a few gaps, but equally nice close racing, so we can sort of figure out who's who and where's where, but then every so often a little lunge here and there means it keeps it interesting.
Exactly, and I mean, this being one of our senior grids, this is kind of where you would expect for the highest level of racing to be. Saying that, doesn't always hold out that way, but we're seeing them being pretty good so far.
Yeah, theory in motorsport only goes so far, doesn't it? And that is the theory, for sure. There's an overtake here, and that's the 40 of Jamie Perrelli on the Luke Thurkettle, who only seems to be slipping down the order, unfortunately. Alfie Brooks into up ahead of him as well, taking advantage of that. But this is, as we were mentioning at the start of the programme, there is no qualifying. They get a front start, they get a back start, and they get somewhere in the middle as well. They sort of keep reversing it round to try and give everybody an even spread, shall we say. So someone who gets pole position in race 1 will probably be last place in race 2, as Thurkettle is still trying to defend here for his life by Chris Banderi, who's in the number 84 there. It's difficult to say which position obviously that is, but I think it's for 11th.
Yes, I think you're right. It's obviously a difficult position that he's in now, because you want to defend, obviously you want to hold the position, but then you've got so many cars behind that defending is going to mean you're losing time, and then they're going to catch up, and you might actually end up losing more position than if you hadn't have defended that initial one.
It's a nightmare, isn't it, really? And especially if you're in the middle of this little battle, and Thurkettle, unfortunately, is getting mugged here a little bit. He's Banderi, now Scott Smith has got past. All of a sudden, Lewis Wild and Ronnie Mansfield are lining up, and there we go. There already goes Scott Smith and Mansfield. As I say that, And then Thurkethel takes a trip across the gravel. That'll probably make him feel a little bit ill as well, which will never be very nice. I get car sick. I was the world's worst racing driver, I was. Made myself car sick. It was awful. Whenever I go off like that, it was terrible.
At least you had suspension in your car. These guys don't have anything. They're just bumping around on
Very true, but when you go around Brands Hatch GP and you're having to keep your tyres warm for 15 minutes of the safety car, my goodness, it doesn't make you feel good.
Sounds awful.
Yeah, it was, but I can't complain. I got to race around Brands Hatch GP, so there you
That's pretty nice.
yeah, exactly. So Tommy Edmonds still leading the way and putting in some quick times as well. 45.13.
Wow, that'd be an amazing time.
It would be a very good time. A tenth quicker, or 2 tenths quicker than Klaas Koike, but obviously that's not technically second position. Second position, I have to keep looking, is Jamie Rogers, who is setting 44.49. So Jamie Rogers actually is absolutely flying here, and we can't see physically, and we can't see on the timing tower because he's not on the timing tower, but I imagine they'd be quite close to each other now.
Yes, I think so. I think they're all being very quick at the front, but as you said previously...
There is Edmonds.
Yeah, indeed it is. These drivers, being the senior drivers, got some serious pace and have got incredible experience, especially around this circuit. If they've done Whilton Mill Kart Club for a few years, they will have done this circuit hundreds of times. So should be looking fine there. What have you spotted?
I think Jamie Rogers is actually in the lead of this race, which we haven't spotted. Because
we can't see it.
Because we can't see it. And, but yeah, no, it's actually Jamie Rogers leading this race, which is why Edmonds seems to be in a bit of a no man's land.
He is,
because look, there is the 49. Looks like a back marker on our timing system, but absolutely isn't.
Yeah. Here we go, onto the last lap then. And indeed, still Jamie Rogers leading this one. Ignore your timing. He is in the lead, and there he is, the number 49, putting an astonishing shift in this one to move up through the order. Where did he even start on the grid? He was 11th place on the grid, so moving up into the lead. Great pace from him, and one of the few drivers to be in the high 44s, along with just a couple others. But here we go, we follow through the middle section of the track, does Rogers. It looks like he should have more than enough space back to Edmonds to be able to take this race and take maximum points in their first heat of the day for the senior max grid of drivers, as here he comes through the final corner, and it is going to be Jamie Rogers who takes the win in this race. Tommy Edmonds there in second, with Klaas Koike rounding out the top three. And there's Benjamin Ballou going across the start-finish line. Harry Gibson just behind him. Then Sam Spinale, Jamie Perrelli, George Hunter, Jamie Mead and Alfie Brooks rounds out your top 10, with our 11th place driver, Scott Smith, actually setting the fastest lap in that one of a 44.89. But a less chaotic one, that one, but some good racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Kept us on our toes. Jamie Rogers, obviously, according to our time, it seems being 7 laps down, still taking the race victories, although he's very impressive. But yeah, good racing from all. A little bit calmer, as we mentioned just then, but that doesn't mean it was any less entertaining. It just means
Fernando Alonso.
just means that it's slightly easier from our perspective. Gave us a little bit of a breath, but we're going to go straight into the next race because we don't mess around here.
Here we are, then we move on to Heat 3 for the Honda Cadets. This will be the first time we've seen karts out for a second time so far today. On pole for this one is Mason Brooks with Charlie Wolfett alongside him. Then it's Zach Champney, Emerson McAndrew-Uren and Sebastian Clark rounding out the top 5. Then it's Luca Tuzio alongside Sebastian, Sergio Wirtz, Samir Poole, Rocco Shenton and Sebastian Jew just behind them. And 11th is Jaden Mead, alongside is Kai Clark. Then it's Finley Lyons, again, another one to definitely watch out for, with Oliver Majewski alongside. Then Callum Wilson, Ellis Bell, Charles Kitely and Harry Taylor. Then it's Charlie Warren and Oliver Spencer rounding out the top 20. Then Teddy Cooper and Sebastian Tuzio are just behind them. Alice Pullen-Memin and then Samuel Gamayo, Finley Hans and Max Gilman rounding out the 26 drivers. An interesting one, because we've got Finley Lyons and we've got Finley Hans, and then I know in a different grid we've got Finley Hines. So it makes it very difficult.
I was going to say, that is a bit of a merging of the names,
yes,
which does make it a bit difficult. Now, the advantage of obviously the Honda Cadets, obviously with the Heat 3, it feels like the first heat of the day, to be honest, for us, because we didn't really get much of a race in that first one, did we? If anybody was here, then props to you for sticking around, because we ended up, I think we started the stream, unfortunately with technical difficulties, meant we started the stream as the race went live. And then we were basically under a virtual safety car style thing, weren't we, for the entirety of the race. And we had 2 laps of racing that finished the race, and then all the karts had to stop out on circuit because there was an incident in the pit lane. So this, it feels like it was very interrupted. This feels like a fresh start for these drivers, and hopefully we see, all in all, a lot better race.
Yes, I do hope so. Hopefully no more stoppages after this one. But thank you. I've been offered some jelly babies in the comments box. I might have to take you up on that offer.
Well,
very shortly, mate.
I learned it off DJ, actually. It's a good way of sustaining the energy through the races.
Oh, okay. All the tips from DJ.
Got to get that glucose in.
Got to get it in. I've recently come around to jelly babies, actually. They're never really my favourite, but I quite like them now.
That is shocking. You're not allowed them anymore.
Oh. But one thing I do want to mention is, of course, as you said, we missed the start of this one. This being our only class that does a standing start. So
genuinely, that I didn't know that
well, there
until
you
you just said that.
This is our only racing that we'll be doing a standing start. Missed the first one earlier as we had a bit of difficulties, you saying, in getting the stream to go live. But we are here now, ready for their second heat of the day. So let's see how this one winds down. They're going to get gridded up pretty quickly. Get a quick good luck from their mentors, dads, brothers, mechanics, whoever's looking after you. And then we're going to get it underway pretty shortly, I think. With the marshals watching over at the front of the grid, just checking everyone's in their correct box. A couple of drivers getting a little pushback, just saying, no, get back in your box correctly, sir or madam. But yeah, hopefully we should be getting this one underway relatively quickly.
I would like you to bring the finishing results as well, but because of all that kerfuffle at the end of the last race, they haven't actually been 100% confirmed. We did get news that they were as they finished and as we read them out at the time, but they haven't been put on the system. Yeah,
so they then had to check all the nose cones after while the other race was still starting, and it was obviously all a bit disjointed, as we've said. But yeah, hopefully we'll be updated relatively shortly. So again, if you go to results.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC, that should all be up there very, very shortly for you to take a look at.
But already sort of nearing halfway through the heats, and well, apart from that first race, it's all been fairly clean and succinct, isn't it? Very efficient from WMKC here in Whilton Mill. Always a big thanks to our marshals as well, because they don't get enough credit. We always have to thank the Orange Army. And at this sort of slight lull that we've got here just before the Hondas get underway, we'd like to give them another big shout out for sure, because as I said, they're all volunteers, they're all doing an absolutely sterling job, giving up their weekends to come down and just allow us to race, basically, because if we didn't have them, we wouldn't be racing. And the fact that obviously they're doing it voluntarily is really just top draw from them.
Definitely, yeah, it's always fantastic to see them out, and as you say, without them, we literally couldn't do this. No. So, yeah, we've got to give them a shout out as they deserve in their fluorescent jackets.
Exactly, and we'd just be talking to no one at home then, wouldn't we? As well, just talking to ourselves, and we wouldn't have any racing to talk about.
We would. That's very true. I mean, we did have that for about an hour.
Well,
but,
we managed to find things to talk about.
We've just seen the ambulance.
Yeah, which I assume is this slight delay while the ambulance gets back into the right position.
Has had their workout cut out for them today so far, the ambulance crew, haven't they?
Yeah, they're earning their money, and to be fair, if anybody's worth the money around here at any race circuit, it's probably the medical crew, isn't it? Because you hope to not see them, but when you do, they're the most important people here.
Definitely, as here we go, underway for the second race of the day for the Honda Cadets. Good start from everyone, a little bit of jostling through oblivion, but all the drivers keeping it facing in the correct direction so far. Look at this, straight to the inside, all the front running drivers, and to be fair, most people through the field just trying to hold on to the position. As with these carts being slightly, a driver's out the cart, a driver is out of the cart, a few drivers off at Christmas corner, and let's cut away from that. We'll try and make sure that driver is okay. The number 50 of Sebastian Clark is out of the cart, so we'll wait and see, and I believe that's probably going to be a Battenberg. Nope, it's a red flag. Yeah. Red flag, the drivers will stop and get all the carts stopped on this short bit of track leading up to the start-finish straight, and we will just make sure that all those drivers involved in that one were okay.
Yeah, we're obviously at lunchtime hoping to get news of the driver from race 1 that was involved in the pit lane incident, but obviously now we'll be hoping to get news on this driver as well, fingers crossed as quickly as we can. We never like to see that, and did well to sort of cut away from the camera at that point. The drivers are going round to probably line up on the grid, because we might as well re-grid them, as there was less than a lap done. and only 35 seconds done on that race. So, yeah, it's never anything you particularly like to see. But as soon as we hear any news, we will let you know, sort of thing.
Yes.
And I was mentioning, obviously, the ambulance and the medical crew and the marshals doing a fantastic job, as they always do, and worth every penny that we spend on them. These are the reasons why, aren't they? Because the marshals were straight there, and they were straight to putting the red flag out. No messing about, stop the race, and safety first.
Definitely, definitely. I don't think that his car actually flipped over.
No.
I think it was just a contact that then the change of direction so quickly of the car just threw him from it. But I think we might have another bit of waiting period again.
We're going to have to find something else to think about, to talk about.
We are.
Yeah, we might do. Probably everybody's bored of our F1 chat as well, because everybody who tuned into the first Honda has already heard it.
Yeah.
It's all right. If this happened in the X30s or something, nobody would have heard it before.
What is going on? I think the Honda Cadets are cursed or something.
I know, it's not ideal, is it? And they're such young drivers, and sometimes that can mean inexperience.
Yes.
But I mean, even young drivers can be very experienced, sort of thing, and still have big incidents happen, can't you? You can see big incidents in any form of motorsport, and it doesn't mean that it was always the driver's fault. It could just be coming together. It could just be a complete accident thing, somebody touching the grass, I don't know.
Yeah, we only saw the aftermath, and we didn't see what caused it, so we can't give any sort of...
we don't even know what number the
that.
Kart was that was involved, which is a bit of a shame, because we would like to give you that information. But
updated it all. I definitely said it as it happened. I remember reading out the number, but I now cannot remember who it was. I believe... I don't want to speculate. I don't want to speculate. I remember it was number 50. It was Sebastian Clark who came out of the Kart in the number 50, but there were a few more drivers. I think there were 5 or 6 off up there, so I think a couple of drivers are going to have a little look over. But yeah, we got the stop the carts, turn the engines off, and then look, all the adults coming back out on the grid to assist. But I believe, as this might be a bit of a pause, we're going to stop for a short commercial break.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos. Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back racing. Well, we're not quite racing yet, but we will be sooner rather than later. Little Toad in the YouTube chat. Yes, one of the commentators has got ice cream. It's not
I've got
me,
an ice cream.
hence why I'm talking.
I've got an ice cream.
Because we expected we might have a couple minutes longer than we actually did. We saw the ambulance coming in and thinking, you know what? We might still have another couple of minutes, but we don't. So here we go.
I don't care, mate. If I see a Mr. Whippy, I'm getting a Mr.
Exactly.
Whippy.
John has his intentions, and he's not letting anything stop him. But we have a race to be commentating on soon, so he's going to down that, get brain freeze, and we're all going to have a good laugh about it. We will get news on the driver and on the stoppage, obviously, when we can as well. And these drivers are just out there on another sighting lap, so they're not racing, but obviously we will go from a standing start yet again. Something that actually at the first start caught me out, because I was expecting to go on another green flag lap, which is why I was talking about something other. I can't remember what else now. So the karts all line up, little last high fives and fist bumps from the mechanics and dads and girls and boys, and we can get ready to start going racing again here at Whilton Mill. So a couple of big stoppages, unfortunately both of them in the Honda cadets, which obviously is never ideal, but that's effectively the green flag is waved at the back of the field, even if it is just a blue clipboard, and we are racing with Mason Brooks on pole position. Remember, they number 48 with 95 of Charlie Wolfert alongside him in second. And as they cascade through oblivion, it's going to be, I believe, still Mason Brooks in the lead of this race. We can't quite see, because it's difficult to see their numbers as they come up towards Christmas Corner with the sunshine beaming down on them. A fantastic day for motorsport here at Whilton Mill. Weather is perfect. We're just hoping that the racing continues to be as well. I believe it's still Mason Brooks in the lead of this race. Again, struggling to see entirely on the actual numbers that's flying past us. The number 48, it is Mason Brooks, as we have a driver off on the side of the road. That's the 57 of Sergio Wurz? That would be a much better way of saying it. Yeah, that's why you're here, John. Fantastic. So 95 not being able to be held on to that second place. That's Charlie Wolfert slipping down the order as they go almost 3 or 4 wide through the final couple of corners. 61 on the outside, that's Zach Champney. And as we go across the line for the first proper time anyway, Mason Brooks leads the way. Rocco Shenton has actually moved 6 positions up into second place. Charlie Wolfert down into third. Kai Clark into 4th position, and there's still chopping and changing all the way down the field, but these are the top 4 going through Christmas Corner and now down into the midfield. As it looks like John is trying to balance his ice cream on his laptop. Just eat the ice cream, John. I don't want to see sticky keyboard.
No, I want to get back to the action, mate. This is fantastic. Rocco Shenton, definitely one to watch out for, and he's always at the sharp end of the grid. So it's great to see him getting a few extra positions on that opening lap. But nothing crazy like we've seen in previous races. Obviously, Honda Cadet seemingly having some sort of curse today with a lot of stoppages, but none quite yet, and just over 5 minutes to go.
Fingers crossed, touching wood and all the other superstitions, a spit over your shoulder. Oh, well, I would, but we're in an office, so I think I'll get frowned upon.
Yeah.
Shenton's actually moved into the race lead, actually, so there has been a change for the race lead. Mason Brooks hasn't been able to hold on to it. Charlie Wolfert's still in 3rd position, and there, in fact, is the fight for 2nd position, because look how far Rocco Shenton has managed to get up ahead of these 3 battling drivers of Brooks, Wolfert and Clark. Clark at the back end, and number 67 looking for an opportunity to take advantage and potentially Charlie Wolfert's aggression on his teammates. By the looks of it, Mason Brooks, and look at them, they're going side by side as they go through the infield, tap of the helmet, meaning try and work together. But like we discussed, John, it's not always that easy. As they slot at the inside goes Charlie Wolfert.
Probably not going to be too happy about that one as well, being his teammate. Mate, why didn't you listen to me? But clearly the number 95 of Wolfert thinks he is faster. The 48 looks for another move, but is in fact going to lose a position out, as when you don't go for a move, you get overtaken. That's what happens in karting. But I do want to give another shout out to Mr. Shenton, Rocco Shenton. You don't realise in these karts quite how difficult it is to break the train and break the toe in these. And the fact he's managed to do that and get 1.5 second lead already in this race is unbelievably impressive. And although these guys behind, fighting for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, are pointing forward saying, let's get him, I think that's, even at this stage of the race, still quite unlikely.
Yeah, I was going to say, less than 4 minutes to go. You're absolutely bang on the money in terms of it's difficult to break the toe, and to break the train, basically, because they have such little horsepower. Number 94 goes back past, that's Finley Lines. Finley Lines jumping up the order, obviously a semi-regular podium sitter on the Honda Cadets. So Finley up into that sort of battle as well. Rocco Shenton's leading the way, but this is the fight for second place. Wolfit, Clark, now Finley Lines, and then Mason Brooks. So keep an eye on it. By the looks of it, actually, Mason Brooks is slipping away a little bit, so might not really be his race to keep an eye out on. But these are still three teammates by the looks of it as they go into oblivion and over the start-finish line from what I believe is the fourth time. I will try and get that corrected because it's not on my timing screen actually, but I believe it is the fourth time, as we have a warning flag for Kai Clark, a contact warning. It might have something to do with the fact that he pushed one or two of his drivers through on the previous lap, meaning that he made his way up into third position. But one thing's for sure, John, it's not necessarily going to carry on being this orderly, is it? They're going to start getting their elbows out at some point.
No, I think so. It's been even less orderly than I would expect, to be honest, with it being three teammates. But yeah, as you say, getting into now just over 2.5 minutes left to go in this one. As the clock continues to count down, the racing will get more and more exciting, I think. And these guys will start to feel maybe, yeah, okay, that first position is a bit far away. Let's see who can get second and third and who's going to have to settle for fourth.
Just having a look at the previous lap times, and they are going about half a tenth quicker, maybe a tenth quicker than Rocco Shenton. So maybe there is an argument to be said that there's a potential chance at catching these guys. But to be honest, if they were going to do it, it'd probably be better using a little bit of the slingshot technique and using a little bit of the slipstreams to try and allow the driver at the back of this train to get the overspeed, to get it done without opposing him, without slowing him down, and then just keep doing that to catch up to the race leader. It is easier to chase than be chased, of course, but by the looks of it, they are trying to work together.
It is also easier said than done. I think there's a lot of this, isn't it? Trying to work it out together with you on track when you have no real way of communicating except hand gestures, really, that people often don't follow. So yeah, a bit of a difficult one for these three teammates, but continuing to follow, as you say. They dropped the gap down at all. I think maybe it was sort of half a tenth there, all about the same. So I think it's looking unlikely that Rocco is going to be challenged here at the front. But Wolfit, Clark and Lyon still following them. We've got this pack just behind. That's Oliver Majewski leading it currently, but being severely pressured by Emerson McAndrew-Uren there, trying to go for fourth place. Looked like he could go for a move down into the bottom there. Has he gone for it? No, he has not. Majewski still leading this group of four. But again, a similar situation to the guys in front. Do they attack? Do they try and follow and assist each other and try and get closer to the battle in front? I think at this point in the race, you could probably give up on that now and just start battling. Yeah,
I was going to say, I think this will probably be about the penultimate lap, and the 64 of Charles Kitely looks very interested in starting to battle on Mason Brooks, who obviously started this race on pole position. Hasn't really gone his way since then, but to be fair, still in a strong point scoring place, still within thoroughly within the top 10. So it's not exactly a bad race. It's not a bad finishing position. Oliver Majewski is very much under pressure from Emerson McAndrew-Uren in sixth place, but it's not really opening up just yet. The front, I'd say front end of the field. This is obviously the front end of the field, but the fight for second place is getting very hot and tasty now. 13 seconds left on the clock, which means this probably will be the penultimate lap of the race. We'll have one more as they cross the start-finish line for Rocco Shenton to complete, who's been, frankly, dominant since we've actually got this race finally underway. He's driven very well indeed. The gap's come down by a tenth or so per lap, but nothing really for him to get worried about.
No, that's all just to do with... well, I was going to say aero, but obviously no wings on these cars, but just the slipstreaming. That's what that does. It just means a few tenths a lap you're going to catch up, but out of the pack of the back of three from second to fourth, Finley Lines at the back of the pack does seem to be the fastest, dropping into the low 52s, but to be fair, all of them doing very similar, 52.84, 52.85, 52.89 as their best, so it's all going to stay very similar. It's just who can go for the dive bomb on the final lap. But we continue to watch this battle. The 40 seriously pressuring the 48 and goes into the back of them, into the slow right-hander there in the middle of the circuit. Who is that? That's Majewski having a little fight there. So 48 has gone through. That's Mason Brooks. So I think that's Emerson McAndrew as well with them. Is he? No, he's gone away. He's gapped these few, battling over those lower top 10 positions. But here is our leader, I do believe it is indeed. 86 of Rocco Shenton goes around the final corner, and as you say, a dominant finish to a dominant race there from Rocco. Fully deserved win there. Is it completely changed between the the top 4 there, from second to fourth, swapped around there. Finley Lyons, as I said, the fastest of the 3, got ahead on that final lap and took second place, followed by Kai Clark in third, and then Charlie Wolfett there in fourth. Emerson McAndrew Oren managed to gap the few karts behind him there, finishing in 5th, with Oliver Majewski in 6th. That was Mason Brooks, Charles Kitely, Charlie Warren, and Zach Champney rounding out the top 10. But after a bit of a stoppage, actually quite a good race in the end.
Yeah, and you mentioned hand gestures earlier on.
Yes.
I think there were some hand gestures by Charlie Wolfett there. I don't think anything that isn't age appropriate, put it that way, but maybe in the seniors we'd start seeing some other ones. But
yes.
We'd hope not, obviously. But Charlie Wolfett, yeah, we're not entirely sure what happened, but he didn't finish where he wanted, and he was keen to express his feelings out there on track, wasn't he, as they came across the line. So interesting to see if we ever find out what happened to that. And regarding the driver, obviously, in fact, actually, we can have a look at it. We might actually get a replay here of the final corner. So remember, Charlie Wolfett, sorry, it's not there. This isn't the replay. We're actually going to go to the next race. Apologies. And the next race is, well, sticking with the cadets, but this time going IAME. And on pole position is Cody Le Porterel. Second place, Enzo Buttarassi. Third place is Jacob Nairn and Aston Brown in 4th. That's the top 2 rows. Now we're going to have to go quickly because they're already out there on circuit. Apologies for hitting my mic just then. Row 3, Kian Amy and Max Wright. Row 4, Millen Tomlinson and Finley Hines. Row 5, Max Mason and Simeon Stone. Row 6, Zachary Brazel Shepherd and Max Ewell. So row 7, Levi McGrath and Levi Sangera. Row 8 is Manav Du and Isaac Barker. Row 9 is Arian Nair with Elliot Travis. Row 10, Katie Clark and Frederick Wood. And then row 11 is Otis Clearly and Isabel Banks. 22-car strong grid. And the reason why we rushed through it a little bit is because the karts are already out there on circuit. Obviously, we were trying to chase a little bit of time up after the first race. Now we're trying to chase up even more time after our second heat after the Honda Cadets. But by the looks of it, we're getting ready to go racing.
Does indeed. Yeah, I think we're about 45 minutes or an hour behind now, are we?
Yeah.
Behind schedule, something like that. So yeah, as again, if we mentioned previous times, if this is your first time tuning in, we are a bit behind schedule, so that's why you're thinking, oh, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be my son, my daughter, my brother's race, as someone spun it on entry to the final corner. As I was going to say, yes, might not be their race now, but it might be a little bit later. So let's see if it gets underway. No, yellow flashing lights, and we're going to go round again.
Yeah, I mean, there was an interesting line through the final corner there. Cody Le Porterel actually took the full racing line, rather than obviously sticking to the outside, which is where he should have been.
Yes.
He actually clipped the apex, which obviously is cutting up Jacob Nairn completely, who was supposed to be starting alongside him. He might have been thinking he was being a bit cheeky or clever there, but as we know, it's not allowed. And there could have been other reasons that this got restarted, to be fair, but I think a jump start was probably close to it.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think that's definitely fair. I think the driver spinning at the last corner probably didn't help.
That might also be a factor.
Probably didn't help, yeah. But second time of asking. Let's see if they can do it this time around.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Touch wood again.
All that sort of thing.
Let's see if we can do this.
So yeah, that's the 88, who's obviously Cody Le Porterel. He's on the outside in the green car, and then there's the 20 of Enzo Buttarassi, who we saw plenty of in the first race. So there we go, Cody giving a little bit more room that time, a little bit better. And we should be racing now, and indeed we are. There's no false start flags, so Cody Le Porterel has got into the race lead with Enzo Buttarassi in second place. Plenty of commotion going on further back, and it looks like as they go towards Christmas Corner, I thought Cody was going to defend. He hasn't. He's left the door open, and Enzo has taken that with a plum. So there's a change for the race lead as the 25, and Jacob Nairn is in third place.
It was a great little opening battle, wasn't it? A couple of drivers taken to the grass on exit of Oblivion, just trying to kind of avoid each other, all going out in anger at this start. It looks like we might get another change for second, not quite. The 25 of Jacob Nairn showing his nose cone there. Moves to the inside, and knows if he doesn't go for that move on the inside, he's going to have to cover off, because there's going to be lots of drivers behind him wanting to take the position, as they do. Here's a couple of drivers going for it. I believe that is the 57. It is indeed a Finley Hines, one to watch out for. Obviously, he was our winner of the first heat of the day, wasn't he? I do believe, if my memory is correct, he was our winner of the first heat, so he's already moving up through the field, up into third place, but Buttarassi still leading.
Yeah, it's actually very easy, as you mentioned in the previous race, to get the Finleys all mixed up, isn't it? But I think he was.
So many.
Yeah, I
so
think
many.
he was the winner of the first race. So I don't think Cody's going to have it all his own way, put it that way. The fastest lap of the race obviously goes to Enzo Butterazzi on that opening. Not entirely surprising. He was the only one with clear air at the for most of it. With Kart off on the outside of that slow infield section there. We can't see the number just yet.
It said 74 on it, I'm pretty sure. But we've got one TX number, so it doesn't look like they pulled off though, does it? So maybe it was 14. Could have been Iron Navia in the 14.
Plenty of guesswork, isn't there?
Getting pushed away now, aren't they? So,
yeah, so
nothing to worry about.
At the moment, we're actually looking at Aston Brown leading this little battle with Max Ewell, Max Mason, IAME also involved in this one. So as we come across the line, we'll be able to tell you the official order that they're all in before we start really focusing on it. And it's Max Ewell leading them in 5th position. So it's a fight for 5th with Max Mason just behind. And then that's the number 25 of Jacob Nairn, who's got the 68 of Levy McGrath, who obviously did well early on. Levy McGrath going up the inside at Christmas Corner and getting that job done and dusted there, but he's now got to obviously focus his sights further forward. Enzo Butterazzi and Finley Hines, I believe, may have changed positions, actually. I could be wrong, but I believe Finley Hines might be in the lead of this race.
You were correct.
But hey,
there he is.
First time for everything.
Taking the lead. I was actually incorrect previously. Finley Hines did not win the first race. It was Max Mason who won the first race. Finley was in second.
That was it, yeah.
So
he did a good job, though, didn't he?
He was very good coming up through the field and did a fantastic job. But Max Mason, our winner of our first heat, currently sat in 6th position. So another one to watch in this big gaggle of karts.
Yeah, Max actually led pretty much all the way through, didn't he? Which is unusual. But good teamwork and good defending from him meant that he did actually cross the line in first place. However, Finley Hines was obviously just charging through the order and was another great story of that particular race. This is a great race, though, which has all its own stories. As we're looking, it was IAME and Levi McGrath, who obviously I think finished in 3rd position, was Levi McGrath in the first race. Still stuck in 7th place, but you never know, that could change. We've still got 4 minutes to go in this particular heat. And obviously, all the points will be added up and all the grids will be sorted out for the final a little later on. These guys were supposed to be in split grids, I believe. Actually, no, that might have been the Honda cadets were supposed to be in split grids. Yeah, it was supposed to be. So these guys will just have the simple down-the-wire finals, with Levi Sangrea getting a bit of a warning flag there.
It makes it easier for us, at least.
Oh, yeah.
With the heat system, not thinking about the split BNA final and all the difficulties of that. Straight to one final, and winner takes all in that. But here we go, on to another lap of this one. I will just give a quick shout-out to Manav Dew, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, was leading the novices previously in the last race, finished 7th on the road and the leader of the novices, in which we have a lot here. I think we had 9, I want to say, 8 or 9. And Manav is again leading the novices in this one in 13th position on the road currently, so doing a great job.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a class that you would expect to see quite a few novices, isn't it? As that's the number 71, Max Mason, again giving it the old helmet tap. It worked for me in race 1. Might work for me in this one, but it's a bit of a different situation now. He's in a fight rather than leading a race. And there we go, he's trying to do it again. And once again, it's ignored as he cuts across the number 68. He goes up the inside of the 75.
Switch it back, yeah, there you go.
Trying to get the switch back. Again, they're going 3 wide. We've seen that go badly. But Max Mason comes out on top.
Yeah, he's done well there. It was a tough one because he's trying to say, let's work together. I know I've got the pace here. I want to move forward. But McGrath, Levi McGrath, is right behind him. He was also very fast as well. So a difficult one of like, please work together with me, but equally, I know you're really fast. So maybe he wouldn't have given the hand gesture to a driver he knew he was much faster than. But with Levi, he'd rather work together and move forward. But now it is him leading this train of karts, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken. It is indeed, yeah, Mason leading this train of 4. And there you go. There is Levi McGrath up the inside. But is he going to get retaken? He is indeed. He could actually lose out of position over all this. The 46 looks for it, squeezes him out wide, and is going to take it. Levi cuts across the grass and rejoins the circuit, luckily unscathed, but now at the back of this group of 4 when he was going for 2nd of this group of 4.
Yeah, it's quite astonishing. This entire battle, by the way, Max Mason leading, is actually for 4th position. The top 3 have already gone through, and you can see them.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. I just saw them come across the time screen, and they're basically exactly the same time. And they've got 0.08 between the top 2, and then 0.35 between the top 3.
Yeah, it's astonishing, isn't it? And that is go-kart racing down to a T, really. Max Mason, who had a little bit of a gap, has no longer got a gap because his named compatriot, Max Ewell, though, in the number 75, is really on the back bumper now and is starting to put a lot of pressure on Mason, who'll probably be tapping his helmet soon, saying, let's work together, trying to chase down the top 3 I don't think he's got much hope in that one because they're a long way ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say it's less severe than the Honda Cadets, but still with these these lesser powered karts, once those trains are broken, it is difficult to reconnect them again unless the leaders really start battling, and I don't really think there's enough time for that. 2 seconds splits Patrol and Mason, so as you say, looking unlikely for that to close up.
Levi McGrath is actually the driver with the fastest lap of the race, isn't he? 52.6. Very impressive, about half a tenth quicker than our current leader, Finlay Hines. So there is time out there to be gained no matter where you are on the circuit. But actually, if you look right at the front, Enzo Butterazzi is very, very interested in Finlay Hines' first position. Cody LaPaturelle, if I'm saying that right.
I don't think we are.
I don't think we are, but I'm enjoying saying it, though. I'm enjoying saying it, so I'm going to carry on unless someone tells me otherwise. But we'll call him Cody for now.
That's my usual go-to.
Yeah, the number 88. Just dropped off the back of him, basically, at the top 2. And not by a significant margin, not by so much that I think Max Mason's going to have an easy drive up to the back of him and a casual Sunday drive around the outside of him. But it's not exactly a race-winning position that he's currently in. However, these two certainly are. So we're going to be going on to the final lap of the race. And look at that, Finlay Hines wrenching his neck over. They are like owls, aren't they? That must be in the Carter's training diary throughout the week, is neck flexibility, because they do really lean all the way over.
They do indeed. Look at him going to the inside to defend. 20's going to try and get the switch back as Butterazzi. He's got a great run through those sets of corners, so he's going to try and look for it down to here. Not quite got enough overspeed there. Hines moved to the inside to defend it, but did not need to in the end. Butterazzi not with quite a good enough overspeed to make it happen. He looks right into the left-hander, though. He's going to put his nose there, but it's not going to happen. Hines able to carry the speed through on the left, and that loss of momentum could mean that could be all over for the lead battle here between these two. As we go down into the boot, can he make anything happen? No, it's not gonna come about, I don't think, unless he gets some overspeed through here. But no, Finlay Hines looks behind him, knows he's got it covered as they come through the fast right-hander. Hines is going to take the win of this heat. I thought he took the win of the first one. He was P2. This one, he makes it stick with P1. A great race there.
You were clearly just predicting the future.
Clearly, yeah, that was it. Yeah.
You just had that great an insight. Finlay Hines taking that victory, doing very well. Cody, which I'm just going to call him Cody, starting on pole position, still gets a podium, which is impressive in its own right.
Race.
Max Mason, obviously starting quite a lot further down in this particular heat. I'm just trying to find him on my sheet. I do remember him. In fact, 9th place. Yeah. Ended up coming in 4th, so a good drive. Max Ewell actually just behind Max Mason, ended up putting the fastest lap of the race right on that last lap. So top 10, Finlay Hines, Enzo Butterazzi, Cody, Max Mason, Max Ewell, Kian Amy, Levi McGrath, Aston Brown, Max Wright, and then in 10th place is Jacob Nen. Leading the novice category is Manav Dew, who did get a contact warning, but nothing to write home about. So that was the IAME Cadet Heat 3. The next time we'll see them will be in the finals this afternoon, or after lunch at least. I believe we're going to be going straight into the stinger for the next race.
Indeed, we are. Minimax Heat 3 will be coming very, very shortly, and here are the grids for that race. Benjamin Gordon lines up on pole. Alongside him is Michael Dalton. Then Joshua Turnbull, Charlie Neve, Victor Hansen and Owen Neve rounding out the top 6 there. I will say Charlie Neve and Owen Neve with slightly different spelling, so not a relation there. Noah McNichols is there in 7th, then Joshua Smith, Liam Barlow and Charlie Gregory round out the top 10. Then it's Jonas Climas, Lucas Blanford, Luca Brooks, Riven Welsh and Mikey Walker round out the top 15. Then it's Nathan Traverse, one to watch for sure, from 16th. James Sherrington, Thomas Ingram Hill, Lucy Wilden and Ben Simpson round out the top 20. Then Josh Salvadori, William Webb, Matthew Grove, Ethan Carney, Albert Wilton and Zach McDonald rounding out your full grid of 26 drivers for Heat 3 in Minimax, which will be their last heat, I do believe, before they go to their final later on this afternoon.
Indeed it will be, and we're not entirely sure when those heats and those finals will come up, because obviously the schedule has been somewhat thrown out the window because of the earlier incidents. But we know the race order. If you want to have a look at the race order, check out the descriptions in the link. The links in the description below. But right now, we can't give you any estimates on time.
So I believe in the description is the live.alphatiming.co.uk/WMKC link. But if you change live to results, then that'll just give you all of the running, the race orders and everything. And if you just go to results.alpha timing anyway, you can see the results of basically every series in the country ever. So it's a good place to be if you're interested in karting, you want to see how people are doing, and you can spot even as well for the events that, as we mentioned earlier, there are a few drivers here, big names in some of the championships that are not here today. Because they're racing in other championships, you can then go on to Alpha Live timing or Alpha timing results and see how they're getting on in those other series.
Yeah, because there is plenty going on, as you said.
There's a lot.
The busiest weekend for Alpha Live ever. And if you're watching this on YouTube, then you can see just how many of the other series that are currently live as well. So plenty to get your teeth sunk into around the country here with Alpha Live. Bit of weaving, hopefully no spinning.
Your favourite?
Yeah, I know. One of my pet peeves in karting, but they clearly, it G's up the drivers probably more than it G's up the kart.
Yeah, I think so.
But with the number 44, Michael Dalton on pole position, on second place, we might have... Yeah, it is Michael Dalton. Yeah, in second place.
An interesting
and
start,
we are going to be rolling start.
Yes.
Apologies, I thought Dalton was on pole position then, but he wasn't.
No, it looked like our pole man, Benjamin Gordon, pulled over to the racing line a bit early there, I want to say, far before the start-finish line.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was so confused with the grids I was reading out. I wasn't actually looking at the screen, so luckily it is a full start. But yeah, so we'll be able to have to get this going yet again. The marshals stood on the circuit there bravely, I would say, because they didn't look like they were keen on slowing down. They are going to have to slow down, obviously, now and re-establish themselves in the correct order. But yeah, we're not having much luck in terms of first-time goings, are we, here today? It's
no.
Drivers are getting a little bit too carried away sometimes.
Yes, it is always good practice to have multiple starts, but yeah, it does hold up our day schedule a little bit, so we'd like them to start getting on with it, and it looks like that's what they're about to do as you pull up for the second time of asking. Let's get this one underway. Minimax Heat 3 is a go. We've got a spinner already at the start-finish straight, just off camera there, almost at the entrance, or sorry, the exit, should I say, of the pit lane. They're not going to be carrying on, but the rest of the grid will be as they ride up to Christmas Corner. Going 3 wide, 4 wide in the background. Another driver getting on the grass, trying to get it stopped before the apex, so that's the difficulty. I think he's hopefully just about done that okay. No one going off in the background that I can see, but look at that. Our leader taking quite a bit of time already out at the front. I can't quite pick out who it is. I don't think it's our pole man, but I could be wrong. I think it's Michael Dalton, isn't it? It is indeed number 44. There's our 22-man of Benjamin Gordon just slightly further back. I think he's dropped down to sort of 5th or 6th position. There at the front of another package, we've got a spinner in the background. That's the 27, is that? That's Thomas Ingram Hill having a little spin in his Lando Norris kart. Going to rejoin, though, with no damage done, so that's always good.
Yeah, so as the 110 slips past the 50, we'll be able to figure out who that is in due course because they're about to come across the line. And it was Josh Salvadore and Charlie Gregory swapping positions then. So obviously the 110 of Josh Salvadore, very strong in the heat earlier on.
There was just a move for P2 as well, mate. Victor Hansen is now up into P2. I believe Owen Neve also followed them through. They did indeed. So Michael Dalton now down into P4.
Joshua Turnbull has surprised us slightly because I thought it was Dalton that was in the lead of this race. And we were completely wrong.
You're right.
It was Turnbull who's by far and away the leader now. So the number 83 is pulled away somewhat. And we're actually looking for the fight for 5th position, I think. No, 2nd place. That is Michael Dalton versus number 18. Which
That's Owen Neve. I think this is for 3rd. So, or do we have some... No, there we go. That's updated correctly now, hasn't it? Yes, it is. So it's Victor Hansen who was in 2nd.
There you go, yeah.
It was Neve and Dalton battling there for 3rd. But you said already, Turnbull, very impressive. We didn't even notice it was him. He was so far ahead. And now, yeah, 2 seconds in the lead. So looking to be commanding this one already, and there's still 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, exactly. It's I'm going to be interested to see what the gap is by the end of it. And Owen Neve and Michael Dalton, though, very, very close to each other. There is the number 18. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, of Owen Neve. I don't know why I keep missing the number 18 of Owen Neve in 3rd position. It shouldn't be looking too far down. It's not surprising to see him all the way up there. Michael Dalton looking to the inside through the boot. It's not going to happen just yet. I'm sure Neve will be keen to try and catch up to Victor Hansen rather than have to mess around holding on to his podium position.
Definitely, and as you go into the boot there, yeah, it can be quite a nice place for a move and a little block pass on the right-hander, but if you can't make it stick, you then lose all of the time going around the right-hander, around the final corner right-hander, then all the way down and through Oblivion, because that all links up with each other. So if you can't make the move stick, you're going to lose half a second to a second just trying to get yourself back up to pace through that section of the track, and Dalton has found just that, slipping just off the back of Owen Neve, and now he's got Charlie Neve right behind him.
Yeah, there's no respite, is there, once you start losing a little bit of time, and Dalton is certainly finding that, because it's not only Charlie Neve, it's Josh Smith as well in the number 15, who's there ready and raring to go and to take advantage. And then I say you don't get any respite. To be fair, there's quite a while until you see Lucas Blanford, who, remember the name from the previous heat, was a bit dramatic. I think he was leading the race for a long time, and then he ended up losing the win against, I think it was Josh Turnbull who took the victory last time, or Nathan Traverse, one of those two. We'll be able to find out in a couple of minutes' time, as though a change for between 15 and 60. That's Josh Smith getting up ahead of Charlie Neve.
It was actually Josh Turnbull.
I thought it was Josh Turnbull.
He took the win, yeah. So leading again in this one, so not exactly unexpected out there in the lead, is it?
No, not at all, I would say. Smith has overtaken, obviously, number 60 of Charlie Neve, so that's a change for 5th position. However, I don't see where Michael Dalton is up ahead of them, unless he's become a victim to their overtaking manoeuvres. This is for 2nd place. That's Victor Hansen, who's gotten ahead of Owen Neve now. So there has been a change for 2nd, as we now look back again at the 5th place. And the producers really liking to throw us off course. It's quite hard to follow, really, because there's so many different battles that are out there on circuit. This one's for 2nd place between Victor Hansen, Owen Neve and Michael Dalton. And just behind them is Josh Smith and Charlie Neve. So the Neves are confusing me, the drivers are confusing me. It's all going Pete Tom.
It's all good, mate. You're here and we're enjoying it, don't worry. Yeah, Josh Turnbull, to be fair, with his... I'll go back and check how he did yesterday, but his rear start, last race, 22nd on the grid, won the race. Yeah. His front start now, 3rd on the grid, is currently winning the race. I think he's in pretty good stead to be on the pole for the final, isn't he?
Yeah, he's one to look out for, I think, isn't he? And it's no surprise that obviously he's leading this one from anybody who's probably used to watching the Mini-Maxes here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. He's certainly a force to be reckoned with, and on the finals we would expect to see him right at the sharp end, shall we say. No real sort of changes here for 2nd place just yet. Victor Hansen, Owen Neve and Michael Dalton sort of settling themselves in, maybe weighing each other up. It is worth obviously noting, just to stick behind a driver for a lap or two, see where they're weak, see where maybe you'd be a little bit stronger, or even if you just take advantage of lunging up the inside, even if you don't think you're stronger ultimately through that section of the corner, section of the track, sorry, just to put them off more than anything.
And this is another one of our grids where we've had a bit of a change-up of who we're seeing at the front due to the fact that there's so many events going on this weekend. Our top 3 in this championship, Noah Wolf, Zach Green and Harrison Whitcomb, none of them are here today. So the next up, 4th place, 5th place and 6th place in the championship, Josh Turnbull, Nathan Traverse, Josh Salvadori, and then you've also got like Victor Hansen, and you've got Ingram here, you've got Dalton, all these lot who are kind of battling in the top 10 of the championship, but maybe haven't really seen the top 3 too much this season, and now right up there winning races and having a good time. So yeah, I think Josh Turnbull is one of the few other drivers not in the top 3 who's actually here today, who's actually got a race win already.
Yeah, exactly. It's a rare occurrence, isn't it, by the looks of that championship standing. So you got to take advantage when your competitors aren't there and haven't come to play. You've got to try and push your advantage. You've got to try and take as many points as you possibly can.
Definitely. I've just seen on this as well that Josh Turnbull did win the first heat yesterday as well. So he's on for the triple, and then if he wins the final, he's on for the quad as well.
Perfect weekend for him.
That'd be pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. So fair play to Josh. Still out there in the lead, 2.1 seconds separating him and Victor Hansen in 2nd. But that battle behind 2nd, 3rd, 4th is still absolutely raging on.
Yeah, this is the fight for 5th position, I think. It's Charlie Neve and Joshua Smith. So Neve ahead of Smith, but Neve running a little bit wide there. Maybe a few clues that he's feeling the pressure just to touch, and I think this is going to be going on to the final lap. So this is the penultimate lap, and as soon as Josh Turnbull crosses the line, which he's done now, there we go, last lap board appears at the top of your screen, and there is Josh Turnbull. Confidence personified, probably very smooth. He got a 2-second lead and he hasn't really looked back, but look at, well, if you do look back, Owen Neve and Victor Hansen have swapped position for 2nd place, and it's still raging as Owen Neve into 2nd. Victor Hansen's having to hold off on Dalton. Dalton looking around the outside. Hansen defending into that infield sector. Owen leaving calm enough to have a little bit of a play with his engine, but up the inside there goes Dalton. He's not going to hold that, I don't think, as Hansen still on that inside with a lovely cutback manoeuvre. He's going to hold on to this third position, bottom step of the podium. Although Dalton around the outside into the boot, this could be sensational to try and get podium, but he's gone wide, and he's gone off, and he might actually lose fourth position. He is going to not lose fourth position. He's going to come across the line in fourth. Josh Turnbull took the victory. Owen Neve in second. Victor Hansen in third. Michael Dalton fourth. And the top five, well, do the top six. Charlie Neve and then Josh Smith.
That was a good end.
I know, yeah, very exciting towards the end.
That's a great racing between those two.
You felt the tension building through the race.
He did, yeah. You could see he was going to go for it. I was pretty impressed around the outside into the boot. It's always a tough one. Then got it stopped for the right-hander, but then took a bit too much speed through the middle of the corner and then ended up on the bit of mud/grass on the outside.
Yeah, I think he hit the curb or something on that right-hand side, didn't he? Which just pretty much just sends you off, especially if you hit it at the wrong angle. So, yeah, very exciting though. I love an ambitious manoeuvre for the Minimaxes. They're good fun, aren't they?
Final lap, you've got to go for it.
Oh, why not?
You have to go for it.
Why not? I mean, they are just heats at the end of the day. The final is probably, well, I say it's where it counts, but obviously you score points in heats, don't you?
So you do score points, but you score double as many points basically in the final, so that's where it matters. But yeah, what a good end to that one, and we're going to move swiftly on to our next race. Here we go then. For Junior Max, heat number 3, Mikey Porter is starting on pole with William Rea just alongside. And it's Sam Baker and Oliver Kerr on row 2. Then Arthur Thacker is there in 5th with Ross Tyler in 6th, Tristan Bernard in 7th, Jez Williams in 8th, and it's Jensen Weston in 9th and Alfie Bray rounding out the top 10. After them, it's Murphy Aldridge, Daniel Sabula, and it's Reg Hayward, another one to definitely watch on this one on 13th, with Bobby Rozier, Mac McFarquhar, Zaki Hussein, Jacob Jukes, Spencer Brougham, George Donald, and Miles Dawn round out the top 20. Then it's Holly Mile, William Pemble, Ewan Thomas, Ollie Stevens there in 24th, and Harry Linden, Oliver Sander, Mikey Theo, and Benny Chilton rounds out the 28 drivers in this Junior Max Heat 3.
Delightful. Plenty of drivers to be keeping an eye out on, obviously. There they are going through Christmas Corner. I have to say, we've said it a few times, but the weather's really held up for us today, hasn't it? And it's been a bit of a simple, it's made things simpler, I would say, for the mechanics and the drivers out there. They obviously just have to deal with the same conditions, try and get the grip in the car and find the perfect setup for this day. But obviously, if there is a lot of changeable conditions, that can be really very difficult. We are going to go for another lap here just to allow all of the karts to get warmed up, all the drivers to get sort of bedded in, and then obviously lined up halfway through the next lap. But Mikey Porter on pole position, but he won't be unopposed for long, shall we say, because obviously the likes of Zaki Hussein starting all the way down in 16th, and you said about Reg Hayward in 13th as well, and Harry Linden all the way down in 25th, and we saw how quick Harry Linden is. I'm excited to see his progress through the rest of this race.
Definitely, definitely, and hopefully we can get it started first time of asking.
Fingers crossed.
That's the main one. Let's see if
they are leaving it quite late to line up, though, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah, just doing it down the back straight. Hopefully they can all get it sorted. As you can see, lots of karts still filing through in the background. Going to join this big pack. Drivers getting it very sideways on the warming up of the tyres. Bit of weaving. Just got to watch out for that.
Well, if the driver next to them, obviously, is the one who's got to look out for it, really, because if they decided they wanted to weave, then we are in trouble, aren't we? But they've all calmed themselves down as we go through the boot. So the 41 William Ray is the driver that's currently on the left of your screen, and then obviously on pole position, Mikey Porter in the 54 car, as they round the final corner, is going to get this race underway, and he's gone very early, I would say. And to be fair, it's worked for him. We are racing. Mikey Porter leads the race. In third place, Sam Baker is actually lined up in third. I think he's in second now as they go up towards Christmas Corner. And there we go. They're going through Christmas already. A huge bunch of drivers towards the rear end of the field. But I think it is Mikey Porter who leads this race.
That was a great start from all the drivers, doing very well. I saw a couple of cheeky moves around the outside there at Christmas, going to try and pick out who the drivers were in that one, but no calamities or any drivers just yet. Try not to commentators curse them, and now there's going to be a huge crash. But drivers just making sure they're doing all they can to get maximum speed down the straight there. We're already seeing to see a slight breakaway at the front there with this huge group of karts battling just behind them. Again, no one going for any crazy moves. Still just over 6 minutes left to go in this one, so no need to absolutely go for a dive bomb at this point just yet in the race. But drivers making it through well, as here we go. Move for the lead it's going to be. Mikey Porter is going to lose out one, if not two positions here. And that's Sam Baker is that up into the lead. William Ray now behind them in second. Mikey Porter had set that fastest lap on the first lap, but makes sense considering he went over the start line first. Means he's going to probably have done it in the least amount of time. But here we go, just ending our second lap of this one with a new race leader.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be not the simple race that a few of the drivers at the start of the front were hoping for. And as they come back across the line in the next lap, we'll give you a bit of an update on some of the protagonists that we were talking about, specifically the likes of Harry Linden in the 07 kart, the number 7. But as I said, Sam Baker leading, William Ray in second place, Mikey Porter and Murphy Aldridge might actually be swapping positions to go towards Christmas corner, and indeed they are. So the 70, in fact, that's the 73 of Reg Hayward getting past Jez Williams, so Hayward already up into 6th.
Indeed it was, yeah. Reg always one to look out for moving up through the field, and is again in this one. Yeah, I saw him putting a couple of moves on earlier in the lap as well, so moving up very nicely, and there he is trying to catch on to the back of the leading pack, which is now here. A slight gap between second and third, so Mikey Porter was leading this race just a lap or two ago, now sits in third and is slightly creating a gap between the leading two of Sam Baker and William Ray. Will they begin to work together as Mikey Porter loses another position at the end of that lap, moving down to fourth? Murphy Aldridge now up into third, and Reg Hayward, as we mentioned, setting the fastest lap of the race on that one with a 45.6, as there's a move for second place, I do believe. 26 of Murphy Aldridge up from fourth to third, now third to second.
Linden's also up from 25th to 16th, I believe, so with 4 minutes to go, I wouldn't write him off for a top 5 position, but it's going to be quite hard. He probably hasn't managed quite as many positions as he was hoping for. The number 26 of Aldridge then going very quickly indeed. I mean, I think he was setting some very quick laps earlier on, and no surprise to see him into second place. Sam Baker, at the moment, has been unopposed for the past 2 laps. That could all change, and as they come across the line, you can see that the top 2 are actually pulling away slightly. Yeah, and it's been a change for that top 2 as well. Aldridge now into second, and as you say, now both of them two sort of working together and pulling away. Just behind them, William Ray now leading the group of 4, as there's been a move there. I think that's Reg Hayward moving up into, I want to say 6th, but I thought he was already in 6th. So we'll have to take a look at that, but maybe a little changing position between him and Jez Williams maybe, and then a re-overtake on that lap. But Reg Hayward did in fact go even faster on that last lap, a 45.36 to end that one. So definitely one to watch out in the back of your shot. He's not messing around, is he? He's fully dialed into this particular race. Linden's made up his way another 2 positions as well. He's into 13th, so probably not as the progress he needs to try and fight for these positions. But the more that these guys fight, the more opportunity there's going to give him. That's the number 41. Not entirely sure who the number 40. No, it's number 41. But he's been overtaken by the 54 of
William
Mikey
Ray,
Porter.
but his transponder's clearly stopped working,
yes,
so he's definitely still in the fight there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, William Ray, I was thinking we've had one disappear, and that's the reason why his transponder, has decided to give up the ghost, shall we say. And by the looks of it, he's slipping down the order anyway quite substantially, because that's Reg Hayward going through. What are your ones to watch earlier on, John? Well, he's into 4th position. There's every opportunity he could be fighting for a podium place by the halfway through the next lap. Definitely,
I'd be very surprised if he wasn't on the podium in this one, now leading that group of, what's that, 6 or 7 karts now, with just the top 3 ahead of him. So let's see what they can do. 2 minutes left in this one. We're going to see a move there, one of the Alonso karts up the inside, the 222. That's Mr. Ollie Kerr sending one at the inside and getting another position. I believe up into 6th now, I think that is, as we see him move slightly further ahead as well. Lots of chopping and changing. We've seen all this lot. I think Reg Hayward might have made up another place there as well. Who's he now in front of? Yeah, the 54, Mikey Porter. He is indeed. So Reg Hayward up into the podium positions now. 3rd place. All he has now is 2 ahead to chase down. Still, I think, one of the fastest out there, but actually Harry Linden, who you were talking about, has gone fastest 45.16 on that last time around, moving him up into 11th place and possibly even further up at the end of this lap. Let's wait and see as they come through. He does indeed get one extra place up into 10th. The driver ahead of him, Daniel Sabula, actually fastest lap now, 45.07, but back to the front we look.
Yeah, and we're actually looking at Oliver Kerr, who's got a little bit of company from Jez Williams behind him, but obviously he's trying to hunt down the likes of Mikey Porter ahead of him. So a little battle, but equally, I mean, we could go through two corners and all of a sudden some of the drivers are there closer, some of the drivers have dropped away, but here comes the number 8 of Jez Williams trying to rub alongside Oliver Kerr, and I think that's going to just hurt both of them, to be honest, because flying through the order is the 1-3-1 of Zach Hussein, who decides, you know what, if you're going to fall over each other, I'll just jump over you both.
Yep, just waiting in the wings there, wasn't he? Waiting for them to make a mistake. They did. He moves up into 5th position, jumps them both. Ollie Kerr now 6th, Jez Williams now 7th. With 43 seconds now on the clock to go as they head up into Christmas. Look at that move. He moves to the inside. Luckily, the 41's just able to hold it together. That was definitely an interesting one. Of course, William Ree, our transponder lacquer of out there on circuit, loses another position and just about manages to keep it on track, to be honest. So fair play to him. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I keep losing William Ray as well. So it's quite hard as well to figure out where he is, especially when he's in a lovely little train like he is at the moment. So I'm sure he's enjoying himself, but we're not quite enjoying his lack of technological advancement, put it that way.
They're just going to get over the line, I think. They are indeed. So we're going to get 2 more laps of this one, 2 more laps. Yeah,
Rach Hayward right already onto the back of second place man Murphy Aldridge, who's had a fairly quiet race of this one, but you can see the top 4 really going through Christmas Corner. Mikey Porter hasn't been dropped, I think it's fair to say. You know, so it's still looking like it's hotly contested for those podium places. This is the penultimate lap, not the final lap, so they've got that extra opportunity to catch each other up and start weighing up a move, maybe taking some drivers offline here, there and everywhere. Confirmation that Jez Williams has gotten past Oliver Kerr as well on that previous lap. And is this the fight a little bit further up? That's the 73. So this is the race-leading fight. The top 3, or 2nd and 3rd, are currently in your shot. And there's the top 3, there's the top 4.
Onto the final lap we go. What can Reg Hayward do here? He's been chasing down these boys for the rest of the race. Can he send a move here? Aldridge checks over the right, checks over the left, moves to the middle of the track to cut him off and does so well. Gets heavier on the brakes, but Reg Hayward's going to try and link up a move back round the outside, gets a good overshot. Can he do anything to the right-hander here? You know he's planning for it, but no. To the inside goes Aldridge. Defends that 2nd position. I think they've both given up on the lead now. Sam Baker looks like he's going to take this one through the middle section of the track. Can Reg look for a dive onto this left-hander? No. Another great bit of defensive driving from Aldridge. He's holding him off well, and that's allowing Mikey Porter to get back involved. He's going to switch it back, though, down the inside. He goes into the boot. It's going to squeeze him wide as well. Can Mikey Porter take advantage of this? No, not quite. Into the back of Reg Hayward he goes, and Reg Hayward ends up taking the position and 2nd place. However, a bit of bumping and barging through that last section of the track. We'll see how the stewards deal with that one.
I was going to say, we're going to have to lead the stewards with that one. I mean, you said Mikey Porter is going to take advantage. He didn't fully take advantage, but there was still a position gain for him there, wasn't there, in 3rd position. And he very much pushed Reg Hayward through. He was like, well, come on, if you're going to try the opportunity, at least take it, and I'll follow you through. So, yeah, the stewards might have a little look at that, but all in all, an entertaining race from our perspective. But Sam Baker, I mean, he was never really in that much of a threat, was he? There was always a couple of attempts, a couple of cart legs in between him and 2nd.
Yeah, they were always looming there just behind him, but he kept a very calm head and was able to hold it together and take the win in that one. So well done to Sam. I'll quickly run through your top 10. That was Sam Baker. Reg Hayward came in 2nd in the end with Mikey Porter grabbing 3rd at the final corner. Murphy Aldridge down to 4th after that unlucky overtaken off track action there. Zaki Hussein ended up 5th with Jez Williams 6th, Oliver Kerr 7th, George Donald in 8th, and Harry Linden ended up 9th. A very impressive drive from him. And then Daniel Sabula ended out the top 10. But I believe that's it for that one. I'm going to go straight into our next heat.
And the next grid and next race will be the X30 Juniors, I believe, with Morgan Hill on pole position, with Jaden Gregg lining up alongside them. 3rd is Amelia Pennington, with Kian Leo Gamau in 4th place. 5th and row 3 is Luke Garlick with Macaulay Guy. Row 4 is Joshua Jones and Dawid Marzal. Row 5, Sam Branston and Philip Garner, with row 6 being Lucas Field and Archie Heron. Row 7, Ollie Stilp and Charlie Locker. Stilp certainly a driver to be looking out for. Row 8, Harrison Leach and Mika Taylor. Row 9, Kai Bacchini and Jack Owen Dawbridge. Row 10, Harry Ewell and AJ Arnold, with row 11 being Jack Collins and Tristan Powell. Row 12, Oliver Harris and Ollie Cook. Row 13, Kieran Hamdy and George Quartermain. Row 14, DeGlau and Matthew Morgan. So those are all the drivers that we've got to look forward to in the X30 Juniors, and we're already lining up around the boot. Unfortunately, it took us a little while to put our lunch order in that we were just doing, which is why we're a bit late on. There's going to be a restart anyway, because that is a driver who ended up spinning off, and that was Philip Garner, who looked the wrong way.
Oh dear. Yeah, you want to be facing the other way.
Yeah,
down that bit of the track.
Yeah, it helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. This is another one of our races from earlier where the finishing position hasn't yet been finalised for their second heat.
Well, that's because there was an awful lot of commotion on the final corner, wasn't there, if you remember?
Yes,
Ollie Stilp,
of
I
course,
believe.
Of course.
Was the driver who had half of his nose cone or NASA plate just ended up
nose cone ended up swapping ends as well, so it was kind of facing him and blocking his vision.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal, was it? And obviously he wasn't very happy. So
no,
that one understandably went to the steward's office, and they clearly haven't quite decided how to deal with it yet.
Indeed, indeed. So we'll have to wait and see how this one goes instead. Ollie Stilp slightly further down the order this one than he was last time, I think. They're in 13th on the grid. Luke Garlick there in 5th, I think, is going to be my one to watch, possibly the race winner this one. But here we go, over the start-finish line, and they are underway this time of asking. No spinners on the start-finish straight this time, and all making it through oblivion. Just about okay, it seems, running up towards Christmas. I still love this camera angle, seeing it from the rear. The rear side of the karts is something new, and I am loving it. Through Christmas corner they go. Some of them 3 wide. One kart getting a bit slow on there. I think we might have a breakdown, and he's been spun around. I think his kart might have been going anyway, but just got collected by another driver through there. Battle for the lead continues here through the middle section of the circuit. Never going to work around the outside, around that part of the corner. Is the driver in third going to be able to take advantage? No, he's not. Both the front two go defensive, and 34 has to stay in third. That's still Jaden Gregg. So who have we got leading this two? They are going to go for a move, though, into the boot. They're up the inside. Lovely block pass. Ford's going to take advantage of that as well, taking third position off the number 34. So 55 of Kian Leon Gamau, taking third place, and over the line we go. So as I said, Garlick from 5th place, one to watch to the win, and he's up to the lead, but maybe not for much longer. Here comes the 29 of Morgan Hill, looking up the inside, and look at the karts just behind, lining up, saying, well, if you go through, I'll follow you too. Not able to make it stick, though, and Luke holds second. A good bit of defending driving from them. Yeah,
absolutely. It's a very entertaining start to this race, isn't he? Hill pushing through on Garlick, who pushed through on him earlier on, and a couple of taps of the helmet there from Gamau in the 55 to try and just make the other drivers settle down and think, but equally, like we keep saying, he wasn't exactly settling down and thinking earlier, was he? He was trying to charge through, and I'm sure the rest of the karts will be doing exactly the same. But there goes Gamau on the inside of Garlick, and unfortunately for Garlick, being hung out to dry, but here goes Greg, who doesn't quite get the moves done and dusted. But I think Jones, in fact, maybe Taylor in the 48 kart. Yeah, there we go. So Taylor has got through, and so that's a big loss for Luke Garlick.
Yes, it is. Yeah, commentators curse Garlick clearly there, saying, look, he's in the lead, I'm right. And then, oh, no, he's back down to 4th or 5th. But a man with incredible pace, so I think he should be able to have a good battle through this one and stay up in those top 4 or 5 positions for sure. But yeah, Gamau with a great little move into the boot. Oh, that was nearly a takeoff there for the 34. That was Jaden Gregg nearly becoming airborne there on the exit of that fast left-hander. It's quite easy to do, to be fair. The track suddenly closes up on exit, and suddenly you find yourself on the grass.
I'm amazed, to be honest. His chain is still attached to his
Very
kart.
true.
Whoever's put that chain guard on has clearly done a good job, because that looked like it could have hurt. There is a warning for Mika Taylor, who's obviously gone into third position. Archie Heron has gotten past Luke Garlick and Jaden Gregg. So obviously we saw Gregg firing himself up into the air, and we obviously saw Garlick slipping down the order. So not going Garlick's way, unfortunately, because you gave him the commentator's curse, I imagine, John. But Morgan Hill is doing very well.
Just blame me, guys, it's fine.
I'm
happy to take the brunt. That's fine. I did see one driver going slightly slowly in the middle section of the track there. I'm not sure if that was rejoining after an off or something. We'll see if anyone drops down the order as this lap comes to a close. Just less than 4 minutes to go. Drivers fighting their karts through the boot. There's so many vibrations going through this kart, as you can see there, going over that section of track. It's really, with these kind of karts, once you get up to this level, you are just hanging on for dear life at certain points and certain circuits. And Whilton Mill, some sections are definitely like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I'm not experienced enough at a high level of karting to be able to give my expertise on how to drive these things. But I remember back when I did drive the karts, it was a case of hang on for dear life, flick it and see what happens, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it's a lot sort of more minute little inputs on throttle, brakes, and on obviously steering input than there is in a real sort of big race car sort of thing, where everything's a little bit more laborious and there's a lot more weight to transfer. With these, they're little fleas. They just go as soon as you turn the wheel.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never done anything quite this upper echelons of karting, but I will say from my experience of when I've seen pretty well-known drivers, so I used to race in WMKC, as I mentioned earlier, in the Club 100 karts. Big drivers who are incredibly fast in these sorts of karts will jump in a Club 100 and won't really be there, just because it's so different how you drive the kart. The Club 100s are so heavy, are lacking power. These are so light, they've got incredible amounts of power. You can just flick them in and they do exactly what you want them to do.
Exactly, and if we have a little bit of a break later on and we need some filler, I'll tell you about a story of a world champion karter who went into GT5 and was slower than us in the G40s,
Wow.
just because he couldn't hack the fact that it wasn't a... it's a spin!
That's the leader, isn't it?
That is the leader. And I think one of them was a 55 of Gameo. Now, I could be wrong. I won't estimate.
No, it says they've gone over the start-finish line. Who's this?
59. So the 50,
Archie Heron.
Yeah, so
down the order.
Going down 11 places.
I think it was Lucas Field also involved. Lost 5 places on that. So I think that was a battle for sort of 3rd or 4th position.
Yeah, which is not ideal for them, is
not
it?
gone well. Not gone well. With only 2 minutes to go now, not a huge amount of time to regain those positions, really. So frustratingly for Archie, down to 15th for him.
Yeah, Gameo's got ahead of Hill, though, so there's been a change for the race lead in amongst all of that. So there is a change. Kian is back up ahead of, I say back up ahead of him, he's now ahead of him, I should say. Mika Taylor in 3rd place on the timing tower. We'll just confirm that when they come across the line, because there was a little bit of a grey area, but there we go, confirmation on the left-hand side of the screen that Gameo has gotten ahead of the 29 of Hill, and you can see him leaning forward then to try and take the weight off the rear axle, give him a little bit extra push. I think it's more psychological than anything else. We're on to the final 3 laps of the race, and there's a kart off the circuit there
indeed,
as well. Is that
Joshua Jones?
Yeah, bit of a shame.
Yeah, definitely a shame for him. Always frustrating when it's the kart that goes wrong, not a mistake from you. So you always feel like it's been snatched away from you. It doesn't matter where you were on circuit. But here we look back to the front. These guys really have pulled a gap now. Over 2 seconds between Morgan Hill and Micah Taylor there in 3rd. But I would just say don't count out Micah Taylor, because I know they're very, very fast. But with 45 seconds to go, even Lewis Hamilton, I don't think, can close up that gap in that kind of time.
Oh, I don't know. It's a big claim, that one there. But I mean, maybe one day we'll see it to the test. Maybe he'll jump back in a kart for the hell of it, sort of thing. But what we can say is they've done a brilliant job, haven't they, in this particular race as the top 2, and haven't really been under that much threat. As soon as Hill got into the lead, they have managed to just... It's not been any major incidents that have gained them this lead. Obviously, there's been 1 or 2. But it looks like Hill's very interested in taking that back. And there's a track limit warning for the 55. I'm guessing that's out of the final corner, because he is going pretty much all the way into the pit. As he's still defending from the 29 of Morgan Hill. And this is
going to be close.
This is going to be close.
Whether we get another lap here.
I think we should.
We are. Yes, we are. Yes, we're getting 2.
Yeah, so penultimate lap onto it now, aren't we?
Yes, onto the penultimate lap they go. Still Gamal leading these 2 at the head of the field. Yeah, because it was Gamal made a little mistake through the middle section of the circuit, and I thought Hill might go for it, but thought better of it. No need to go for a dive bomb and take you both out.
No, I'm guessing he didn't know exactly how many seconds would be left if they crossed the line. So I think he was pretty happy to just take it 1 more lap. He's probably even happier to take it 2 more laps now, isn't he? Keep piling the pressure on, see what happens, because he might crack without you doing anything.
That's very true, yeah. You can make an unforced error and you're through and you've won the race. I will also give another little shout out to Archie Heron, obviously one of our drivers that fell away slightly. Now 45.71, fastest lap of the race for him, and on to the final lap they go.
Indeed they do. So Gamal still leading the way, nice and smooth through the first couple of corners. There's contact warning for Kai Piccini, but nothing up the front end of this field. Look at Mika Taylor's really caught up with the two of them as they started to defend and started to fight each other. Hill now knows that this will be the last lap. He'll be very interested in trying to make a move happen. But Taylor is now close enough to be a bit of a worry. And look at that. Hill is already starting to look over his shoulder. Probably not thinking about will he be caught, but can he make the move on Gamau and then put him into the grips of Taylor. Going to the inside, Gamau. Potentially, as long as he just hooks it up for the right hander, gets the car stopped and gets a good drive, this should be the race victory for Kian Leon Gamau, and I think it is going to be. Morgan Hill fought well, but he's going to have to settle for second place. And Mika Taylor charging through the, charging up the circuit by the tune of about a second on those last 2 laps. Wasn't good enough to take the top 2, but still takes the bottom step of the podium.
Yeah, still a very quick driver, and yeah, did very well there to take 3rd place on track. I will say, to be fair to Luke Garlick, ends up in 4th. So
yeah, no, he's done well.
A great start, slipped down a little bit after a bit of an incident, but managed to get back up to 4th. So very well done to him. Kai Bacchini won our initial race, didn't he? If I'm correct in remembering, I'm pretty sure. That Kai was the winner of our... Okay, I will take another look. I know that's one of our ones where we don't have the results.
Well,
so
that's the problem, isn't it?
I'm 99% sure it was Kai Bacchini, and you can come and tell me off in the comments box if I was wrong. But anyway, he takes 5th position in that one. Ollie Stilp, who was involved in the final lap crash in our first heat for that one, ends up 6th. And it was Jaden Gregg there in 7th, Lucas Field in 8th, Macaulay Guy in 9th, and Jack Collins in 10th. So another frenetic race we finished off with. A good win for Kian Leon Gamau, and we should be straight into another heat.
So, this will be slightly confusing for those viewing for the next hour or so, but we've actually got the Honda Cadet Heat 4 coming up. So if you were tuning in, hoping to catch the last hit of the Heat 3s of the X30s and the Senior Maxes, well, wait your turn, because it's a Honda Cadet Heat 4 coming up. On pole position, Ellis Pullen Memon, and alongside them is Sebastian Dew, 3rd place, Noah Barham, and Jaden Mead in 4th place. So your top 2 rows. Row 3, Kai Clark and Rocco Shenton. Row 4, Sebastian Clark and Max Endicott. Row 5, Sebastian Tuzeo and Harry Taylor. With row 6 being Sergio Vert and Charlie Warren. Row 7, Oliver Meek and Ellis Bell. Row 8, Samir Paul and Hugo Majeski. Row 9, Mayan Patel and Zach Starbuck. With row 10 being Mason Brooks and Charlie Wolfett. Row 11, Jarrett Clark and Max Gilman. And then finally, in 23rd position, Finley Hands. So, as I said, a Heat 4 and another opportunity to see a Honda Cadet. Now, this is an important heat, John, because we want to see a Honda Cadet race with no incidents.
Yes.
Something we haven't managed so far.
No.
And as I said, hopefully over the lunch break, we'll provide you with all the information about the drivers that may have been involved earlier on and give you hopefully an update on how they're doing as well, the ones who caused the red flags and the incidents and things like that. So we haven't got any information yet, but as soon as we know, after lunch, hopefully, we'll let you know.
Yes, indeed we will. Hopefully, if some of them are able to recover quite quickly, they might be out in this session, but we never got confirmation over who the drivers were. So we're not going to make any kind of speculation as someone's miraculously healed and now they're winning. Yeah, we can't quite do that yet. But don't forget, another race where we have a grid start.
Yes.
So they will be pulling up to the grid and lining up for this one. I do quite like a grid start, especially in these cars. They're all so close on pace, they have such low power. Grid start's actually quite fun.
Yeah, I quite like watching them actually get off the line because they all do that hoppy thing in the carts as well to try and judge them along a little bit. And yeah, it can be quite entertaining, really. Obviously, they'll line up on the grid. They've pretty much already been gridded. They'll just be confirmed by the marshals, and then a final couple of good looks from mechanics and dads and family members and mums and sisters and whoever else is out there, really. Just making sure the cart feels okay, give them a little pat on the head, and just like the 52 did in the background then, of Max Gilman, our only novice in this particular pack.
Looks like we're missing a couple of drivers from the grid. It seems
does.
On our left-hand side. We've got the blue clipboard, so the drivers aren't going to go away, but we'll try and figure out who we've lost there.
I think maybe Mayan Patel and Mason Brooks, but we'll have a look a little bit later on because the race is underway. It's a fairly undramatic start because these karts are a little bit slow to get off the line, but they soon heat up, going through Oblivion as they go 3 wide, with the top 2, I think, just about pulled away, and that's Ellis Pullman, Memon and Sebastian Dew will battle it out through Christmas Corner, and we'll figure out how they line up as soon as they go towards the infield, and our cameras can catch a little bit more of their numbers, but a good start, I'd say, by all involved.
Yes, indeed. No incidents. A couple of bits of wheel banging through Oblivion, but that's always going to happen when drivers are so close together, especially at such low speeds off of the start. But all keeping it on the black stuff, and so far, no incidents. So, yeah, I'm not going to say that again. Because I know I'm going to.
Not with the Hondas, anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, here we go. Through the boot for the first time in this one. Little move up the inside. That goes the 86. Who is that? That's Rocco Shenton, of course it is. Won our last race out on track only a few minutes ago, really. Less than an hour for sure. And he's there up into 3rd place to end off lap 1.
Noah Barham actually is leading the way, isn't he, in the 22. Gained 3 positions on lap 1, but will not be enjoying the view of his hypothetical rear view mirrors, because look at the inside, Rocco Shenton into the 46 of Ellis Pullum Nemin, and has that position done into 2nd place already. Shenton, he's not to be messed with, I don't think.
Yeah, that was some serious elbows out, wasn't it? That was, this is my position.
Hip and
this
shoulder.
This is my position.
Yeah.
Out you go. But,
well, certainly asserted his dominance, shall we say, and there's a contact warning. Surprise, surprise, Rocco Shenton.
I was about to say he's in the lead. He's about to go for it now, though. There he goes, up the inside. Yeah, as you say, a contact warning for him, which I think was fair enough. There was a little bit of bumping and barging. No penalties, just a warning, and there he is now up into the lead.
Yeah, so as you said, not entirely surprising. Getting to see him carve through that quickly. That's the 57 on the 53. And that is Sergio Wirtz on Harry Taylor a little bit further down. So battling wherever you look. But of course, we're looking a little bit further forward as Noah Barham wants to have a little bit of a go back on Rocco Shenton. Fantastic little race between these top 3. Kai Clark's involved, and Max Endicott is not far away. Remember, Max is one of the drivers to be keeping an eye out on, I would say, throughout the rest of this this afternoon.
Definitely, and yeah, with these ones with such low amounts of power, the battling really matters here.
Yeah.
Even a battle for 1 or 2 corners can close up like half a second.
It's all about minimum speed.
Yes, exactly. So these 4 drivers, there's a bit of contact going through there, 86 in the back of the 22, but all just kind of continuing up, nothing malicious there. But yeah, these 4, if there's any kind of battling for even a short period of time, the group of about 10 behind are going to be catching them up and wanting a piece of the action.
Yeah, they're like any low-powered machinery in any racing. It's all about minimum speed, and if they end up sort of slowing themselves down too much, then, as you said, they're going to be caught. But by the looks of it, these guys aren't really fussed about that because they're slowing each other up as well and having their own good little ding-dong. Now, who's at the front of that order? Is it Charlie Warren, potentially, in the number 92? We can't quite see. Oh, there's a car. Oh, it's a chain gone.
I think something went there. He just
like
went straight on, didn't he? Didn't even make an attempt to try and rejoin the circuit. So, yeah, possibly something gone wrong there in the car, but that shortens this gaggle by 1.
Doesn't really put too much of a gap, though, is there? That is the 46 of Ellis Pullum Memon. So as the lead of this little gaggle, shall we say, as they come across the line, we'll give you the full race order. Rocco Shenton's got back into the race lead.
What a lap from Mr. Clark. Sorry, Jarrett Clark up 3 on that lap,
yeah,
up to the front of that pack. Sorry for jumping in front of you.
No, you absolutely bang on to, because that is a mad lap.
Fantastic lap from Clark. Now, as you say, leading that little pack, little pack, huge pack, is now, up into 5th. I'm going to be catching a similar name, Kai Clark, who's at the back of the leading pack. So a number of seconds between them, though, about 2.5 to 3 seconds between the front 3 and then the pack of basically everyone else. So let's see if they can catch up. But again, it's all going to depend on how much the front guys decide to start battling.
Yeah, when we last saw the front lot, Noah Barham was actually ahead of Rocco Shenton. Well, now Rocco Shenton's back in the lead. Max Endicott's got a fastest lap and is up to 2nd and has a contact warning flag. And Noah Barham is down to 3rd with Kai Clark in 4th. They crossed the line in that order as well, so I don't have to repeat myself in any way. However, you absolutely bang on, I would say. Jarrett Clark,
yes,
is performing quite well. He is about 10th down on that previous lap, but there's every opportunity. As they go down towards Christmas Corner, it looks like Ellis Pullum Memon is under attack by Sebastian Tuezo and Ellis Bell. As they go through Christmas Corner, it's hard to see in which order they came out of that one. There's unfortunately the static camera isn't really, sorry, the sun is sort of obscuring our vision, shall we say.
Indeed it is. I believe it's now Tuzio leading these 4. It is indeed. So you've got Pull and Memin just behind there, still pressuring intensely. And then just behind them is again Ellis Bell. That's that up the inside she goes. 46 of Ellis Pull and Memin up the inside. Can Ellis Bell continue and follow through? No, they cannot. Through the final corner, and they're going to continue this battle for another 1.5 minutes. Gives the usual, now I'm ahead, let's work together, as I always see here at Whilton Mill Kart Club. It's great, but 24 not really looking to do so, it seems. Up into Christmas they go, get squeezed across to the grass. There's going to be battles further behind as well, going to follow through to third position, as there was definitely some leaning there from the, was that the 46 or the 26? I think it might have been the 26 of Jaden Mead now near the front of this pack. It is indeed, yes it is. Made a couple of positions there through the first section of the lap. A little bit of leaning, but I'm not going to say anything on that front, but some good moves from them.
Yeah, it can be quite entertaining to watch a little lean and pop, isn't it? It's exactly what we've just seen, unfortunately. I mean, it's anyone's guess how this one's going to finish up. There is the race leader, Rocco Shenton. I don't think it's anyone's guess how he might finish. It's probably going to be within the top 4.
It's a pretty good guess, mate.
Yeah, I know. I was about to say probably win this race, but to be honest, Max Endicott is very much impressing me. And look at this, a mechanical flag for Hugo Majeski.
Oh dear.
As Max Endicott is looking very sharp on the back of Rocco Shenton. He's putting in some really quick laps of both of these drivers,
I was just about to say, last lap, a 52.84 from Rocco and a 52.85 from Max, so pretty close.
Yeah, pretty damn close, but as they went towards Christmas corner, it just looks like Max had a little bit of a better exit off to turn 1 and 2, so he's really put him onto the back here. Noam Barham and Kai Clark, if they're smart, they won't fight each other because they know that something's going to erupt here into the final couple of corners and final lap, and I was almost very correct there, John.
Almost. Yeah, almost. A little bit of a move attempt from Endicott, not going to happen. Rocco cuts across the front nose cone and keeps the lead as they head on to the final lap of Heat 4 of the Honda Cadets. Next race after this for the Hondas will be their final, where the big points are made. Check over the shoulder from Rocco Shenton. Looks over his left and knows he's got oceans of room back to the 3rd and 4th guys. Knows he doesn't have too much to worry about there. Just Endicott to think about. Can keep on the usual racing line for now. Doesn't though. Does go to the inside. So possibly thought that Endicott was a bit closer than he was there. But now Endicott is within striking distance. So can they do anything through this final part of the lap? Let's wait and see.
I was going to say, I think he's slightly over-defending, really. It's the experience of a lot of drivers that we see in the seniors. You don't have to defend through the entire lap, as Shenton gets a little bit of a shove there by Endicott. Goes a little bit wide, potentially, but I think Shenton might have this all done and dusted. We are on the last lap of the race, remember? So it is Rocco Shenton who takes the checkered flag here in the Honda Cadet Heat 4 with Max Endicott in 2nd place, Noah Barham in 3rd, Kai Clark in 4th, and to be fair, a charging Jarrett Clark doing very well in 5th position. And then there was a whole host of everybody else, basically. Jaden Mead in 6th place, Ellis Bell in 7th, Oliver Meek in 8th, 9th was Ellis Pull and Memin, and 10th was Zach Starbuck. So, yeah, plenty going on there. And actually, fastest lap of the race, in the end, went to Kai Clark in 4th.
Fair play, and yeah, definitely a shout out to Jarrett Clark. Moved to the front of that pack and then gained 4 seconds on that pack behind. It was only 4 seconds off the leaders, which is quite a bit, but considering he was in that massive gaggle behind of everyone else, he managed to clear it and then gained loads of time. So shout out to Jarrett Clark, an impressive race from him. Yeah,
for sure. No, it's very, very impressive. And some good stories all up and down. I'm sure a lot of those drivers will come off with smiles on their faces, and maybe some that won't. Anyway, we're not done with Heat 4s. We've got another one coming up. Do I do this one or should I?
You can go for it.
So the second of our Heat 4s before we confusingly go back to Heat 3s before we go into lunch. It's the Junior Maxes with Harry Linden on pole position. Can we guess where he might finish later on? Oliver Sander in 2nd place, with 3rd being Zane Khan. Row 2 is also finished off by Josh Cook. Row 3, Matthew Sayer and Daniel Kabula. Row 4 is Mitchell Mulvey and Jessica White. Row 5, William Pemble and Jez Williams. Row 6, Freddie Ingram and Ross Tyler. Row 7, Tristan Bernard and George Allen. Row 8, Ollie Stevens and Spencer Brogan. Row 9, Miles Dawn and Jacob Jukes. Row 10, Bobby Rosier and Zaki Hussein. Row 11, Alfie Bray and Harrison Morrow. Row 12, Mikey Porter and Murphy Aldridge. And in row 13, 25th, all on his own, is, I believe, our earlier race winner, Sam Baker. So some drivers there that you'd probably be wanting to keep an eye out on. Right at the bottom, Zaki Hussein, another one, Jacob Jukes, Sam Baker, all at the bottom half of the field. However, if you were a betting man, Harry Linden probably wouldn't be far off a good shout here, because the number 7 kart has been absolutely rapid so far this weekend. He just hasn't quite had the starting positions. The karts are out on circuit as we recover one or two more. And it will be Sander who will be the first driver to try and take the fight to the number 7.
Definitely, as we see them coming out on track, getting the tyres warm again as usual. And we'll see how they can do in this upcoming race. As you say, yeah, Sam Baker was our winner in Heat 3 only an hour or so ago. If he can repeat that, I'll be very impressed.
Yeah, no, I would take my hat off. I'd buy him lunch if he can go from 25th to take the victory here in a 7-minute race or whatever it is, especially with the standard of drivers that are up ahead of him. I'll be mightily impressed. I might regret that. I bet there's going to be a massive crash and he's going to go through and win it on that.
Yeah, possibly. Other winner today, anyway, in the Junior Maxes was Zaki Hussein, starting 20th in this one. So quite a stacked rear end of the grid, to be fair. So we're going to see quite a lot of battling going through and some drivers probably moving through the field. But then, yeah, Harry Linden on pole is looking relatively set, depending on how much of a good start he can get.
Well, considering our other protagonists, as we said, are so far down, I mean, even Murphy Aldridge obviously doing so well earlier on and being one of the drivers that we talk about the most. I think Linden's, once he probably saw the grids, he probably earmarked this one as where he's going to score some points here today, which is not entirely surprising, given the pace that he's already had and the confidence that he probably had in the kart.
Sometimes, though, if you're going into the race and you're thinking, this is the one I'm going to do well on, that's when you can have a silly mistake and throw it all away. So don't cut that out just yet. They've done a good setting up for this one. A little bit off kilter for the go, and we are going to go around again. Yep. Just the grids didn't really move at the same time, did they, there, the two sides?
No, unfortunately, the likes of Oliver Sander and his row of the grid and moved a little bit quicker than Harry Linden's. And obviously, it's the pole sitter who sets the pace. Yeah. I mean, we see it quite a lot, to be fair, don't we? It's the fact that sometimes if the pole sitter goes down to literally as slow as they possibly can go without seizing, and Oliver, say, second place row is already ahead, there's no way they can go slower. No. They can't go slower than Harry Linden. Harry Linden probably needs to speed up a little bit, but then obviously he doesn't want to take the advantage away from him for being on pole. Yeah. So they end up just going round again. So Oliver Sander going to need to be a little bit more proactive in slowing down earlier on and making sure he's with Harry across the line.
And you also have the difficulty of karts behind you wanting to get on and wanting to get the best start that they can, so they're trying to be as close to you as possible, but then can sometimes end up pushing you along. Yeah. And you're like, whoa, hold on, I'm trying to go slowly here, but you end up going way faster because everyone behind you is pushing you along.
Yeah, exactly. My brother DNF 4 races at Genk once in the Euro Max because of exactly that. He wasn't used to everybody loading him up and all of a sudden firing him into a tyre wall, which was a fun waste of a couple of grand. Harry Linden then on pole position, and he gets away a little bit better. Oliver Sander actually was stuck in the sand a little bit there, wasn't he, in his teammate kart, but they both get away 1 and 2, Linden, then Sander, then is anybody's guess really, because everybody is fighting. Sawyer, I think, has got a half-decent start, and he's making a move on Daniel Sabula into Christmas Corner. I'm not sure how that one's worked out. I think that the 20 of Matthew Sayer did manage to get through, but they're all trailing Harry Linden and Oliver Sander.
I saw Jacob Jukes in the background and the number 34 going for a move up the inside into Christmas. Not sure if he was able to hold it in the end, but a lot of barging going on near the rear of the field, trying to make as many positions as you can on the opening laps, because although it's not won on the first lap in a 7-8 minute sprint, it does mean a lot.
Yeah, it's a good portion of it, isn't it? It's a good 10% of the entire race distance or something stupid. I can't do the maths.
And it's the time in the race where you're all right close to each other. Like, you can make up a position. If you're gaining like half a second, you could make like 4 or 5. Whereas later in the race, that could just mean the difference between, well, nothing.
Exactly. I mean, look at the space now between first and fourth, and actually look at the space. Now, who are we looking at right there? It's number 8 that's involved, Jez Williams. So Jessica White, Jez Williams, the fight for 7th place, roughly. Obviously, it's a bit difficult to tell while everybody's trying to sort themselves out, because every single lap and every single corner, people are falling over each other. But I think it's Jessica White in 7th, and Jez Williams in 8th, and then 76, Freddie Ingram.
Yes, no, I think you're right. I think they might have moved up a couple of positions together, because they seem to be leading that kind of pack, and I think that's from 5th place backwards, isn't it? So, no, all of those drivers doing well, but all very courteous and good fighting. And there's a yellow flag at T1. We'll see what that's for as they go skating through oblivion up to Christmas Corner. Is there a driver stopped on the outside? No, there is not. So I'm not sure what that yellow flag is for just yet, but I'm sure there is a reason for the yellow.
Yeah, we just can't see it, and even though we have a wide camera angle, it must be hidden from us.
Yes, it must be. It's not like on the M25 where they drop it to 50 and then it goes back to 70 for no reason. They always do the yellows for some sort of reason here, and we trust the marshals wholeheartedly, don't we?
Yes, exactly, and they do a fantastic job, like we mentioned before. You're right, Jessica White and Jez Williams both jumped up 2 positions. Is that a race winning? Is that a race leading?
I think it's for 3rd.
Oh, it is indeed. Yes, so Sabula getting past Zane Khan.
Good little move there through the boot. It was a tight one, but able to make it stick, and especially able to make it stick before the yellow flag.
Yes,
so
crucial.
That's a big thing that matters, and once that happens, you can get back on the racing line, and you don't even need to worry about blocking at that point, because you know you're ahead, and you know they can't go for the lead. Or, sorry, can't go for the overtake, I should say.
Yeah, exactly. I had a wily old fox race me once where he was never allowed to take the overtake, but he'd always psych me out, because he'd almost look as if he's going for that overtake and take me offline, and then he'd run me up the course and obviously into the next corner. You shouldn't really do that either, though. As there's a move there, and that's not Sabula. Yeah, that's Jessica White on Zane Khan, isn't it? Who seems to be
another move
falling down.
Jez Williams continuing to follow through. So Khan, 2 spaces lost on that one, but as I said, it does look like Jessica White and Jez Williams kind of following each other through the pack, really. Yeah,
working together, and why not? If you're both on a similar pace and you're both quicker, they're making much more efficient progress than other drivers who may be falling over each other. So it's a good tactic. Maybe they discussed that before. Maybe they're good friends. We're not entirely sure, obviously, because we don't know them personally, all of these drivers, because there'll be an awful lot of drivers to all know personally.
Yes.
Over about 200 once everybody actually is on the grid that's supposed to be.
And there's often a lot of people who come to some rounds and not others,
well, exactly.
And do bits and bobs here and there. So there's constantly all different kinds of people in this championship, which I think is definitely one of its positives.
It is one of its positives. It just make it hard for the commentators.
Yeah, it does make it a little bit
this
difficult.
is my first round here at WMKC, so I'm just enjoying watching the drivers out on the circuit, but I'm sure you're probably thinking about drivers that haven't been here, and it's confusing slightly, and all these sort of things. But it's been a good day.
Yes, no, for sure. It's frustrating, when you check, you write all the notes, and you're like, oh, these having a good battle for the championship. Well, these guys could be interesting. And then you look and oh, they're not here. Oh, okay, great. We've got a few other people to look at, but still loads of battles going out on track here. Who's this? So this is 20 leading these 3. So that's Matthew Sawyer. Leading a few drivers here, and battle going on behind. That's 65 of Spencer Broham. I think it was William Pemble just behind, but they're having a good little battle. Spencer being definitely one to watch, a driver with a lot of pace there. And it was the 47 of Zane Khan behind. Now he's lost a couple more positions on that lap with the 99. Yeah, that's William Pemble just behind him.
Oliver Sanders not been dropped significantly, not as much as I thought he would be anyway. He's only 1.7 seconds behind. Jessica White, however, who's into 3rd position on that lap, overtaking Daniel Sabula, is 4 seconds back. And just having a look at some of the other protagonists as well. Sam Baker, where's he? He's in 15th. Zaki Hussein is in 11th. So drivers haven't carved through the field as quickly as probably they would want to. But again, when you put at the back, it's your turn to be off the back. It's about damage limitation more than anything.
No, definitely. You're just trying to make up positions, and equally with... Oh, there's a cheeky move. That was the number 8, wasn't it? Yeah, Jez Williams. So again, following Jessica White up through the field, up into 3rd and 4th for those two. But when you're starting from the back, you've got a lot of overtaking to do, and you've got to make sure that they're clean overtakes. You can't be sending them every corner. Again, when you're at the back, you're going to be going past more novice drivers that maybe aren't so used to such close racing, and that can create these incidents. You can't be battling like you do at the front with the other drivers that you know very well. You have to be being a lot more cautious, which can then mean you don't quite get up to the positions that you hope you would be.
Yeah, exactly. And realistically, we're probably going to have about 9 to 10 laps. So if you're starting from 25th and hope to get into the top 3, you're going to have to be probably overtaking at least 4 drivers every single lap. And realistically, there's only 4 places
Yeah, I
you
was
can
gonna say,
overtake.
yeah.
So you're hoping for a couple of overtakes into one corner. You're hoping for some people to nudge each other out of the way and get a bad run so you can overtake them on the straight and everything like that. A lot has to go your way, essentially, is what we're getting at.
Yes, yeah, that's why when we see these runs from, 20... Oh, engine's gone. Engine's gone. 8, that was. Jez Williams having a flyer through the pack.
Oh, is that a chain that's come off now?
It might be. Something to do with the rear end of the kart for sure. Something to do with the engine or the chain or something, but yeah, the kart just suddenly stopped, didn't it? Just did not want to go any further.
He's parked it quite inconveniently, so we couldn't see as well. 3 wide into Christmas corner, and that's where involving the 54 of Mikey Porter. And I think Sam Baker was involved in that, and maybe Freddie Ingram. It's hard to really tell now.
I think it might have been Mikey Porter overtaking both Freddie and Zane.
Wow.
I think it might have been.
That was an ambitious move, but by the looks of it, they all got away with it unscathed. As they still are fighting, that is the 50.
And the 76. So no, you were right. It was Sam Baker and Freddie Ingram. So Zane Carr must just be just ahead of them. But a great little battle between these guys, who all 3 of them we know have very, very good pace, but clearly just getting stuck around the mid-pack and can't really seem to push forward any further. Speaking of which, Spencer Brown, fastest lap of the race, the 45.2 in 6th position currently. And here is a move from said Spencer up the inside, moving up into 5th past Ollie Stevens, I believe that was. But yeah, onto the penultimate lap of the race. Harry Linden looking pretty comfortable at the front, isn't he? 2 and a bit seconds lead.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's as comfortable as we'd expected him to be. Oliver Sander following in suit as well, doing very well to keep ahead of Jessica White, who's done a fantastic job at carving through the field. And partner in crime, obviously, Jez Williams hasn't been able to follow. But as we're going through, Harry Linden to start the final lap of the race.
It's a great suit, car, helmet combo, isn't it?
Looks awesome.
Oh, that looks brilliant with all the different colours. Yeah, here he goes, up into Christmas corner, and here's everyone following. 37, that is Jessica White, so that's 3rd. So quite a bit of gap between 1st, then 2nd, then to 3rd. Then a small gap back to 4th, but you've then got this battle. This is Daniel Sabula defending from Spencer Brom, and Spencer goes down the inside. He's going to make that stick, is he? Tries to go back to the outside, does Daniel, but I don't think that's going to work through this left-hander. He's going to get squeezed out, is he? Yes, he is, and the 81's going to look and try and get any scraps that they can. That's Ollie Stevens looking for something here into the final section of the lap. I think we can say the top 3 are pretty set, but here's the battle for 4th. Sabula looks like he's lost out for now. Can he do anything through the final section, though? Doesn't look like he can, and Spencer is going to take it in front of Sabula, and Ollie Stevens is going to have to settle for 6th there. But what a race there. Harry Linden seriously commanding one, taking the lead. Oliver Sander didn't see him too much there, just chilling in 2nd in no man's land. And then Jessica White, a fantastic race. Not the best start for her, but then carved up through the pack, did a great job into 3rd. And then Spencer in 4th there with a 45.2 fastest lap and stole 4th position at the final time of asking.
Yeah, Spencer Brown has clearly gone to the post office this morning, bought some stamps, licked it and sent it. So a very good drive by him on the final lap of the race. We do have 2 more races before we head into, I hope, lunch and into the finals. Obviously, I believe it's 2 more. Actually, it might be 3. No, it is only 2 more.
2.
So we'll go to the Sting and bring you the grid for the next race. And after a short headbang to that interlude music, we can see that it's the X30 Seniors. This is back to Heat 3s all of a sudden. So on pole position will be Vishal Patel alongside Brandon Matshul, who's in 2nd place. 3rd is Kian Gohill, and 4th is Christian Brooks, and that's your top 2 rows. Row 3 is Benjamin Watts and Lucas Ellingham. Keep an eye on that name, number 99. Row 4, Thomas Reddy and Luke Taylor. Row 5, Remy Gilbert and Jensen Buckingham. Row 6, Harry Torpy and Hugo Gilbert. With row 7 being Alex Johnston and Paul Simard. Row 8 is Benjamin Southgate with Martin Auger for company. Row 9 is Thomas Byrne and Aidan Lynn. Row 10, Jordan Brown and Dylan Gratz. And row 11 and 21st on the grid, and I believe our only novice driver, the number 97 of Thomas Ryan. So, Heat 3s for the X30 Seniors, and then after this will be the Senior Rotax Max. So if you've tuned in to try and catch any of the senior action, That's the order it's going to be in. We're on X30s now, and if you're wondering why on earth things haven't moved along a little bit more quickly, it's because we're running about 45 minutes to an hour behind. So that is why we're still on the heat, but we will bring you the finals in due course, don't you worry.
I'm glad I had a good breakfast this morning, mate,
Yeah.
'cause I'm getting a bit peckish now, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, you had that ice cream as well.
That's very true. I did very much enjoy my
so
ice cream.
you're on that sugar hype.
And
right
I was
now.
spotted. I still need to find out who this was that spotted me with an ice cream.
I know, yeah. It was on the YouTube chat, wasn't it?
It was.
They'll probably come and own up to it soon. Coming around the final corner, though, is going to be Vishal Patel on pole position, and we are racing with the number 95 still in this race lead and got a good start as well. Brandon Matchell is in second place, and again got a half-decent start. There's not much of a threat in behind them. However, the fight for third place is really heating up. Difficult to see from that camera angle to see exactly who's made their way through, but there's plenty of battling all the way down the order. Loads of people defending, just trying to preempt that lunge into the infield hairpin. But I can you just about see it's the number 82 of Christian Brooks, who's got into third place.
Well, fair play, good start from them. The leader still just continues to follow and check it. I say that,
Oh.
move for second place. It was quite a late one there, wasn't it, from the 82. That's Christian Brooks trying to make it stick, and he does indeed. Nearly losing out another position was the 66. I think he has done, hasn't he? No, he hasn't. Still there in third. My apologies. Benjamin Watts. Then it's Brandon Matchell just behind. And then Kian Goel rounding out that top 5 group. Oh, look at them getting so sliding on the brakes there. Nearly spinning it under brakes. It was so heavy on it. 45 of Kian Goel getting it proper sideways, sticking with the back of this pack of 5. And then really comes everyone else. There's the 82 of Christian Brooks, now our second place man in this race. Vishal Patel still leading, a name that if you watch the X30 scene, there's a lot you definitely know. Extremely fast is Vishal Patel, currently with the fastest lap of the race, and will likely continue that, as just as I say that, he has lost the lead, and down into third he goes through the boot. As you lose one position, you lose many, as we've said previously already today. So there's Brooks now up to the lead, Watts in second, and Patel in third in this pack of 5, leading this race currently.
Yeah, Matchell and Kian Goel, but look at this, the 66 going for the move on Benjamin. That is Benjamin Watts going for the race lead, and I don't think Brooks is going to have the answer just yet, but obviously there's a long way to go in this particular race. But Watts has done exactly what he needed to do, and that's put Brooks into a position where they can potentially be overtaken by the likes of Patel. And Lucas Ellingham, actually, with a contact warning on that previous lap, hasn't moved through the field as quickly as we were expecting potentially. But we have got just under 5 minutes left.
Yes, indeed. He's got plenty of time, as we saw from earlier races. He certainly has the pace for it, doesn't he, to move up through the field in that kind of time. So, yeah, on to another lap of this one. 3 laps now completed, 4.5 minutes to go. Fastest lap now goes to Alex Johnston, who is in 8th position currently, a low 45, 45.03. No driver yet dropping into the 44s, but we saw that last race, just getting the tyres up to temperature, getting themselves up to temperatures. There we see Lucas Ellingham going for a move into that slow right-hander, gets it done perfectly and gives the universal signal to, thanks mate, let's work together now.
Yeah, all of a sudden now it's advantageous to him. He wants them to work together, doesn't he?
Yep.
Which is understandable, I suppose.
Oh, they're still battling for the lead, aren't they?
In fact, Brooks has gotten back past Benjamin Watts, so Watts is going to have to settle for second place if they come across the line this time round again. But that does mean that they're still up for having a little bit of a fight. They're not worried about pulling away. But the other drivers, as Brandon Matchell, I'm sure, would be very pleased about that fact.
Yeah, definitely. As there we go, another move up into the lead again. It goes Watts on Brooks. Brooks down to second. And as you say, they're clearly not too worried about the other drivers catching up, but I think they should be, really. There's a group of about 6 or 7 just looming in the wings. They're ready to pounce and take advantage of any mistakes here from these 2 drivers. So still 3.5 minutes to go. That's quite some time for them to make up that gap. So I think we could see more people getting involved with this race of the leaders. If this camera pans out a little bit, we think we might. There's another move for the lead again. 82, Brooks, back up to the top of the time screen. Difficult to get my words out there. So if you're just watching the timing, you might think, well, that was a bit boring. There's actually quite a bit to happen that you won't have seen.
Yeah, it's the same story as we've seen in the previous lap, actually, as well, isn't it? And to be honest, they're not really holding each other up that much. Oh, that was a big move across, though, and I think that was a little bit naughty from Brooks there.
That was...
looked over the shoulder, into the braking zone, properly turned across. So luckily, everybody's come out of that
He's gone for it again.
right. As, he's getting very aggressive in his defence for second place as well. This is all on Watts, and I think that's Matchell who's taking the race lead.
I think you are right. Yeah, it is Matchell. As you say, yeah, just waiting for that mistake, and he's grabbed it, he's got it. Yeah, I don't know what happened in the braking zone. Then maybe a bit of a lapse of judgment and accidentally turned the wheel. It was seeming very odd. It was obvious he was very much alongside.
It looked like a very intentional accidental turn of the wheel.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, again, we'll leave that up to the stewards. But as you say, Matchell now up into the lead. Brooks now in second. I also want to shout out to Kian Goel, was having a good race now in the pit lane. There's clearly something gone with the kart there. Back to the lead goes Brooks up the inside at Christmas corner. Does a good job of it that time, no rubbing, and up into the lead he goes. But all this battling and holding up has meant that the pack that was quite a distance behind is now right on the tail of all of these drivers. I think the top four are just about together. Then there's maybe a tenth or two, and then there's, oh my goodness, look at that, everyone else.
Yeah. I think Vishal Patel has been overtaken by the driver that the top two would have least liked to have seen. It's Lucas Ellingham, who's not registered on the left-hand side as being third place, but trust me, he is. In fact, actually, is he? He might have just been swapped back
he's
position.
now in second.
No, yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's exactly how quickly he carves through this field.
Yeah.
Brilliant job by him. Matchell, that means, is down to fourth as Patel followed Ellingham through. And Brooks, I'm sure, will be slightly more worried than he was a lap ago.
I think so. What was that you were saying earlier about he hasn't quite climbed up the field as you would have expected?
Racing drivers love to prove the commentator wrong, don't they? We've learned that.
It's very true. They either get commentators cursed, or we say something bad about them, and then they actually tell us where to go and put it. 28 up the inside of the 95. So that's Vishal Patel dropping down another position. Is he? I think down into fourth is that. So falling off the podium, and I think that gap to the leaders is now increasing further and further every lap. This for now in the battle for third place, and Lucas hunting down Brooks in the lead. Lucas Elling, the fastest lap of the race, a 44.52. That is extremely impressive. Look at him tucking his head down the main straight up into Christmas corner, and hunting down. 42 seconds to go, so I think that's going to mean 2 more laps after this one.
Yeah, exactly. This is not the penultimate lap of the race. It probably means we will carry on, as you say. So that means that's good, because we do get more action. But the top two have certainly pulled away. Lucas Ellingham hasn't really pulled in the margin that I was expecting on Christian Brooks, who as soon as they go into clean air, maybe gets a little bit more time. But they are, on that previous lap, about 2/10 quicker, the second place driver at the moment. 48 trying to get up the inside of the 95 as well. So that's Alex Johnston, who's gotten ahead of Harry Torpey, and is now thoroughly in this mix. But, I mean, anyone's guess how this is going to carry out. It's Benjamin Watts at the inside of Harry Torpey, I believe. And as they go through Christmas corner, they go single file. But this is the reason why the top two are pulled away.
Indeed, indeed. We've got some love in the chat from Matt Fretwell saying, go on, Brandon, lad. Brandon currently in third. A little bit off of the top two now, but trying to hold on to that third place and the last stop on the podium. 174 goes up the inside there. That's Luke Taylor. I believe that was on Thomas Byrne for 7th or 8th position. I believe so, as we look slightly back further ahead. I've also got to say, Little Todd in the chat saying, oh no, they're on to me, the ice cream spotter.
I was going to say, they'll be...
I've got you.
Yeah,
I know who you are.
Sort of.
Sort of. I know your username.
We know their YouTube username,
yes.
Anyway.
Here we go. Last lap.
Last lap of the race, exactly. Christian Brooks still in the lead. Lucas Ellingham, as I said, not really cut into the margin as thoroughly as I thought.
Just there, isn't he? He's not quite there to make the move.
I would say a dauntingly close manoeuvre is where he is. 66, oh my goodness, there was lots of chopping and changing there. And this is, for the fight for 5th position, is Vishal Patel. No, it's Thomas Byrne, actually, sorry. It's very similar numbers by the looks of they flashing across the screen.
It's not quite going to do it, is Lucas. Second place he'll have to settle for. He won't be happy with that. Sets another fastest lap of the race to finish off with a 44.46. He'll obviously have wanted the win, but second place, I think, is still pretty impressive with a run through the field like that, don't you think?
Great credit to Christian Brooks, though.
Exactly.
Absolutely fantastic, who takes this race victory with a plum. It's very, very well done. There were 1 or 2 moves, which was ambitious, potentially.
Yep.
We won't pass. Yeah, we won't pass any more judgment on them.
We've just had the 51. Hugo Gilbert just pulled over to the side of the track literally after the line. You can see his rear tyre there in the right corner. So he's going to get recovered by the marshals now. But yeah, a great race. And yeah, as you say, well done to Christian Brooks. Some fantastic pace there. And there was serious battling for the first, 2/3 for him, and then it got a bit more quiet near the end for the guys in the front.
But really good pace on them. We'll run down quickly the top 10 before we go into the next stinger, if that's okay. So Christian Brooks taking the victory. Lucas Ellingham in second place. Brandon Matchell in third in the end. Harry Torpy in fourth. Benjamin Watts in fifth. Sixth was Thomas Byrne. Vishal Patel ended up falling down to seventh, with eighth being Luke Taylor. Ninth, Alex Johnston. And Jordan Brown rounding out the top 10. And we can go to our final heat of the day.
Here we go then. After some hiccups throughout the day, we're entering our final heat for the morning anyway, but don't go anywhere after this race. You've still got the paddock show coming up after that during the lunch break, and then we'll be back probably quite quickly for some final heats and the finals at the end of today. Right, here we go. Jamie Perrelly is on pole for this Senior Max Heat 3 race. Chris Bandery is on second, Ryan Willis behind them with Sam Spinale alongside. He's one to watch out for, definitely a name that I recognise. Then Sam Light is on fifth, Benjamin Ballou alongside. Then it's Ronnie Mansfield, Jamie Rogers, Lewis Wild and Jamie Mead rounding up the top 10. Then it's Alfie Brooks, Harry Gibson, George Hunter and Scott Smith there on 14th. Then Brentley Sims, Samuel Cook, Glass Cooker, Archie Elliott, Declan Russell and William Young rounds out the top 20. Then it's Elliot Barrell, Max Lee, Charlie Pinkney, Harry East and Tommy Edmonds. Then Joshua Burton, Luke Ringham, Millie Hart, Luke Thurkettle and Luke Collins rounding out our 30 drivers on this on one of our bigger grids for today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, that's fine. I was taking a drink, wasn't I? I completely forgot. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Some good names are about to flash up on your screen. And there the karts go with obviously Jamie Perrelly on pole position. The number 40, remember, is Jamie Perrelly. The number 84, Chris Bandery. So, yeah, a couple of drivers to be having a look at. And as I said, this will be the final time we see the karts before we go into our finals, which are, of course, I believe 10 minutes plus of that, so slightly longer.
They are indeed slightly longer and a lot more points for the drivers to get as well. So that's where they're really hoping to make it up. But equally, it doesn't mean that these heats don't matter. These heats get a lot of points for them, and the points that they accumulate over today will then decide the grids for those finals. So you want to be making sure you're doing as well as possible now to put you in the best stead to make the most of those extra points in the final.
Well, if you think about it as well, although the final means double points compared to a heat, there are 3 heats. So if you are more consistent over the 3 heats, that's more important than if you're brilliant in the final and only the final sort of thing.
Yes.
So, yeah, it just adds a little bit of an extra dimension to these drivers, I think. It gives them something else to think about. We had to go around, obviously, another lap, as these senior quicker karts do. That's just to get the oil flowing through them and the fuel, and obviously just to let them all sort of bulge each other up a little bit more. So everybody can catch up, because look how far abreast the leaders are compared to the others. They're going to have to really slow down, though, aren't they?
They're getting the slow down hand signals from the marshals.
Yeah, the marshal's very adamant.
Down.
Yeah. Don't want to go round again. I want my lunch.
I want my lunch. Yes. I agree with them. Slow down, boys. Slow down.
Yeah, they haven't really listened, though, have they? There we go. Holding the fuel, so that's basically choking it and making sure the engine doesn't seize. Slightly less likely on a road tax, I believe. It used to be on a TKM that the engine would just cut out. But here in a road tax, obviously, you've got a little bit more opportunity to keep it slow. There's a little bit of...
and a driver did go up in the air. A little bit there.
I think this is going to be a restart. There's the flash of the yellow lights and the yellow...
there it is.
Chevron.
The marshal's like, my lunch.
Yeah, they're fuming, aren't they? Holding out that flag in passive-aggressive anger. But yeah, no, when you have a concertina like that, I mean, the carts just ended up going a little bit too slow, and it's like you're in a traffic jam, isn't it? Although the person at the start didn't stop, you end up going a little slow, a little slow, a little slow, and then everybody stops.
Yes, exactly. I was learning about that actually the other day. Why am I speaking about the M25 again on stream? About how it works with traffic, where when people slow down, even when there's not an incident, because of how physics work, the people behind slow, and then they slow, and then they slow, so this bit can be going really fast, but this bit can be going really slow for no reason.
Absolutely
so
no
a similar
reason.
thing we saw there.
It's called a phantom junction when someone cuts across you in a lane and you have to slow down. That causes the next 3 miles to end up slowing down as well. So, yeah, it's a very annoying thing. Yeah, physics for
Physics,
you can tell we've run out of things to talk about. But we are about to hopefully go racing here for the Senior Max Heat 3. By the looks of it, they're all In fact, one of the drivers out there actually just making sure he didn't get caught up again.
Yeah.
But they all look like they've behaved themselves this time around. So Jamie Perrelly should lead the way into the first corner, and I believe they have. The 42 of Ryan Willis has actually jumped from third to second, as we see so often in rolling grid starts. The number 15 is Sam Light.
Oh,
so
there's a big
actually,
crash.
there is a big crash. That is really not what we like to see. That's going to be that's definitely going to be a yellow flag. It might be the Battenberg.
Yeah, it's the it's the screen flag.
That's
Sorry,
the green
I
flag.
thought it was the chevron that we were going to go around again. But
no, I think we might get the Battenberg if they can't get it done. Now looks like with
Looks like
Baloo
he should be all right. He's clutching his wrist slightly though, so we'll try and make sure he's okay. But they're continuing around for now anyway.
They are continuing around for now. So let's assume that we're going to be going racing for the next 6 minutes and 15 seconds. The 75, now what battle is this we're looking at? As they come across the line, it's going to be a little bit confusing. We're going to have to wait until everybody slots across the line, because obviously there's been a couple of incidents here, there and everywhere. By the looks of it, Perrelly leads the way from Willis, and there we go, our timing tower now updates. Sam Light in third position.
So it was Benjamin Baloo, Jamie Rogers, Tommy Edmonds and Alfie Brooks, it looks like, who were involved in that incident up at Christmas Corner. And it's also a driver pulled off there, so maybe a couple of incidents that maybe we didn't see. There were certainly two drivers who ended up coming together, and the driver who clutching his wrist is now making his way back to the paddock.
Yeah, so hopefully they'll go get checked out as well, and everything will be fine.
It's
hopefully
a very, very common injury in these karts, though,
Yeah.
when suddenly a wheel gets turned and it just pulls your wrist round one side. And
yeah, if there are any sim races out there, it's like having your force feedback on 2000 on a direct drive, isn't it? It's just instant because of how reactive that these go-karts are. So Perrelly leading the way, Willis in second place, Sam Light in third, Klas Koike in fourth. There's a mechanical flag, unfortunately, for Sam Light, though, so that's going to be the end of his race. He's in third place, number 15. And there's fights out there on circuit, and there's a big hip and the shoulder and the foot and the knee and everything else kicked into the side of one of those cars.
I think it was the Lewis Wild getting forced wide there.
Was the number 89?
89, I think it was. I think he's dropped back a few positions in this pack. So now it's Brentley Sims.
Yeah, Brentley Sims was the one who did it, wasn't
now leading this pack. Yep, so that sounds about right. But how many have we got here? 7 or 8 karts battling over fourth position, which will most likely become third, as Sam Light will inevitably have to come into the pit lane, which I think he might have already done. No, he hasn't. Still out there currently. But yeah, with a mechanical flag, there you go. We saw it on the Digi flag there. You've got to come in. You can't just not.
Yeah, there's no questioning it. There's something hanging off, whether it's a rear bumper, and if that came off, that would be very dangerous. As the 90s, sorry, who is
84,
that?
I think, was getting forced wide.
84?
Chris Banderi, I think.
Oh yeah, so it was Jamie Mead. It was the fight for 6th position, wasn't it? As the multicoloured cars both go through, and that is Jamie Mead and Sam Cook. So a couple of drivers ended up obviously losing out on that particular lap. As we go into the final 4 minutes, and a big move there by the 46 on the number 90 yet again, who seems to be plummeting. That's Elliot Barrell.
Did you notice that they gave the signal for let's work together? Now they just sent a move on the inside.
Of course they did. Of course they did.
You love to see it. Look at this gaggle. It's fantastic. 10 karts all in one as you come across the start-finish line. Nearly 3 wide, 4 wide there to go into oblivion. You cannot be going into oblivion 3 wide. It's just never going to work.
It absolutely isn't. Sam Light has come into the pits, by the way, so Koike has managed to go up into that position. That's Scott Smith making a move on Samuel Cook as well. So plenty of manoeuvres around the sort of 4th to 5th place area of the circuit. But James Perrelly leading the way. Ryan Willis isn't that far away. However, after that, you've got a 4-second gap to Klas Koike, who's in third. And that's a side pod hanging off of the number 66 of Samuel Cook. Not ideal. There's a big lunge up the inside of the 99 on the 55, that looked like.
It's for 9th.
Yeah, 9th there. So plenty of moves up and down the order.
Indeed there is, as we see another one down into the final corner. That's always an interesting one to go for. The 26, we've got the 89 of Wild pointing down at his engine. So Lewis Wild, dropping positions now in 15th, possibly has a little bit of an engine issue there, maybe telling his mechanic, this isn't me having terrible pace, mate, this is just the car having difficulties. Another mechanical flag out, this time for Samuel Cook, who we were just speaking about, with a bit of a loose right side pod, so possibly that being the cause of that one.
Yeah, exactly, and again, that's one of those things that if it comes off, flies into the face of another driver, that's going to hurt a bit. Yeah, it's going to hurt, and there's no need to take that risk from a stewards perspective and a Clarking perspective as well. Clark, of course, today is Paul Sirett, who I know very well, and from my old karting days, and nice to see him out here clarking at Whilton Mill as well. So there's confirmation of 66.
50, I think it was the 55, yeah. Charlie Pinkney dropping down the order. Charlie Pinkney was stopped off at the edge of Christmas. Dropped down the order with Declan Russell. So I don't know if there's an incident or possibly if they've just broken down. As there he walks off, shaking his head. Frustrated, a mechanical issue clearly. We've had quite a few in this race, haven't we?
Yeah, it's not been ideal, really, has it, and from that perspective. This is the 97 and 61. Are they going to give us half a second to figure out what the fight, what this fight is for?
This is for fourth
Absolutely
place,
not.
mate. This is for fourth.
Oh, yes, it is. Yeah,
So 61, Brentley Sims leading the way of these three, but who was that, the 38, was it, of Scott Smith? It was indeed, diving up into fourth.
Yeah, he set the fastest lap of the race in the previous one as well, so no wonder he's fighting through.
Indeed, indeed. It's all getting very exciting. Only a minute and a half to go, which in these karts is a decent 2 laps. However, the drivers would have gone, the leading drivers would have gone over before 1.5. So I believe we have 3, and there's another move there. Back up the inside goes Scott Smith. Up into 4th now, I believe he is, at the front of this huge train, and has very decent pace, as you say, setting the fastest lap, so I think he could start to run away from these few drivers, but whether he has quite the pace in this short amount of time to catch up to the top 3, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, Klaas Koiker is actually really not anywhere near Ryan Willis and Jamie Perrelly, so actually, yeah, he's within shooting distance, I would say, for the next 2 or 3 laps, because, of course, the leaders have just gone across the line. They'll do this lap, then they'll have time to do another lap, and then we'll be on our last lap.
Yes.
So there's plenty of time for 3rd position to be changed, I would say.
That was 66 as well. That was Samuel Cook, already been shown as mechanical, hadn't he? I saw that on the Digi flag, yep, so clearly has not come in yet. Still wants to battle to the end, as there he is at the back of that pack, number 66. Can't see anything wrong from just a glance with his car, but clearly the stewards have seen something that we
side
cannot.
pod, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
so
I assume it's still a side pod. But yeah, here we go. Looking back to these drivers, this is the 47 leading. No, it can't have been leading this lot. 97, my apologies. That's reading that one. It's of course Jamie Mead to Alonso Karts there coming through your shot. Jamie Mead, and the 66 finally comes in for his mechanical. So a couple of people behind him are going to gain some positions. It's going to be Harry Gibson up into 7th, it is indeed. And then Chris Banderi, Ronnie Mansfield, Harry East, all grabbing into the top 10 there, thanks for that mechanical. And was that the 99 just stealing a move there up the inside? Yeah,
forcing Bentley Sims very, very wide through oblivion, and not really sure that Sims actually enjoyed that one, because he didn't look very happy when he came back on the circuit.
I don't think anyone's going to be too happy getting forced wide at oblivion,
exactly.
to be fair.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's a bit of a scary place to be heading into, isn't it? So, yeah, this is the penultimate lap of the race. We will cross the line, have one more added to it, and then we will probably see either Jamie Perrelly or Ryan Willis take the checkered flag, and there we go. They've already gone across the start-finish line. Shows how far ahead they are.
And there's only 0.6 between them.
Yeah.
So this isn't finished for the race win, is it? Here we go. Here they are into Christmas corner. Yeah, as you say, Scott Smith has managed to overtake Klaas Koiker. Klaas Koiker not quite having the pace to stay with the leaders. 4 or 5 tenths off of the leading pace currently, but Scott making his way through the pack very nicely and now up into 3rd place. Where did he start on the grid? 14th he was, up into 3rd. A great race from Scott. But here we follow the drivers through the final section of the circuit. It does look like Perrelly is going to have enough to keep this from Willis. Neither of them with the fastest lap of the race. That is, of course, Scott Smith. Climbing up the pack very nicely, but these two drivers with matching karts, matching helmets, matching race suits are going to come across the line and take 1st and 2nd. Jamie Perrelly taking the win with Ryan Willis just behind. Then we're going to see Scott Smith coming through with a fantastic race and ends up in 3rd. Good for him. Klaas Koiker just behind in 4th. Then it was Jamie Mead with Harry Gibson just behind. Then Ronnie Mansfield, Brentley Sims, Chris Banderi, and Harry East round out your top 10 as everyone else comes through the picture to finish off their races. But what a great one to finish off the morning.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. The morning has provided us with a good plethora of races, good standard of racing. It's just a shame it's all too many delays, shall we say, which is a bit of a shame.
A couple of delays, but seemingly people okay.
We hope,
I've not heard an air ambulance, so I think we should be. I think people are mostly all right. But yeah, hopefully we'll see them back out on track in the afternoon for their finals.
Yeah, we are pretty much a bang on an hour behind, unfortunately. So lunch was supposed to start at 1:05. It is now 4 minutes past 2. So you probably argue that as soon as these drivers in, we will be a full hour behind. So yes. I'm not sure how efficient our lunch break will be, how quickly it will become, how short it will become, but we will be back very, very shortly.
And don't go anywhere anyway, because you've got the paddock show over lunchtime where you see our beautiful faces. We take you around the paddock. We had a bit of a difficulty. As soon as we went on the paddock walk, everyone went to the driver's briefing. So we have a good little chat with a dog, a mum, a brother, a mechanic, and a few drivers sprinkled in there as well. So make sure you stick around now. But thank you for joining us for the morning of round 4 of Whilton Mill Kart Club. We'll be back again this afternoon for the finals. And again, stick around for the Paddock Show. Don't go anywhere.
Good morning, or good afternoon, should I say. Welcome back to Whilton Mill for round 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Now, my name is John Ratcliff. You join us here for the Paddock Show at the middle of the day, and alongside me is Jack Oliphant. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm absolutely brilliant. Yeah, fantastic early morning for us. Obviously, it's afternoon for you guys, but hopefully the weather hasn't changed because it's pretty brisk, but it looks like sunshine at the moment.
Yeah,
and fingers crossed that'll be good
I
for
hope
racing.
so. I feel like we've had like 4 seasons in the space of like 3 weeks. So
Yeah.
they've managed to luck out today and get a bit more sunlight, but as you say, hopefully that sticks around.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we don't exactly want it to be a full-on heat wave because it's very uncomfortable in our little commentary box when it's a heat
Yes.
wave, but it'll hopefully provide good racing.
That's us being very selfish. However,
Oh, well,
drivers
yeah.
in helmets probably don't really want a heat wave either.
Well, no,
So-
they don't want a downpour either, so
No.
we're happy either way, as long as it stays like this.
Yes, hopefully. Right, let's move on and chat to a few drivers in the 20 minutes we've got. Let's take a note of the time. Right, let's have a go at this, 20 minutes. There are a few drivers sticking their heads out of the Croc Promotions tent.
Yeah, they're very
Maybe we should
interesting.
go and have a chat with them, but now they're starting to run away, so they don't really want to have a chat with us.
Oh, yeah, they are running
Lads, we
away as
can't
well,
have
aren't
you
they?
sneaking up on us and then not having a chat. Can we have a chat with you, mate? Yeah. Come on and have a chat with us. What's your name, sir?
Jack.
Jack.
Drawbridge.
How have you been doing in Whilton Mill so far?
Started pole second yesterday. We got gifted pole because some pole's engine didn't start. So we got gifted pole for start. We led first few laps and then kept over driving the kart a bit. So we just dropped back and then went from there.
Gotcha. So
And then we
overall
got
a decent
caught
day.
up, and then we got caught up with the teammate and just got put over the grass a little bit. But
Gotcha. What are the kind of expectations for today then after yesterday?
maybe push harder this time. Try make your way up the grid because I'm doing like a mid pack and a back of the pack.
Okay. Could be some interesting races for you then.
Yeah.
So good. Nice. Well, good luck, sir.
Thank you
And
very
good luck for the day. Perfect. Let's have a...
He had a mate
Another
who was
water.
sort of lurking in the background of you then.
Lurking
I
in
was
the
hoping to get in touch with him. He doesn't have a race suit on. I was hoping to see
Someone lurking. Lurking in the background.
He's invited us in, actually. Guy,
Come
are
on,
you a
Ben.
racer, sir?
Yeah,
Yeah? What's your name then?
Ollie Cook.
Ollie Cook, okay. What's your story of the weekend so far? What class are you in and everything?
It was my first race at Junior X30. Off the back in Heat 1, got to about 20th, and then some guy kept on the brakes. I went to back of him, got a nose cone, ended up 26th.
So not brilliant yesterday. What's the plan for today then?
Just go forward. I'm not really expecting much, to be honest, but just go forward and hopefully,
Keep your nose cone.
yeah, basically.
Well, fair enough. Good luck. Hope you enjoyed the interview and laughing at your mates as well. Good luck for the rest of the day, and hopefully we'll speak to you a bit later.
Cheers, mate. That's what happens, isn't it? Your first race in a big car, a very powerful car. It's very easy to get those kind of little mistakes creeping in.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, at least they have rolling starts. I always got a little bit nervous when I stepped up into a
Yeah.
big boy class and all of a sudden you have to do a standing start and you slip the clutch or something, you stall or something awful, so it wasn't the least that bad for him.
It's over before it's even started.
Oh,
That
God,
one.
it's so
Yeah.
embarrassing as well. But as I said, luckily he got away with that one.
Yeah, no, lucky for him. Right, let's talk to a couple more drivers. Hello, sir. Are you driving with us today?
Yes.
What is your name?
I'm Macaulay Guy, number 38, X30 Junior.
Oh, lovely. How's it been going so far this weekend?
It's been going okay. We've had great pace, just a bit unlucky. We got a nose cone and we got stuck behind a driver who decided to defend a few laps into the race.
That's always frustrating.
Yes.
But what was that? What kind of position was that for in the race?
I started 9th, I think I finished 11th,
Okay.
which I'm happy with considering what happened.
Yeah. No, that's fair enough. What are the kind of expectations today then compared to yesterday?
I'm starting 22nd, so I'd love to get a top 15, and I'm starting 9th, so I've got my fingers crossed for a top 5.
Nice. Top 5 would be good from that position. Good luck with that, mate.
Thank you.
Cheers. Fantastic. Another driver looking for a good day out on track today.
Well, yeah, and I don't see why not. As I said, weather's perfect for it. There's a dog up ahead of us, and I'm very excited. I wish we could interview dogs here.
You could give it a go.
I mean, yeah, I don't think he'd be very happy with us. Look at him; he's looking at us. Maybe he'll have a driver attached to it.
I think yeah, you should go and try and interview the driver and the dog together.
Yeah,
as a
I
pairing.
want to know more about the dog. Is that bad? That's probably not professional, is it?
Not the best professional.
Is there a driver related to the dog?
Well, he's not racing today.
You're not racing today. You're watching your brother.
Yeah.
How's your brother got on?
Good.
Yeah?
He's got on. Yeah. He's did the Friday practice and the Saturday practice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And is he looking forward to the rest of today?
Yeah, he didn't do the first race yesterday. He's doing all the races today, so.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for him. I think the dog's scared of the camber. He's camber shy or over enthusiastic. I'm not really sure which one. But we'll say goodbye to you, little man. He's very cute. I'm already loving this one. Right, thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. I thought you were putting the microphone down to interview the dog.
I don't think anybody with headphones watching this would thank me for that one, I'll be honest. Yeah, very cute. We didn't actually get the name of the dog, which is a bit of a shame.
No. Oh, mate, you missed out there.
Oh no, we'll have to go back later on our way back off camera, won't we? But yeah, no, it's good to hear from a couple of families that have come down to watch as well.
No, that's fantastic to see all the support going on. I mean, this is a big championship at the end of the day, and to see the families coming down and supporting them is always fantastic to see.
Absolutely, yeah. And there's some brilliant, really good race teams. Coles is obviously here as well.
Coles.
Looking very branded.
It is beautiful, doesn't it? Their carts look fantastic. Excuse me, sir. Are you driving today? No, you're not driving. Is there any drivers in here to chat with? Not at the moment. They've all gone. They've all gone outside. Your camera, would you like to take a look in the tent anyway and have a look at a couple of the carts? Because yeah, they do look fantastic. A couple of the drivers with a few little bangs and bashes on the front. As we were talking to drivers, they were saying they've got nose cone penalty and things from yesterday. That's what you're trying to not do, not make contact with any carts in front or behind you. And,
yeah, that's always preferable, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, I think that's the one rule of karting: don't make contact with others. Because even if you go up from 30th to 9th, if you then get a nose cone, you've lost positions for no reason.
I mean, the nose cone penalty is a lot more prevalent than when I used to go karting. Didn't used to have it so much, but now I think they have ride heights and clips on the front, and if they break, that's it. You don't get an argument, you just get a penalty. So, yeah, they have to really make sure. To be honest, they were on the track walk. It probably would have been a good idea to jump on the track walk, really, because we probably would have got a lot more drivers mulling around.
We would, yeah. Yeah, as they say, a lot of drivers doing the track walks, getting ready for the day's racing. A lot of them would have been here yesterday, so they will know the track pretty well, and you would expect them to have been here quite a few number of times before this as well. Apart from obviously a couple of drivers, I already spoke to one who said it was his first outing.
Yeah, slightly surprising. Whilton Mill's a popular track on any series, isn't it? But this is round 4, and so even if they haven't done other championships before, you'd have thought if they're committed to this one, they would have, probably got used to the place by now.
Yeah, exactly. I've only done very low-level karting, and even I've been to Whilton Mill.
Well, exactly.
So Whilton Mill's one of the top-level circuits. Another beautiful little awning full of carts, but again, no drivers.
No, they're avoiding us, aren't they? Should we go and have a look at Jack's Motorsport?
Yeah, let's go and have a look.
It's very close to my name, and I want to get involved in it.
Okay.
Spelled very differently, obviously.
That would be quite cool if your name was spelled with 2 X's.
I know, yeah. I think it would look better on a graphic.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Do I let you take the lead then, since it's your name on this one, mate?
Well, if there's any drivers to actually take the lead on, let's have a look.
There might not be. It doesn't seem like there is. We could try and chat with a mechanic, though.
Of all the drivers out and about, are they on a track walk or something? Oh, it's driver's briefing.
Driver's briefing, is it?
We really have chosen a fantastic timing for this, haven't we?
The best day. Let's have a chat. Let's have a chat with this man. No, you don't want to have a chat? Are you sure you don't want to have a chat? 100%? Alright, I'll let you off then. I'll be nice. I'm feeling nice today.
We'll get out of their way as well, because I'm sure they're probably ready preparing.
Yeah, that is very true.
We've chosen the one time with driver's briefing on it and the track walk.
I can't believe I've just been rejected, mate.
Oh no, that's it's a little bit embarrassing. He was very firm on it as well, wasn't he? He was like, absolutely no way, Jose.
Before I even finished the sentence, no, I'm not talking to you.
No, but I mean, a man who knows his mind, you've got to respect that at least.
It's very true. I swear I'm not that scary, I promise.
Yeah, it's all for the camera. You're a nice guy for the camera, and all of a sudden you turn into a monster. He knows that.
Why are you telling them my secrets, Jack?
Yeah. I'm just having a look around. I'm still not really seeing any drivers.
not really seeing any drivers, am I? There's a lot of drivers congregating down the bottom, aren't they?
I can see a lot of drivers over there, to be honest, right where we said, oh, we won't start by the restaurant because there's no one there. My phone's going off, so I'll just turn my alarm off.
It's going from bad to worse here on the paddock walk, but we're having a good time doing it. Now we get to this kind of side of the paddock, a few more father and son kind of teams, which is always nice to see.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what my karting used to be like, to be honest. We used to do a series called NATSCA, which the National Schools Karting Association, which did feature on Alpha Live semi-recently. It was actually my first ever real live gig. And yeah, it's a fantastic championship, and it looks like this end of the paddock pretty much constantly. It's lads and dads and mums and sisters and everything like that, and it's just a bit of a camaraderie. So we've done all the sort of professional looking outfits, which my brother was probably more involved in back when he used to race a Paul car and everything like that. But now this is sort of what I remember, and we've actually got a few people that I remember from NATSCA here. I mean, Paul Syrup, who's clarking the actual event, he used to be one of the dads who got involved back when I was racing. So it's quite nice to have that sort of carry on and move up the order as well.
Ecosystem of people.
It's a small world, isn't
motorsport.
it? Yeah, it's a small world.
Right, we make our way over here.
I think it's a driver.
I know. That's what I was thinking. I couldn't believe it. Let's just get them before they inevitably try and run away from us.
It's like the Northern Lights, isn't it? You got to time it and bang on.
You can go to the right location, but it still might not be there.
Exactly. Yeah. No, you go and crack on. You go and try and have a chat.
Let's go and have a chat with.
If he's not a driver, I don't know why he'd be wearing a suit, but you know.
I will hope so. I think that's a fine guess to take. Hello, sir. Can I have a quick chat with you? That'd be all right. I was going to say, you're in a race suit, so I was kind of hoping that you're a driver. We're struggling to find some today. What was your name, sir?
Tom Ryan.
Tom Ryan. And which class are you racing in?
Senior X30.
How's that been going? I'm assuming you were racing yesterday, were you?
Yeah.
How was that?
Pace, it was actually really good start to the day, because usually we're about second and a half or so off, but we've adjusted some things with the setup and we just sort of found pace straight away.
That's positive then, leading into the rest of the weekend. Is that kind of leading on to good expectations for you today?
Well, we hope so. We're still novice, so we do start last, but
gotcha.
Hopefully just once I sort out the overtaking, hopefully we can get some better results, and maybe, I think yesterday, will we get 20th?
Yeah.
Which, I mean, of 20 finishes, I'll be honest with you, but
yeah,
yeah, hopefully we can finish around there again today.
Yeah, nice. No, it's all about getting the experience at the end of the day, isn't it? How are you finding the circuit itself?
It's brilliant, yeah. We've been here a lot. I love I don't know, it's just how different every corner is. You've got low, medium, high. It's literally, it's a massive mix of all. It's not like, I don't know, somewhere like Fullbeck, where it's quite technical. Gotcha. It's yeah, massive mix. Everything's different.
Yeah, a good little mix of corners, and hopefully best of luck to you today, sir. Yeah, good luck on circuit. Cheers. Thanks for the interview.
I'll be honest, the Kart looks brilliant as well, and he's done a fantastic interview. I'm more interested in these seats back here, though. Where on earth did you get these Cobras? I mean, they look beautiful, don't they? Where did you find these?
A friend of mine at work got them for me, yeah.
Oh, really? I was half expecting you to say, oh, yeah, I just knocked them together myself.
Yeah, I'd love to say that, but no.
Well, they look awesome. The Kart looks awesome. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
I quite like that because, as I said, at this end of the paddock, you do get a little bit more sort of individuality in terms of the people that are running here.
Exactly, yeah, and it's good to see drivers getting involved. As he was saying, he was a novice driver. Obviously, he said, I've done this track loads of times, doing all sorts of stuff, but a novice for today, has to start at the back. Can be a little bit more difficult, of course, with the slight karting I've done, as I mentioned. It's so different when you start from the front to the middle to the back of the group. Just how you attack the race is completely different.
Yeah, absolutely, and every driver, depending on confidence level and sort of experience, will attack it differently. If you're starting at the back, yet you're a seasoned racer, you might feel you have the confidence to just try and car through as quickly as possible. Whereas, obviously, if you're a little bit more experienced, you're probably a novice, so that means you're starting at the back for a reason. It's an opportunity to learn your craft and to just sort of try and suss out everything that's going on in front of you. Because there's probably guaranteed there's going to be a crash in front of you at some point if you start at the back every single race.
I've watched this Whilton Kart Club before. I'm pretty sure there's definitely crashes. So, yeah, I think you're right there, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not sure how long we've got left. As I said, unfortunately, I can see that all the drivers and all the teams are over.
Have a look down there.
Effectively,
literally everyone in the paddock is over there.
It's amazing what happens when Anthony leaves us, isn't it? Everybody sort of runs away, and this pit walk goes down the toilet.
But I think that has to be it, doesn't it? Everyone's just so sad that DJ isn't here. They've all just gone.
I was going to say, is he at British Kart Championships?
He is, yeah, Shellington today, I believe.
A lot of the drivers are there actually as well, aren't they?
Yeah, I think we're going to be missing a few big names here today, just because obviously, yeah, they're getting involved with BKC, which is a large, of course, national championship going across all sorts of different tracks. I think it's one or two of the championships starting today at Shellington.
Yeah, and but what that will allow us to do is put a bit of a highlight on the drivers that aren't necessarily always getting the spotlight, which is quite nice, really. This will probably be the one that they watch back, hopefully, if they have a good result.
Hopefully, yeah, that's true. Put it on the highlight reel.
Exactly.
For sure.
Yeah, you got to send that out to potential sponsors later in the year and everything like that. If we give them some press coverage, so there you go, drivers. If you are having a good weekend, then make sure you send this out and tag Alpha Live as well, because obviously they do a brilliant job.
They are doing a fantastic job, and they employ fantastic people like us. So what's there not to love? I can't see anyone, mate.
No, I think we're going to have to wander back. Maybe we'll have a chat to the dog. That's probably the most engaging interview that I've had so far.
Let's see if we can have a chat with someone on the spanners, I think. That's
that'd be a good idea, actually.
I think that's our next go-to. Maybe this man on the 67 white car in front of us?
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like some kind of Rotax. I haven't learnt all the colours of the numbers
No,
yet.
I still am not 100%, but...
go for it, see if you can have a chat with one.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. Any chance I can get a quick interview from you, sir?
We'll try.
What's the driver driving this car today? What's his name?
Nathan Traverse.
And how's he been doing so far this weekend?
Okay, but unfortunately Nathan's a bit tall, so he tends to grip the cars up, so we have a problem with grip towards the end of the race. But he's doing okay. He's doing okay.
Car itself, though, all running smoothly so far?
I hope so.
On your head be it, is it, if it isn't?
Absolutely, yeah. It's on my head. No, it's fine.
No, that's all good. What's the feeling of today for your driver?
The feeling of today is just to basically try and keep it smooth with the kart to stop it from gripping up, try and work with the tyre pressures, different tyres, so we're in a bit of trouble there really, but everybody's in the same game.
No, that's fair enough, so just trying to get more experience and trying to learn from these things that you're talking about.
Yeah, basically. Keep it smooth, it's a secret.
Keep it smooth. There we go. Well, thank you for the interview, mate, and good luck with the day. Cheers.
Brilliant.
Keep it smooth.
That was a good idea, because as I said,
smooth.
Yeah, keep it smooth, always a wise idea, but that was a good idea actually, because as you say, the drivers, they've actually starting to filter back. We're almost getting a wave of drivers coming towards us now.
It's like a pick and mix, just grab one.
I know, it's like British Bulldogs back in the day, isn't it? You just sort of like try and grab one and make them talk.
I don't want you to clothesline one of the drivers, mate.
No, I'll leave that to you. No, so we are getting a bit of a wave of people.
We're going to get a massive wave of people now. It's going to be like swimming through the sea of Whilton Mill Kart Club drivers. Right, I'm going to leave this up to you, mate. See if you can try and grab one.
Yeah.
Grab a driver to chat to. They're all going to be looking in the opposite direction.
I know, I see a driver very confidently walking at the front of the field here. I'm going to try and grab. Can I have grab a quick interview with you, sir, or are you off to run a kart?
Yeah, if you want.
Good, cracking. What's your name first, and what are you driving today?
I'm Elliot Barrell, and I drive in Senior Rotax.
And how on earth has it been going so far for you this weekend?
It was going all right yesterday. Not amazing in my first heat, if I'm honest. I span at the start, and then I couldn't really make ground on that. But just struggling on the new tyres, if I'm honest. I'm used to Mojos, so these Comets are a bit difficult.
And you had a little bit of a practice opportunity. Well, you're going to have a little bit of a practice opportunity. This is shown at lunchtime. It's hard to get the timings right. Is that a chance that you're maybe trying a little bit different setup to try and get used to the tyres?
Yeah, more front. That's all it is. More front end.
Really? So you're struggling with understeer almost? Yeah. Well, fingers crossed it goes a little bit better for you in Heat 2, 3 and the final, of course. Getting plenty of drivers waving in the background now. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Yeah, loads of people want to be on camera, but then as soon as you stick a microphone in their face...
Yeah. They're happy going behind the camera and making little hand gestures,
yeah.
But as soon as you're trying to chat with them, they're like, no.
No, they've all ran off now again, and we're actually coming to the point where karts are starting to be started up because we are getting to practice.
We are getting very close to it, aren't we now? It's obviously, yeah, kart engine starting up, it gets a bit loud around the paddock, but it's good to see the drivers finally going out onto the circuit. We've got, of course, the practice and then some heats in the morning. This will then play in the kind of middle of the day during our lunch break, and then we'll be back for loads more heats and finals in the afternoon. But I believe that's about our 20 minutes up for today.
Yeah, I think that should be a fairly good sort of roundup. We didn't chat to that many drivers. We saw a dog.
Chat to as many as we could.
Yeah,
as many as we saw. Briefing, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's been a good roundup, and hopefully it'll be a good afternoon.
I hope so, yeah. Good interview with the dog. I think that's a nice little...
yeah, exactly. That should be the thumbnail of the day.
Yeah, I definitely agree. They always have fun thumbnails when it's the paddock walk. So yeah, get the dog on the thumbnail, Darren, or anyone that's making the thumbnails. But yeah, let's get back to the action here at Whilton Mill Kart Club for round 4 and enjoy the afternoon of racing. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the Whilton Mill Kart Club, sponsored by FastR Round 4. We are about to go into the finals. Yes, we're running a little bit behind, but don't worry, all your favourite action is still yet to come. You've joined us, hopefully, you've joined us just in time for the finals. There are no karts quite ready to go out on circuit just yet, so I'll bring you this quick schedule. We have a slight change compared to the heats. The Honda cadets aren't going first anymore. It's the IAME cadets that will be first up on track, followed by the Mini Max final, followed by Junior Max B final, X30 Junior final, X30 Senior final, Senior Max final, followed by Honda Cadet A final, and the Junior Max A final. So plenty of action still left to come, and hopefully you've enjoyed the day so far. My name's Jack Oliphant, and I'm joined alongside me by John. Oh my god, your second name has gone out of my head.
Ratcliff.
Ratcliff.
Mate, that's
I wanted
fine.
to say Hartford. I don't know why. Just completely went out of my head there. Sorry.
All good, mate. Don't worry about it. I've got Anthony's name wrong a load of times. I just feel like I've got it wrong again. I always get it incorrect for DJs, because there was the touring car driver who had a very similar name. Andy Jordan. That was it. I think it was while we were live. I called him Andy Jordan.
Yeah.
And I was like, he was like, it's Anthony, mate. I was like, oh yeah. So don't worry about it. We've all been there.
Well, it's been a good day so far, though, hasn't it? It's been plenty of action. Yeah, a few delays, but that hasn't soured our spirits.
No, it definitely hasn't. I've been really enjoying the racing so far, and that was just the heats. We've got the finals to come.
Well, exactly, yeah, and obviously this will round out round 4 of the championship around every single month, it's worth noting as well. And we'll bring you up when the next round is in a couple of minutes' time.
I can tell you that immediately, sir.
Oh,
round 5 is May the 28th and the 29th. So the stream will be on the Sunday, the 29th of May.
Fantastic. And if you are obviously enjoying what Alpha Live is bringing you, this is the busiest weekend Alpha Live have ever experienced. We've got, I believe, 5 or 6 events running all along the same time, whether it be the Buckmore Park 24-hour, whether it be the Bambino Kart Club, the British Kart Championships, obviously here at Whilton Mill, I believe up on Teesside there's an activity going on as well. There's just basically everything you could possibly ask for is here, supplied by Alpha Live, so you better give them a follow. Right, IAME Cadets, it's probably about that time that we start looking at the finals, because they are lining up on the grid. Hopefully we'll go into the Stinger. Fantastic. So, the final lineup for the Army Cadets, the final of the day. Finley Hines will be on pole position. Alongside him will be Max Mason. In third position will be Cody. Now, I'm going to attempt to say this once, and then we're going to call him Cody from now on. The number 88 of Cody Laputarel. Fourth place, Kian Amy. I think I'm going to definitely be butchering Cody's name there, but apologies. Yeah. Row 3, Levy McGrath and Enzo Butarazzi. In row 4, Max Ewell and Maniv Dew. Row 5, Jacob Nairn and Aston Brown. Row 6, Frederick Wood and Zachary Brazel Shepherd. Row 7, Max Wright and Elliot Travis, who's a novice as well, apparently. Row 8, Isaac Barker and Millen Tomlinson. Row 9, Levi Segara and Aaron Nair. Row 10, Simeon Stone and Isabel Banks. Row 11, Katie Clark and Otis Cleary even. And row 12, 23rd, Emil Davey. Apologies there, Otis, your name was not listed clearly.
I think we've just started, mate. Round the first corner they go, into oblivion. Drivers getting it properly sideways on exit there, and they're going to lose out a little bit. Is that the number 58, it looked like? Maybe it was only the 68 of Levi McGrath, it might have been. But yeah, no waiting around for this. I'll make straight into it.
Yeah, when I started reading out, they were still in the pits, so apologies about that, ladies and gentlemen. We are into the first final of the day, and I believe it is Finley Hines who leads this race, number 57. Max Mason, we've seen him try and work together with a fair few drivers over the course of the day by tapping his helmet and pointing forward. Hasn't always come off well for him, but he did win a race earlier in the day using that exact method.
Very true, very true. Yeah, a couple of the drivers definitely in the fight for the win in this one. One thing to mention with these finals rather than the heats, of course, the heat grids are quite randomly created. This is done from the points that they've accumulated across the races over these 2 days of racing, which should mean that they're relatively in a sort of order that they should be in anyway. That doesn't mean there can't be some upsets.
Yeah, exactly. I would quite like to have seen them do that and then reverse them as Max Mason taps his helmet but leaves the door wide open for Max Ewell to go up the inside and take second place away from him to the battle of the Maxes. It seems to be developing quite nicely, and as I said, sometimes you just need to race your race and not worry about, obviously, what's going on around you. That'll be a lot of race experience that these IAME cadets are starting to learn as well. So I'm sure as Max Mason gets a little bit older, he'll probably start ditching that tactic and start thinking about his own race.
Yes, I think so. Look at this little pack forming now. Has Finley Hines broken away from this pack? Or is he still at the front of it? I think he has, hasn't he? I think he's just by himself. Yeah, he is. There you go. He's just saw the top of his helmet as we look through that shot. Into the final corner they go, and still over 8 minutes to go, as you say, with the longer races for the final. Gives more opportunity to make moves. Equally, gives more opportunity for you to be overtaken.
Absolutely, yeah. 10 minutes plus a lap, whereas before I think we were on 8 minutes plus a lap.
Yes.
It may have been 7, but I think it was 8. So yeah, only slightly longer. Doesn't sound like that much, but in the go-kart race, that is actually quite a significant amount of time, isn't it? Because obviously these karts are going around in about 53 seconds, so sub 1 minute. So there's an extra 2 laps. There's a little bit of a collection there for the number 46 of IAME, which is a bit of a shame for Kian, but managed to get it all corrected, mainly because he ended up getting hit by another driver.
Yes. Yeah, luckily, he got hit on one side and then got hit on the other and turned him back round again.
Yeah, it's amazing how that can happen sometimes. And look at that, there's a slap of the steering wheel by the number 20,
the
46.
That was Kian who got turned round.
Yeah, so not very happy at the moment, but that's 103 as Maniv Du, the novice driver, getting really stuck in towards the top 5.
Max Mason losing the position on that one to our man Cody, up into 3rd place again. But the gap continuing to form. A second now for Finley Hines in the lead. I don't want to commentator's curse him, but it looks like he's got it not in the bag, but he's looking pretty good.
Yeah, he's looking strong, isn't he? And these, we've said it before, you said it particularly, John, that these low-powered karts are very much sort of used to running in a pack. You struggle to sort of pull away, and that's exactly what Finley's done. So if he can carry on the pace that he's showing, which he should do, on that last lap, he actually bang on equaled Max Ewell's time, 53.76. Very close to Cody, who's just put in the fastest lap of the race as well. This is the battle for a little bit further, well, this is for 2nd place, actually, isn't it? Max Ewell with Cody crawling all over the back of him.
Yeah, so Cody's really caught up with him over that last lap, haven't they? So, yeah, so they both dropped to nearly a 1.5 seconds off of Finley now. Here they go, through Oblivion. Again, gonna say it again, absolutely love that shot through Oblivion. Really see the speed that they pick up, even in, as you say, these lower power karts. They're still pretty quick through there, pretty quick. You don't realise from offshore, it's kind of the same with F1 really, you don't realise from offshore quite how fast they are really going.
No, exactly, it's all about perspective, isn't it? And when you stand there and in real life, you sort of get that perspective very much so in any form of motorsport. As the camera goes for a little wander, we actually focus back onto 2nd place. Going through the quick left-right now is Cody, just eyeing up a move here. Looks like Max is going defensive into the boot. Moves back across as he sees Cody just moving to the right-hand side. So they take the normal racing line. 5.5 minutes to go. And as I said, it doesn't sound like a lot, an extra 2 minutes plus a lap, but it really does add up.
No, it really does. Again, extending the lead out 2 seconds now for Finley Hines. It's very impressive. So I think, yeah, we probably won't see him much for the rest of this race. Let's focus on this battle for 2nd. Not pulling to the inside to defend. Looks like that's going to be not the best move there. It means that Cody's going to be able to go up into 2nd place past Max. Oh, that was took a lot of curb there, didn't he? The 5th place man. That's Enzo Butterazzi, is it? Yes, it is, in the number 20. A lot of curb. Nearly taking orbit was Enzo, but he's back firmly on the ground. Gravity doing its work, and he's back in the race.
Yeah, probably hurt his Butterazzi, I would imagine, with that one.
Well, that was a good one. I like that.
not ideal, really, for any kart, is it, to go that far airborne, but it hasn't seemed to have slowed him down. Although that will, and he puts his right wheels off the circuit. I think that was just trying to get a little bit more track than was actually there to try and get a wider entry to see if he can sweep back and attack the drivers in front of him. Hasn't happened, unfortunately. He's fallen back to 7th.
No, that's very true. Levi McGrath taking the fastest lap of the race now, 53.09, immediately followed by IAME behind, doing exactly the same time. But clearly, this little battle really pushing forward. But even with Finney Hines being by himself, I think that's still not going to affect it too much. These guys will start battling. That'll end up with him running away with it. But as we say, Cody now up into second place, past Max. And then this little battle going on behind. Cheeky look for the move from Levi McGrath on Max Mason. Not going to happen that time around, though. But all these drivers in this pack, names we very much recognise from earlier heats, yeah, and still continuing to give the let's work together. When will they realise that no one actually,
no one listens
listening?
to that. No, I was going to say, it's it works maybe if you're in a team and your teammate is behind
possibly.
you, but why would anybody else listen to you if you're in a train of 5 cars and you're in the middle? Everyone's fighting for themselves out there, aren't they? And why shouldn't they be? Obviously, the final counts for double points. Oh, here goes a move on for second place on Cody by Max Ewell, trying to take that position back and has successfully done so. So Max Ewell goes into second ahead of Cody, number 88, and all of a sudden, well, those two look like they were once upon a time maybe starting to pull away. They've been pulled back now as they start fighting with each other for the top 5. Sorry, for the fight for second is now a 5-way battle.
Indeed it is, yeah, all hotting up. Still 3 minutes to go. It feels like it's been ages in this one, but obviously with the extended race, it gives these drivers a bit more time to battle as 88 gets forced to the outside there and is going to slip all the way to the back of the train. That's Cody from second to 6th in one corner. That's what happens when you get in the trains like these.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if someone's nose cone is going to be looked at after that one, because it did look like very much that Cody was forced wide on that corner. He's not been dropped off the back of it though, as again Max sort of signalling that it didn't look like he was saying, oh, we should go forward. It looked like
go past.
Yeah, it did look like go past me, which is a strange one, to be honest, because why would anybody ask that? He gets a little bit of a bump up the backside, so no matter what he's asking the other drivers to do, they're not listening, are they? So I think that's Levy McGrath who's now behind the 68, yeah. So we know Levy is very quick. Max Mason actually has a contact warning flag as well out there, so he's going to have to just keep an eye on that.
He's doing it again. Nope, Levi is not going to take any notice of him. Up the inside he goes into the boot, into third place and taking that final podium position from this race as it stands now. Finney Hines, fastest lap of the race in the lead. That's unbelievably impressive. A 52.75, the only driver in the 52s, and he's by himself.
He's just chilling.
That is ridiculous.
Sunday drive, isn't it, for Finney Hines right now? As look at the background now, though, because I think Max Mason's finally decided that he's going to go defensive, and he's starting to get his elbows out firmly for this position that he's currently in, which is now 4th place, because Levy McGrath has secured that 3rd place away from him. Obviously, Max Ewell is up the road a little bit. So, yeah, I think the thing that Max Mason will probably learn from this one, and probably someone will say to him, is something that I always got told when I was in the car: don't drive in your mirrors. You don't want to drive with the people behind you. You want to chase the people ahead of you. And he's sort of still doing it. He's thinking more about the people behind than he is the people in front. Just hit your braking zones, hit your apexes, and if someone chucks it up you inside, react to it. But apart from that, move forward, chase the person in front. And it's something to be said for all drivers looking at this. Again, you don't want to be focusing behind, just look forward.
Yeah, he really is, isn't he, when you're watching him now going defensive. I think every bit of straight track he's given the signal, let's work together and move forward. But it doesn't seem to quite be happening now, and the 46 of IAME right behind is certainly pressuring Max, isn't he? Going to look for the move here into the right-hander, and he's going to go for it. No one following Max's plea to please work together. Not going to happen, and I think Kian is going to keep that 4th position. Max stepping down to 5th.
Yeah, well, that's it. It's, as I said, they're all working for each other, aren't they? And as they should. They're not teammates. There's no team championships, even if they were teammates. It's all about personal pride. And the final's worth double points compared to the heats. So although the heats are valuable, it's not the be-all and end-all, as the 46 goes up ahead of the 75, which is Max Ewell, who slips from 2nd down into 4th place. IAME up to 3rd, and Levi McGrath in 2nd. Finney Hines away with the fairies somewhat, as the 68 of Levi McGrath actually defends into Christmas corner. So we're on the penultimate lap of the race. This isn't going to be the final lap, but it is certainly going to be a decisive one, I would say. These guys, as the tension's starting to build, there's going to be some ambitious moves, I feel, launched here, there and everywhere by the end of this race. And look at that, the 46 of IAME is already starting to push Levi as hard as they can.
He is indeed. What gives you the impression that they might work for crazy moves, man? I don't know where you got that from.
Maybe the entire of today. All 16 races we've seen so far today in every category.
Very true, very true. Right, Finley Hines, I think, is going to be coming across the line any second now. There he is, starting his final lap, still with the fastest lap of the race, and a cheeky move there from the 20 at the inside of the 88. That was a move for position. Enzo Bottarazzi up to 6th. Cody second for most of this race, now down in 7th. It's not been a good few laps for him. But here we go, 68 moves to the inside to defend. Levi McGrath trying to keep that second place from Kean AAME, but Kean is looking feisty there in 3rd position, wanting to take this second place on the final lap, maximise his points from this position. Unlikely any of them are going to get first unless Finley Hines has an incredible problem on this last lap. All staying the same right now. Looks for a cheeky move, does Kean into the left-hander. Not going to happen. And I think Max Ewell will try and follow him whatever he tries to do here. He's going to try and link up this left-hander into the final complex, see what he can do.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. He's not defending at all. The camera looked like that there was more of a run for Kean AAME than there actually was. This is the final lap of the race, and there's a little bit of a nudge there, but the checkered flag flies for Finley Hines as Levi McGrath is going to just about hold on to this second place. Max Mason comes across, Kean AAME in 3rd, Max Ewell in 4th. Max Mason ends up in the top 5. Enzo Bottarazzi at the back end of that little pack with Cody in the number 88 in 7th position. But that was a great race for second. But one driver we hardly saw at all was the driver who took home the most amount of points, and that was a brilliant Finley Hines.
Yeah, fantastic race for him. Ended up 5.2 seconds out in the lead. And fastest lap when you're by yourself in these kind of karts is incredibly impressive. The amount of time you gain in the slipstream is ridiculous. But I guess the fact of him being by himself, able to focus on his own laps whilst others were battling, gave him the chance to do that.
Yeah, exactly. And even on that last lap compared to Levi McGrath, who I know was defending, but Finley was still 0.4 of a second quicker than the rest of the field. So Finley coming good just when it counts in the final here at the Wilton Mill IAME Cadet final. Right, we're about to go into our next final.
Here we are then, the Mini-Max final, race number 25 on your schedule. Joshua Turnbull lines up pole. He got the most amount of points from his heats, so that awards him the best spot on the grid. Josh Salvadori is alongside with Michael Dalton and Lucas Blanford behind them. Then it's Owen Neve, Nathan Traverse, Victor Hansen, Ben Simpson, Mikey Walker and Charlie Neve rounding out the top 10. Then it's Joshua Smith, James Sherrington, Thomas Ingram Hill, Riven Welsh, Zach McDonald and Jonas Klimas round out row 8. Then Luca Brooks and Leon Barlow and Lucy Whilton and Benjamin Gordon round out the top 20. Then Albert Wilton and Noah McNicholas round up alongside them, or behind them, should I say. Then it's Charlie Gregory, then William Webb, and rounding out the entire 26 kart grid is Ethan Carney and Matthew Grove. So there we are then. Let's get into another final. If that's anyone to go by, should be very exciting.
It should indeed, and if I unmuted my mic, I'd probably be able to enjoy it as much as I did that one. Yeah, no, lots to look forward to on this next on the Mini-Max. Obviously, they've already produced some brilliant racing, and quite a few people to be looking out on. Obviously, Turnbull on pole position. There's a reason why he's there. It's because he's provided some absolutely brilliant racing. And now, during that paddock walk, we noticed, obviously, you decided we should go and chat to one of the dads. As the karts are going around. This isn't racing just yet, they're warming up. But because all the drivers were out on their driver briefing whilst we were trying to film, which was quite terrible timing by us, we didn't have any drivers to talk to. However, you just went to a random dad and decided to have a chat to him, and it ended up being the 67 of Nathan Traverse's dad. He was sort of quietly confident, but he wasn't giving anything away.
Was he?
And his son's done absolutely brilliantly.
He has, doing very well, commanding his races and doing very well and getting enough points, to line up right at the front sharp end of the grid. So it's a fair play to him. Yeah, sat there in 6th place. The number 67 is Nathan. These drivers getting their tyres nice and warm, ready for this one, making sure they have the best chance off of the start here in this Mini-Max final. We've got a few people coming in chat saying good luck to people. Gillian saying good luck to Lucas Blanford. I'm not sure if he is in this one. Yes, he is. He's lining up on 4th place is Lucas. So Gillian, possibly mum or auntie or sister, shouting out for Lucas. So we'll see how well he can do in this one from 4th place. And also good luck Josh from Jasmine Taylor. So there's Josh Salvadori, it could possibly be. I don't think there's any other Joshes in this race, is there?
Smith, I
the Josh
suppose.
Smith could possibly be that. So either Josh Smith or Josh Salvadori. Lots of love to one of them. I'm sure there's lots of love to both of them. They just haven't put it in the chat.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, Daventry saying the broadcast seems a bit of a problem on YouTube. Hopefully that's on your end and not on our end.
It's just on their end.
Yes, exactly. So hopefully everybody else is enjoying it. So yeah, brilliant. Apparently it's Gillian Brantford is his mum. So good luck to Blandford as he starts on the second row in 4th position. But as Turnbull comes across the line, it's going to be a green flag, and we are racing here in the Minimax final here at the WMKC. Turnbull still leads the way. I believe it was Owen Neve who actually held into 2nd place. And look at this as they go into Christmas corner and move around the outside, although it's probably just a bit of a sighter as they go for the cutback for Owen Neve, as can't quite see who's actually in 3rd place, but it may no longer be 3rd place anyway. It might be 2nd, sorry, and it's the number 18 of Neve on the inside of
the 110.
The 110, yeah, Salvadori, who's doing a very good job.
Yeah, fantastic little first lap from them. Yellow flag slightly further back in the lap. We'll see as we pan across. We've got one driver re-entering the circuit, but maybe something else that we haven't quite spotted. Here we go, coming to the end of lap 1. We'll read them out as they come over the start-finish line. To end off the first lap of this final in the Minimax class, Josh Turnbull started on pole, has held it through lap 1. Still in the lead, then it's Owen Neve behind, then Josh Salvadori, Michael Dalton, Victor Hansen, Lucas Blanford, Nathan Travers, Mikey Walker, Thomas Ingram-Hill and Josh Smith round out the top 10. A little move there up into Christmas. Who's that? That's the 21 of Victor Hansen up the inside of Michael Dalton. Into 4th place he goes.
Yeah, Victor Hansen actually lost 2 positions on that previous lap, hoping to take one of them back at least. But look at this, it's making a cascading effect on Lucas Blanford. His mum will be having kittens right now as he's in the mix of all this action. But luckily he's not involved in that. Now who is that? That's
Michael
the 27.
Dalton, I think, was the 44, yeah.
And Thomas Ingram-Hill as well involved with that. So yellow flags obviously being waved, and that is Michael Dalton slowly not getting out of his cart just yet. So hopefully he'll be absolutely fine and we'll be able to...
I think it was more frustration than injury,
yes,
I think, over that one.
Fingers crossed. So yeah, Dalton and Ingram-Hill, and it's a big frustration as well. It's obviously 2 minutes into the final as Josh Salvadori goes up the inside and runs him very wide as Owen Neve. And to be fair, all clean, a really, really good move by Josh Salvadori. That sometimes drivers are a little bit too respectful, and the other can sort of come back at them around the outside. But Josh did absolutely everything right there. Gave him room, didn't force him off the track, but made sure he couldn't come back at him.
Yeah, and shout out to the driver that he was overtaking as well, Mr. Neve.
Yeah.
Had to give that room on the inside to allow him to make the move done. If he just carried on his racing line and turned in, there would have been a huge accident. So good awareness from both drivers.
Takes 2 to tango, doesn't it? That
Exactly.
is racing. It's you got to give racing respect on the overtake, racing respect when you're being overtaken. Sometimes it's a bitter pill to swallow.
Yes.
And sometimes people don't swallow it, which is why we end up seeing big crashes.
Indeed, indeed. No, you have to be respectful to your fellow racing driver, no matter how much you're wanting to keep that position. You can always try and get it back in a couple of corners' time, or you could end your race for both of you by deciding to turn in and not wanting to give up the position. So yeah, good racing from both drivers out there, and let's be honest, all drivers out there are doing a great job. 7 minutes of this one to go.
Yeah, to be honest, we haven't seen anything really too malicious, have we? And sometimes you go to race circuits and you see something and you just have to sigh and think, why on earth are you doing that? And they're taking it to the stewards to decide, whereas you should really just, let it go and then try again in a lap or so, like you say. Right, the 15's just been overtaken there by Charlie Neve, I believe. Josh Smith is the 15, overtaken by Charlie Neve, I believe, the number 60. And as they come across the line, am I going to be correct? Yes, I am. First time for everything today. And look at this little battle here, and I can't quite see, was that the 67 of Nathan Travers in the front? No, it's the 60 of Charlie Neve. Then Josh Smith and James Sheringham joined in on the accident, and I think Sheringham's actually just got past. Sherrington even.
With the fastest lap as well.
Yeah, very well done.
So fair play. I don't know how I managed to mess that up. When we were looking at Josh's for the good luck, we missed out our pole man, Josh Turnbull. That's who she was shouting out.
Yeah,
so thank you, Jasmine Taylor. Josh Turnbull, clearly your luck and love coming through the trap is helping, because he is 8/10 in the lead.
Yeah, always helps, doesn't it? He's not pulled away as much as I thought he would. It's no Finley Hines right now. We're kind of race lead.
Whoa.
I know. So you're pulling out some big expectations here. I'm aware of that. But he is doing a brilliant job. But to be fair, actually, we know how quick Josh Turnbull is. I think it's more of a compliment to Josh Salvadori and the rest of the field to be keeping with him. And look at that 110 car. pulled away from this fight for third position. I know they're fighting. I know they're tripping each other up. But it's still impressive by Turnbull and Salvatore. So, yeah, big up to those. Big respect for those guys. Hopefully they'll make a good race of it come the end of this couple of laps. That's a move up the inside as this battle for fourth place still heats up. That's the 59 of Blanford going ahead of Victor Hansen.
Indeed, it was all heating up throughout the field, isn't it? Loads of different moves going on as we watch them come through the boot for another time. We'll just be seeing drivers do more and more laps as we climb up the kind of CCs of the karts, aren't they? A lot faster through the lap, and it means we're going to see more action and more racing throughout the race, and different styles of racing as we see different types of karts. So look at that, the 110 of Josh Salvadori right on the rear bumper of Josh Turnbull now. We could be seeing a move for the lead very soon. Josh Salvadori, fastest lap of the race like last time around, a 47.32 for him. As here we go, going to get a look at the front battle, the 83 versus the 110. Who's going to make it out on top?
Yeah, well, this one is probably going to go on for the next 4 minutes, to be honest. Know exactly how quick Turnbull is, especially when he's chasing down. We all know it's easier to chase than be chased. So as soon as Salvadore gets past, if he does get past, of course, don't expect him to scream off into the distance. In fact, I would be less surprised if they actually held each other up so much, the fact that the third place battle will almost come into the fray somewhat. It's going to be very interesting. Look at that, a tap of the helmet and trying to get inspiration from Max Mason. Unfortunately for Turnbull, exactly the same thing has happened to him. And look at that, Salvadore gives in the same signal, saying work together. It's amazing how drivers can still think that that's going to work.
Yeah, still think it's going to do anything. But yeah, we've got love for both of Josh in the chat now. George Barker Racing in the chat saying, come on, Josh Salvadori. So we've got Salvadori versus Turnbull both in the chat and on the live stream. So let's see who can come out on top. Some more love as well for Nathan Travers from Grandma, and also for Victor Hansen as well from Dadoge.
Oh, well, if Dadoge has entered the chat, then we're all in trouble. No, I don't know who that is. At least you're not stalking us with ice cream.
That's very true. I still need to, if you're listening, I need to find out who you are who's watching us going at live streams, because it's quite sweet but very creepy at the same time.
I was going to say, apparently they bumped into us.
Yeah, they saw us.
Yeah,
we didn't see you.
It's worrying, isn't it? No, I'm kidding. A big snap of oversteer. Oh, that's under braking, actually. There's a lock-up of braking from Salvadore, as this is nowhere near over. The next 3 minutes are going to be crucial. And Lucas Blanford...
I was going to say, he's moved up to third, past Neve.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, Neve has actually dropped down to fifth position as Victor Hansen has taken advantage of, obviously, that kerfuffle, whatever happened for third position. And I'm sure Gillian Blanford will be probably watching this, looking at the timing on the left-hand side, just waiting for that to just come over the line and see how much closer. I can tell you, it is closer. Turnbull and Salvadori are certainly holding each other up. Blanford just a touch quicker on that last lap. Not massively quicker, I'm not getting carried away here. It just is quicker, that is the small fact of it.
Yeah, by... hundredths of a second.
I said it wasn't big. I said it was small. I'm just trying to give it a little bit of encouragement. Turnbull, though, he's pushing on strong a little bit here, isn't he? We're going to bypass that. I was correct. It wasn't really relevant.
The way you worded that was just fantastic. Right, we look back to the leaders. 110, Salvadori still leading Turnbull for now anyway. Yeah, as you say, Blanford, Hansen, Neve, all behind the little gaggle of karts. But whether this 2 minutes will be enough, I think if Josh Turnbull knows what he's doing, which we know he does, he's probably going to just try and work together with Salvadori and wait until the last one or two or maybe 3 laps. So even then, that's going to be pushing it with how close the guys are in the battle for third. So yeah, there's quite a lot of tactics that come into play in these 10-minute finals.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a position right now with enough laps to go and enough time on the clock that he can try and put the pressure, exactly what he's doing now, put the pressure on the driver in front to make a mistake without you doing anything. Although he's just going to ignore me. He clearly can't hear me over the PA system, because Turnbull just flies up the inside on the left-hand side of the infield there. And as they go into the boot, he takes that race lead again.
It was a good move.
It was a good move,
to be fair. But yeah, whether that's what they want to be doing or not, feels like he should be the one in the lead through this final minute and 10 seconds of this race. Whether that will prove to hinder them or help him, we'll have to wait and see. But look at that. Gives the signal, let's work together, mate.
There's the reason
yeah,
why.
I saw that.
Look at the challenge for third place.
He's got it.
Victor Hansen. Has he got it, Victor Hansen?
He has, yeah. 21 up into third place, past the 59.
Yeah, I think he just about has. There we go, actually. You can see it on the screen. I was looking at the timing tower. If that's going to give us...
Why are you looking at that?
Yeah, I don't know. They're looking at the timing tower rather than the actual footage that we got on the screen. But yeah, Blanford, all of a sudden, I don't think that's Blanford going slower. I think that's Hansen really pushing the envelope now, isn't it? He's picked up some pace. Maybe they set the Kart up to come in a bit later on.
Yeah, he's just been calmly and quietly moving through the field, hasn't he, in this one? He's been looking very good and now up into third position.
Yeah, he was 3/10 quicker than the drivers around him, actually, Hansen, on the lap before he made that overtake. So he's clearly, pushing on strong.
And even the lap where he made the overtake, still on the same pace as the leaders. Have they changed it again? No.
No, there's a yellow flag. That's the reason why. And I thought we were going to see a move, to be honest, because that's exactly what Salvadori won't want, is the fact that a key overtaking opportunity on the final 2 laps has been taken away from him. Now, we will try and find out who that driver is who's ended up off the circuit. I think it's William Webb, only because he's fallen down the timing order.
Yep, no, you're correct there. William frustrating, going all the way through a final and then loses it on the second last lap. But that's just the way it goes, the karting sometimes, isn't it? Here we go, leaders onto the final lap of the Minimax final for today, for round 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club, sponsored by FastR. Big shout out to FastR. Right, here we go. 83 leads the 110. Josh Turnbull versus Josh Salvadori. Which Josh will come out on top? Love for both drivers in the chat. But who's going to make it count through this last lap? Nothing yet happening at Christmas. Obviously, there was a yellow. I think that might have been gone there. I think he just didn't quite have the pace and was not quite close enough to make any move. Certainly is closed up through here, though. Is he going to look for it to the left? Goes defensive, does Turnbull. Going to hold it through here. Here's another good overtaking spot. Puts it in the middle of the track. Makes his car as wide as physically possible. And Turnbull keeps hold of the lead for now. He looks for it, does Salvadori. Turnbull to the middle of the track, goes deep. It's going to mean he gets a bad exit here, but I don't think Salvadori's going to quite have enough. He's going to look for it though. Yes, he does. Up the inside of the final corner, and he takes it. Josh Salvadori, what a win. Puts his hands up in the air with delight, as he should be. What a win from Salvadori there. Steals it at the final time of asking from Turnbull. Turnbull's going to be frustrated, but what a move there to end that race.
Yeah, I think Turnbull probably feel a little bit aggrieved because it did look like that Salvadori gave him a little bit of extra encouragement into one of those corners, into the boot, shall we say. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. If the nose cone isn't damaged, then it's all fair, isn't it, really? I think that's sort of generally the way it's looked upon these days. So, yeah, the Salvadori, at the end of the day, here we go. So at the 83 of Turnbull was forced a little bit deep. That meant he didn't get the best run, and to be fair to Salvadori, launched over the curb, didn't he, to try everything. He threw everything at it. So really good race-winning move there by Salvadori. Both teammates obviously pulling away from the rest of the field, and then left on the last lap to settle it between themselves.
Yeah, saw the gap and he went for it, didn't he? Last chance, last corner, made it stick perfectly, I would say. Little to no contact throughout the boot, and made it stick. So yeah, fair play.
Yeah, brilliant. So to run you down the rest of the top 10 of that one, it was obviously Salvadori who won, Josh Turnbull who came second place, Victor Hansen ended up coming across the line in third, with Lucas Blanford in fourth, Owen Neve in fifth, with Ben Simpson in sixth, Nathan Traverse in seventh, with eighth being Charlie Neve, Riven Welsh in ninth, 10th being James Sherrington. And if you want the rest of the results, you can head over in the description. There's Alpha Live timing, and I'm sure you can find your way to the Alpha Live results page as well if you stick it in the Google or something.
Indeed, you can. Yeah, it's not too difficult to find. I also want to say George Barker Racing, who was in the chat saying, "Come on, Josh Salvadori," just said yes, and then loads of goat emojis. So
good stuff.
He did a good job there, didn't he? Didn't he, George? Didn't he, Josh Salvadori? So well done to him. But mini Max are over. On to another one.
Yeah,
let's do this.
And we're into the next race, which will be the Junior Max B final. However, they've conveniently not given us any kind of... I think it's Junior Max B.
Well, it said Honda Cadet on the screen. So
did it say Honda Cadet? Sorry.
Let's have a look. Let's just... we don't have any grids anyway, so it doesn't really matter at this point, does it?
No,
we'll just wait and see who decides to come out on track. I think you are right, mate. That's definitely not the Hondas. It's definitely not the Hondas. So... there's been a rearrange.
I think so. I was going to say the schedule we got this morning, I think potentially has changed to the one that was published a couple of days ago. So according to my schedule that we've been given earlier today, Junior Max B Fun is
could be the Junior Max. Yeah, let's just wait to see them come out on track.
Yeah, exactly. As
we'll
you said,
don't worry.
We don't have the anyway, so regardless, it doesn't really matter. unless I can bring it up. No, that's not. No. So the internet's not working. So, well, it is working, but it doesn't have any grids on it, which is a bit of a shame. But a good couple of finals so far.
That last one was brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really enjoyed that. Obviously, it was I very much enjoyed. I can finally get it out there. There we go. The previous final where Finley Hines ran away with it. Obviously, it's great to see him doing so well and running away with it. But we want to see fast racing for the lead, and that's what we saw in that last one. So brilliant to see a change for the lead on the final lap. It's always exciting. But yeah, hopefully this next one, whatever it is, can be just as exciting.
Yeah, so a couple of names to be probably looking out for. Reg Hayward is a driver that you always mention as my computer decides to just stop working. Sam Baker took a race victory early on today.
Yes.
As well, did really well early on, so another driver to be keeping an eye out on, as I'm just going to go on this one instead. Aldridge.
Zaki Hussain as well.
Yeah,
Zaki Junior Max race.
Mikey Porter, of course,
yes.
in third. Always worth a shout out. Harry Linden.
Yes, of course.
Dominated.
Yeah, fastest laps all across the board.
Yeah, dominated in that Heat 4 as well. Took a big victory there. Daniel Sabula. I have to say, I remember in the last race as well. I don't think they're on that list because obviously they're slightly split grids. There's some really good sort of carving through the order, but it's annoying me that I can't remember who the name was, and I don't have the results of the last race up. So yeah, as you can see, it's a little bit of an organisational nightmare at the moment. But we'll bring you karts out on circuit as soon as they go out on circuit, to be fair, because it's not just the fact that we don't have any notes or anything. Obviously, the drivers are informed of the grid position because they are currently in the starting area.
There's the last one. So if you want to try and pick the name out from that. That's the
yes, it was Jez Williams. I was very impressed with as well. And is that Heat 3 or is that Heat 4?
That's definitely Heat 3.
Yeah, because they have a Heat 4 as well, don't they? So that's the one I can't find for some reason.
I don't think it's been updated, has it?
No, it hasn't, unfortunately. So
it has now.
Hey.
Literally just now.
Yeah, so there we go. So Harry Linden, obviously.
Jessica White as well.
Jessica White, that was the one I was looking for. Jez Williams and Jessica White.
Yeah, and it was Jez Williams
really worked
pulled
together
off because his kart went FUD.
Yes, yes, those two really worked well together as well. So, yeah, loads of different names that you should be keeping an eye out for on this one. And as I said, if we do end up with a grid, then we'll let you know. But if we don't, Harry Linden, Jessica White, Daniel Sabula, Zaki Hussain, loads of different drivers to be.
There's like 10 drivers in this.
There
one
are actually. I could
just take the win.
I could just read down the rest of the order, couldn't I? Which we won't do. But this is, of course, the B final, so I'm not sure how they're working this one. We don't know a lot, do we?
There seems to be a lot of drivers for it to be a B final, mate.
That's what I was curious on. Oh, hold on. We've got someone coming into the commentary booth.
Someone's running.
We'll ask. Well, we got an update, and everything we were saying right there was completely irrelevant.
Yep.
So it's no longer
X30 Juniors.
Yeah, both of our schedules were wrong.
Yeah.
Our producer had said it was Honda Cadets. I said it was Junior Max, and in fact, it's X30 Juniors.
We picked 2 from 6, and they were both wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So yeah, X30 Juniors, and they've just rushed over to apologise and let us know the overall thing. So I don't know if we can get the grid up for this one.
There isn't one in the schedule, mate. Nope, there's no X30 Junior on the schedule on Alpha, so
it's going well.
We're going in a bit blind here.
Well, it's all about good racing. That's what we're hoping for. You can see the karts out there on circuit. In fact, maybe we can just try and figure it out.
14, is that?
That does look like a number 14, and luckily, I think that's Kai Bicini.
Yeah, that would make sense. He's done pretty well throughout today.
Yeah, that's Kai Bicini right at the front end of the field.
Yeah, it says Bicini on his leg. There we go.
That's a giveaway, isn't it? We can't really see anybody else's numbers because they're all parked inconveniently in the way of our cameras.
They are a tad,
just trying to have a look down at any names that have really jumped out at us. Kian Leon Gamio in the number 55. Ooh. Ollie Stilp in the 60. He did very well early on. AJ Arnold in 94.
Someone said in the chat how to pronounce. It's Kian Gamiao.
Gamiao.
So there we go. That's how we
go with Gamiao now.
There we go. They've just
Put
said it again. Yeah.
Oh, apologies. Yeah, I probably butchered it the second time. Well, probably the 15th time today, to be honest. Well, Gamiao is very quick as well.
Kart couldn't get underway there, sorry, but eventually did. Apologies.
No, it's all good. If you see something while I'm looking at a piece of paper, I'd much rather you talk about the race out there. So yeah, a couple of drivers to be keeping an eye out there as well. Jack Collins, who we saw getting really stuck in, and Morgan Hill, who we saw dicing for a race lead earlier on as well. So yeah, although we don't have the grid order for you, we will try our best to talk you through. What we do know is Kai Bacchini is, I think, on pole position.
Either pole or second,
yes,
for sure.
Front row.
For sure, yeah, it does look like he is on pole. He's been doing fantastically throughout today. The best I've seen him personally anyway, for sure. So fantastic to see him right up at the sharp end of the field, and we'll see how we can do in this final.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll organise themselves quite succinctly, and to be honest, I wouldn't mind them if they go round again, just so we can get a better idea.
True.
That's the number 29 of Morgan Hill, who's starting alongside, which again would make sense, because one of the protagonists that we've seen today. So it's Bacchini and Hill.
177 and the 48 or 49, I think. But it looks like we're going to go first time of asking. We are indeed. Here they go through Oblivion for the first time. I think he has kept the lead as Carpicini. He has indeed, flying up towards Christmas. And look at them going 3-4 wide, trying to jostle for position. A couple of people diving down the inside. Thought there was going to be some contact there, but nope, all keeping it relatively clean, which is good to see. Carpicini is getting muscled in the lead. I think that is still Morgan Hill. It might be even Lucas Field pushing in there for the second place and first place positions. As we look back to the front, it was... No, it's not. It's Micah Taylor, isn't it? Micah Taylor's had a brilliant start there, up from 4th to 2nd, and points forward saying, just go, I don't want to battle you. And he's going to lose out of position because and he's going to spin round in the boot. That's it for Micah Taylor. He's round and he's down the order. But who's that? The 177 of Lucas Field, although not having the best first lap, is able to grab 2 positions there at the final corner. And as they come across the line, it's Kai Bacchini still leading, Lucas Field in 2nd, then it's Morgan Hill, Luke Garlick, AJ Arnold, Archie Heron, Kian Leon Gamiao, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Jane and Greg, and Jack Collins rounds out your top 10. As there's another spinner at Christmas, it looked like.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I think there was. At least they went sideways. They might have got them recorrected. But yeah, we'll have to watch, see if anyone drops down the order at the end of this lap.
Yeah, so the 14 still leads with Kai Bacchini. He's hadn't really... He staved off the pressure and has really ignored, basically, the drivers behind him. But Lucas Field has very much got Bacchini in his field of vision, you could say. Nice. Trying to hunt forward, isn't he? And luckily those karts are out the way at the boots, which means we're back fully under racing. I think Tristan Powell in the 88 was a driver that's had a spin as well. Mika Taylor, obviously. And Charlie Locker has had a contact warning, which is why you can see the number 30 flashing up at the gantry there. So lots of drama right at the beginning of this X30 Juniors as Kai Bacchini gets a little bit of a bump from behind from Lucas Field, but goes defensive and holds him off for the time being.
He is going defensive, isn't he? That's early on in a 10-minute final to be going defensive, and that one defensive move has made this battle of 2 for first, but has become now a battle of about 10. So maybe not the best decision this early on from Kai Bacchini, or maybe he knows he hasn't quite got the pace, so just thinks, right, I'll slog it out and just see what I can do.
Yeah, it's a long race, isn't it, in karting to defend for 10 minutes around Milton Mill, but he's going to give it a go, and why shouldn't he? He's in the lead of this race, and you never know. The idea of defending isn't necessarily just to stop that specific person catching you and overtaking you. It's to try and allow third position to try and have a little bit of a nibble and hold each other up. So many times have we seen that in motorsport. As look at that, Kai is defending, but then Lucas doesn't want to be overtaken. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't when you're in the middle of one of these battles. And look at that, Lucas Field goes wide, Morgan Hill looks up the inside, Luke Garlick is very interested in having a little bit of a nibble as well, and there we go, Luke Garlick goes through on Morgan Hill because he tried to make the move, it didn't come off, and I bet you Morgan Hill's going to drop outside the top 5.
And yeah, Garlick losing a position as well to, if we can try and pick out what number that is going through the shot. Luke Garlick back down to 4th as there's more moves going on into the boot. That's the 55 of Gamiao up the inside, taking a couple of extra positions. And as I say, this battle has become many karts long. Was that a move up the inside into Oblivion? I think it might have been at the back of this pack. That was very impressive. A scary place to be going for a move, if I'll be honest, but that battling has actually been quite nice to Field and Bacchini, because although they were looking very pressured at the beginning of that last lap, now there's a little bit more space.
Yeah, Archie Heron, I think, was the driver that sort of came out of nowhere because he gained 2 positions on that previous lap. So one driver we weren't necessarily looking at the front end of that as the driver spins off at the hairpin. is certainly now right in the thick of it with Archie Heron, as we said. So Luke Garlick lost a couple of positions, but Morgan Hill lost 5, and that is because he sort of went for a move, it didn't come off, and then he ended up just getting swallowed by the rest of the pack. No doubt he'll be back in to try and put his 2 cents into the mix a little later on, but not really very helpful halfway through this race for him.
No, for sure. Archie Heron, as you mentioned, having a great race, had the fastest lap, has just done another faster lap, a 46.07. His karts can definitely drop down to the 45s. It's going to take a little while. A contact warning, as you say, for Lucas Field in second place. Clearly having a little battle. It's only 0.3 between Bacchini, Field and Heron. And yeah, Heron, again, with that fastest lap of a 46.07. Looking very quick and looking to see how quickly he can dispatch of these front 2.
In fact, Heron's gotten past Lucas Fields. And in fact, is this the race lead fight that we're actually having a look at?
This is
no, it's
for
not.
4th, isn't it? Or 5th. It's Garlick at the front of this train. I believe it is indeed in the 70. So yeah, that was 5th, then 6th, 7th, 8th.
Yeah, so Heron is actually in second place. Bacchini's still there, but they're basically side by side with each other. Contact warning for Archie Heron. And if we look a little bit further forward to Christmas, it's struggled to see, obviously, what's going on a little bit. But Archie Heron on my timing screen is just ahead, but he isn't on circuit. So it's still Kai Bacchini, and then Kian Leon Gamio is actually making properly aggressive moves to look to second place.
Yeah, that was very impressive, wasn't it? And as you say, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. And there's contact. That's the 177 and the 55. That's Field and Gamiao having a bit of a coming together on exit, and that means they're going to both lose out on a number of positions. But as I was saying, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. The second place man of Heron was looking for a move and then couldn't quite get it, and then lost a couple of positions, then got them back. And who's that off yet? 55. That was Gamiao, wasn't it? Of course, and broken his front axle, his front wheel. Is not working as it should be.
No, and that is very gutting, because that battle right at the front looked like it was going very well, and we were enjoying the sort of tick and tack and the cat and mouse nature of it, but it just sometimes it just doesn't work out.
No, it just doesn't. And Gamiao was having a good race as well. We obviously don't know where he started, but we know it wasn't in the front kind of 4, was it, Gamiao? So we know he had a good little battle up there and was definitely sticking with the leaders and having a great race, but not meant to be today.
Archie Heron putting a massive amount of pressure on Kai Bacchini's back end at the moment, and although he hasn't gone for a race move, he's certainly not messing about. He's got the fastest lap of the race by 0.4 of a second ahead of the driver that's currently leading this field, and you can see how quickly he's closed up on him. And with 3.5 minutes to go, I don't think Bacchini's really got the out-and-out pace here compared to a few of his competitors behind. The front 3 have broken away. Massive move up the inside by Archie Heron, and I think he's going to hang Bacchini out to dry a little bit. He is. So here comes Luke Garlick looking up the inside. It's not going to happen just yet. In fact, a race lead move goes through on Archie Heron, and all of a sudden Bacchini goes through. Heron back to 3rd. How's Luke Garlick going to deal with all this? He's going to deal with it by throwing it up the inside for a race lead move. He's going to slip back to 3rd, though, because he didn't manage to make it stick. The front 3 really knocking 7 bells out of each other at the moment. All of a sudden, we've gone on a 3-way battle to a 6-way, 7-way battle for this race lead yet again.
Oh my goodness, mate. You didn't look over. My mouth was on the floor for the entirety of that lap. Oh my goodness. The driver's getting extremely close, and somehow Kai Bacchini still making out on top. It didn't really look like much change on the timing, but we can tell you a lot changed in real life. Changes for the leaders. There might be another one. A bit of squeezing as he went through, and that's going to drop Kai down to at least 3rd, if not 4th here. Yep, 4th it is indeed for Kai. So through up into the leaders, Archie Heron. Note that changes again. Archie now down into 2nd, and it's Luke Garlick now leading the way. And it might be Heron down into 3rd again. He's going to try and hold it around the outside. Back to the inside it is as they go through the right-hander into the boot, and that is indeed correct. I believe that is Hill having to keep in 3rd place. And that means that Kai Bacchini is now getting dropped and dropped and dropped down to 6th, and in the middle of that pack now. It's not where you want to be.
No, it's... We just need half a lap to settle this back down and figure out where we're all looking, really, haven't we? It's not going to happen. No, absolutely not. Luke Garlick leads the way, though, gained 2 positions on the previous lap. Archie Heron apparently said where he was, but I think Morgan Hill is looking for a move on Archie now, so we'll have a look and see how that's all figured out.
That's Kai, I think.
Yeah, no, is that the number 14? I don't want to jinx it, but is that Kai Bacchini?
I think it was.
So Kai Bacchini leading the race and then just has been out-muscled. To be fair, at the front end of this field, I would say it's been robust racing.
Yes, I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I'm not going to throw any other kind of adjectives out there, but I'm sure some people will be having some conversations about it after the race.
Yeah, for sure it was indeed. Kai Bacchini drops down to 9th, takes evasive action and goes down the little slip road, but rejoins and loses a few positions, so I think the stewards will be pretty much fine with that. He hasn't cut out the circuit, he's given the places back, so that's okay. But yeah, Kai Bacchini leading this entire race, swapping and changing a bit, but now down into 9th. So I think he's going to be pretty frustrated with by the end of this one.
Archie Heron, who's already had a contact warning flag, is very much putting his nose cone where it's not really wanted for Luke Garlick. He did back out of the move in the end, and Morgan Hill gave him a little bit of a bump afterwards, so fair play to Archie for that. Maybe he knew he was in the wrong a little bit, or maybe he just couldn't get the drive out of the corner. We're not entirely sure. But either way, with 40 seconds left, there'll be this lap to finish, and then probably 2 or 3 more, actually. I think 2 more after this one.
I think it'll be this one and then final lap.
Yeah, it should be, yeah.
So 2 more laps, so this will be the penultimate one, I do believe, with them, still doing kind of 46, maybe high 45s. That's AJ Arnold with the fastest lap, the 45.8 at the moment, currently sat in 4th place. And we're getting notifications through on the iPad giving F1 spoilers, which you don't want to see.
Yeah, you carry on, because we're going to mute that.
That's totally fine. But yeah, might have got a bit of a spoiler there for someone. But anyhow, let's look back onto the racing. Why do you want to watch F1 when you've got Whilton Mill Kart Club? Luke Garlick still leads this pack as we're going to go into the final lap. Through the boot they come. He's leading Archie Heron. Then it's Morgan Hill, and just behind AJ Arnold, as I said, fastest driver on track at the moment. He's got his head down. He sees what he can do. On his fastest lap goes super wide. They're trying to carry as much speed through that final section of corners as he can. But here we go. Luke Garlick, takes the start-finish line. He takes the final lap board on to this last lap of the X30 Junior final. Let's see how he can do. Looks over to his right, knows he has it, gives a little bit of a bump into the corner, and that's going to push him out wide. See how the stewards think of that one, but yeah, there was certainly a bump there at some point. Tries to hold second, does Luke. He's going to squeeze out the other driver out wide. That's Hill trying to hold it, but it looks like Archie Heron could take this race because of that move down into the slow right-hander. Garlick's going to try and hold it as a move for 3rd. Oh, it's going to take his bumper, nearly clean off. And he's also going to lose position on exit there. Yes, he is. That's the 48 of Taylor dropping a position, but Heron is going to take the lead at the end. Arnold managed to snatch a couple of positions on that final lap, moving up from 4th to 2nd, so fair play to him. Then it was Garlick who led most of that final lap, ended up in 3rd. Morgan Taylor behind in 4th, and then Micah Taylor there in 5th, ended up snatching the last, and snatched out the final, if I can speak, the fastest lap on that last lap.
I think I'm going to let you do the next race entirely. I want to go and stand in Parc Ferme and see what those guys have the conversation about, because that was, as I said, robust. It was very entertaining. Yeah. It was sort of good racing, but it wasn't particularly overly clean, shall I say.
Yeah, I don't know about that final move for the lead from Archie Heron, but...
I think there's a few moves in there that I'm not entirely sure on either, but I won't name and shame, mainly because I can't remember, because there were so many from different drivers. I think probably one driver that will feel very aggrieved, and I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to Clark, would be Kai Bacchini, who got hung out to dry multiple times and pushed wide. Obviously from leading this race.
I think it was just that he didn't quite, we're talking a few tenths, have the out-and-out pace of those guys, and they're just getting frustrated behind and just knocking into him. And
which isn't an excuse. No, but it sometimes happens in racing. So, yeah, not ideal for a few of those drivers. However, on the track, Archie Heron wins, AJ Arnold's in 2nd, Luke Garlick in 3rd, Morgan Hill in 4th, 5th, Mika Taylor. 6th was Lucas Field. I think Mika Taylor, how on earth he's got back into the top 5 after that spin in the first couple of laps. Very impressive. 7th, Jack Owen Drawbridge, with 8th being Jack Collins. 9th, Jaden Gregg. And 10th being Harry Ewell as well. So loads of stories in that race. But we've got to move on. And since all of our schedules are slightly different
it looks to be the senior X30 or possibly the junior X30.
Something with an X30
I'm pretty sure.
But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see what comes, but I think we'll go to the Sting for the next race.
Yeah, well, we don't know which Sting to put up, so
put up anything,
put up anything and we'll see what happens. Yeah, to be fair, the senior X30s was always the race after the junior X30s in the heat, so it's...
And it is senior X30s,
yes. Well done.
We did well there.
Yeah, well done, I'd say. So Lucas Ellingham is the first to come out. Oh my goodness, we got grids.
Wow.
Well, the grids are... Oh my days, we have the grid. I'm very excited. Lucas Ellingham on pole position alongside Christian Brooks. Row 2 is Harry Torpey and Brandon Matchell. Row 3, Luke Taylor and Alex Johnson. I'm going to have to hurry this up. Row 4, Remy Gilbert and Thomas Byrne, yep. Row 5, Vishal Patel and Jensen Buckingham. Row 6, Jordan Brown and Benjamin Watts. Row 7, Aidan Lynn and Paul Samard. Row 8 was Benjamin Southgate and Kian Goel. In row 9 is Hugo Gilbert and Tom Ryan. Row 10, Martin Auger and Dylan Gratz. And row 11, it was Thomas Reddy. And we are ready, I think, pretty much. The drivers are coming round to...
Can't see them yet. Yeah, there they are.
There we go, in formation.
We get to go with this one. I think, as we've said, every other race so far, Lucas Ellingham probably the one to watch in this one, and he's very deserving of that pole position.
Christian Brooks took it to the line. I think actually got the victory last time.
He did, sorry, of course. Ellingham had to settle for P2, didn't he? But here we go. Senior X30 race is underway. The final for today at round 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. They all managed to make it through oblivion just about. Look how quickly they fly through that section of the circuit and just how quickly they dart from side to side. You can see how these karts get in such kerfuffles when they're moving at that kind of pace. But as I say that, no kerfuffles going on, which is pretty impressive from these guys. All very, as we say, senior drivers. You'd expect them to have the most experience and kind of be accustomed to this kind of high-level racing. However, we have still got at least one novice in Tom Ryan, 97, so watch out for him.
Yeah, Tom Ryan actually did so well today, off the back of the grid, actually qualified for this final in 18th position. So don't know if he was forced to start at the back regardless of that, but still did well to pick up some really good points. So well done to him for sure. Lucas Ellingham then leads the way. The top 4 have sort of spaced themselves out. Harry Torpey ended up in second, with Christian Brooks, who started on second place, ends up in third. Reddy Gilbert in fourth, and then pretty much there's the rest of the field, led by 174 of Luke Taylor at the moment. Brandon Matchell rounds out the top 6, and look, there is the 5th and 6th place positions of Luke Taylor and Brandon Matchell, and then, as I said, the rest of the field are to follow. You would hope that the seniors have a little bit more experience and have a little bit of a better head on their shoulders, but again, that's a theory, and theory rarely goes very far in motorsport.
Yeah, I realised as I was saying it was probably a lie, but we can hope, as there the 45 goes up the inside into the boot on the 15. Who is that? It was 45, yeah. Kian Goel, apologies. On Benjamin Southgate, Kian Goel taking a couple of positions there, up to 14th. Alex Johnston has come into the pit lane, so a problem for him. Didn't see what it was, but possibly, well, most likely a mechanical failing for Alex there, frustrating in the opening few minutes of this final.
Yeah, never anything you want after hanging around for lunch and everything like that and getting yourself psyched up, and all of a sudden it disappears. Christian Brooks right on the back of that, right on cue as well. Look at that for camera work and producing. Christian Brooks right on the back of Harry Torpey. All of a sudden this battle for second place is heating up. There's a big lunge up the inside there through the boot of Christian Brooks, and I have to say, there was no setup for that going into the boot. That was really just a really late lunge through the right, and the door was left open by Harry Torpey. All of a sudden, Christian gets through, sets the sights straight ahead. Lucas Ellingham, he's coming for you.
However, 1.3 second gap between them.
Yeah.
So it's been how many, like 3 laps? And he's already managed to do that. So Lucas just incredibly dominant. He's one of those drivers who when he gets out in the lead, he doesn't lose his head. He just keeps banging in lap after lap after lap after lap. So I'd be very impressed if Christian Brooks can catch that up, but I'll never say never. Never say never.
No, exactly. You've got to be optimistic in motorsport, haven't you? Otherwise, there's no point watching it half the time. Because sometimes it can get a little bit spaced out. But just like we saw then, Harry Torpey actually had a good gap. All of a sudden, Christian Brooks came back, put some pace in the kart. Obviously, maybe heated the tyres up a little bit more and got into a bit of a rhythm, maybe shook off what is a shaky start and got back going. That's the 94. Was that the 95? Sorry, the 66. Yeah, so that's Vishal Patel getting a bit sideways, and maybe Benjamin Watts thinking about a bit of a move up the inside. Again, 2 drivers we've spoken about a lot over the course of today. Nice to see them getting thick in the mix for the top 10.
Very much so, very much so. Vishal Patel, one of the drivers that I see a lot at Whilton Mill Kart Club. Very quick driving. Good to see him there in the mix. Yeah, getting a bit slidey through T1, but oblivion in these higher power karts. It's an incredibly difficult corner to do. It's so much easier in a slower paced kart. You just chuck it in, keep it flat, and you're fine. Whereas these, you've really got to hold the slide, because if you're getting slidey through there, you're losing time all the way up to Christmas, and then someone can send a move on you.
Yeah, exactly. And Christmas is a good 8 months away as well. So you're going to be losing time for a long time then, aren't you?
That's true.
No, obviously. Big lunge. And that's a little bit further forward from the battle that we're seeing at the moment. So I think that was actually Taylor on Gilbert. It didn't actually happen, but it might happen now. Is Gilbert is flying and being hung out to dry, maybe? No, not quite. It's a track limit warning for Kean Gohill and the 80 and 174 car. This is Taylor versus Brown. Taylor still ahead of Jordan Brown. This is a difficult bit of a situation. It's creating a bit of a train as Jordan Brown goes through on Luke Taylor. And in fact, look at this. Who's following this up? It's Thomas Byrne.
Of course it is. Just getting a cheeky move there, grabbing it while he can. This group of 5 karts really going at it for the middle to lower end of the top 10 here. All positions mattering though, because all positions mean more or less points. Indeed, Luke Taylor getting a contact warning, who's part of this big kerfuffle. Kart right in the middle of 174 with the bright orange helmet. Difficult to miss. But no crazy moves going on just yet for these guys. Just keeping it, as I say, they're the senior drivers. They know what they're doing. They're just chilling, ready to make their moves stick when they need to do them. But yeah, let's keep watching this battle, as anything could happen. The 66 is following extremely closely. That is Benjamin Watts. This battle continuing with just about 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, so it's just sort of like the tension's just building a little bit with this top 5 battle, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure as we get a little bit further into the race, maybe the last 3, maybe two minutes, all hell will break loose. Luke Taylor with another contact warning. It's the 174 who is in the middle, and he has to be careful with them, because if theory goes...
We've got a driver stopped as well.
We do, actually, yeah. Now, who is that? Who's the driver that's stuck on the outside of the field? Is that Aidan Lynn? No, I don't think it's Aidan Lynn. Our transponders will tell us shortly.
Yeah, wait for them to come across the line and we will shortly know. Let's look back to these guys. Who have we got battling here? The 25 leading these two. That's Paul Simmerd and then Tom Ryan just behind. Tom Ryan, of course, with the black plate, showing that he is indeed a novice driver. So it's, I think, is it? No, there we go. It's Lynn who's dropping down the order. Aidan Lynn, who's the one pulled over just at the exit of Christmas at this top section of the circuit. His race has ended prematurely. Clearly, yeah, the kart being dragged away. Another kart issue. We've seen quite a few of those today, haven't we?
Yeah, it's not been ideal. But what we did see is Benjamin Watts go through on Luke Taylor. Now, there clearly wasn't any yellow flag, or you hope there wasn't any yellow flags at Christmas Corner, because that's where the move was done. Although, having said that, the move actually hasn't stuck by the looks of it. So it doesn't look like Benjamin Watts has been able to stay ahead of Luke Taylor, even if he tried his best. Christian Brooks as well. He got a track limit warning flag on that previous lap, so keep that in mind as well. Clearly throwing everything at it to try and catch up to Lucas Ellingham, who seems pretty impervious to any kind of threat, to be honest, at this rate. It's a bit like Teflon to water. It just seems to just doesn't really bother him at all.
Yes, very true. And there we see a move down into the right-hander. 74 up the inside. That's Thomas Byrne on Jordan Brown, I do believe. That's a change for 5th position. But yeah, like you were saying, Lucas Ellingham seems pretty untouchable. The gap was sticking around 2 seconds. It's now just gone over 2 seconds at 2.26 currently. We'll see as he goes across the line again. But he keeps putting in fastest laps. And just as I say that, he's done another one. 44.33 for Lucas Ellingham. I mean, still a 44.66 from Christian Brooks, which is incredibly fast, but still just not quite enough to keep on the back of Lucas Ellingham.
Yeah, exactly. This is a great little battle here, isn't it? Yes. The 80 of Jordan Brown goes up the inside of Thomas Byrne. Another track warning for Christian Brooks. Going to have to just rein that in a little bit, I think. Otherwise, they could be having a chat to the stewards. But the 80 of Jordan Brown going back through, because that changed last lap round. And look how aggressive the drivers are behind them. The 174 of Luke Taylor. As it looks like that 74 of Thomas Byrne goes back up the inside through the infield section. Again, Jordan Brown looking to go the outside, trying to make that move happen. Yet again, these two are very much holding each other up. They're not looking forward at all. But to be fair, with only 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, they didn't have much hope at chasing forwards anyway. Look at the spaces in front of them.
Yeah, I think it was about 0.9, maybe a second last lap, and now it's about 2 seconds almost, just over 1.5. So yeah, they've decided that fourth is a bit out of reach for them now. They're just going to battle for this fifth place, but they've got to watch out. There's 2 karts right behind them as well, but indeed they are battling also. So it really could be any of these 4 that managed to get up and take fifth place. But yes, great battling between them. It's been fantastic to see in this slightly longer final for the X30 seniors.
Yeah, I'm glad it's been long actually, because it gives you that opportunity, as I said before, to build the tension, to build these little stories and everything that we sort of almost rush through during the heats, and people get a little bit carried away during the heats with them. So you're sort of expecting about now, where we've got about 2 or 3 laps to go, to start seeing some really concerted efforts to try and break through. No one's going to break through on Lucas Ellingham unless he has a big off on his own, because he's 3 seconds to the good. However, this fight, as I mentioned, we've mentioned quite a few times, for 5th position is really where our attention is focused. I wouldn't say Remy Gilbert is out of sight in 4th either. When we see him sort of slot through, there he is, and our camera shots every so often. And if they worked together maybe a lap ago, I would say there's every opportunity to catch him up. And I'd say there's still opportunity to catch him up, but they need to stop falling all over each other.
Yeah, they'll have 2 more laps, so definitely enough time to do that. But as you say, if they work together. It's like 7. Yeah, they got on a lot closer, haven't they? It's 8.6 now. And now it's, yes, only about half a second between them now. So keep working together through this penultimate lap. Last lap, they could have an opportunity to go for 4th place.
You might know better than me, because you've already covered one of these. So I'm putting you under pressure here, John,
God.
for a regulation question.
Oh, no.
Tyres.
It's not going to go well.
Are they? I'm guessing they're not supplied with tyres like the British Karting Championship. Can they just use them free, however many tyres they want? I'm guessing.
I believe so.
Okay. Well, we might. So. If that's incorrect information, please do let us know whether they are only allowed.
It definitely could be incorrect.
Yeah. Definitely could be. Whether they actually are any different. But look at this. Remy Gilbert has been caught up substantially. This is the last lap of the race that we're going on to. Lucas Ellingham's already crossed the line to start it. So this is where we might start seeing a few moves getting thrown around for the top 4 positions. The podium's pretty much set, but what can Remy Gilbert do? Can he hold on with Thomas Byrne pushing him through Christmas corner? He holds on to the position for now, but that might only be for now as they head down towards the infield. I'm sure Jordan Brown will be interested, and Jordan Brown's very interested as they mount each other. We're not watching the Animal Channel, are we? No, we are watching the WMKC, as I think that was Jordan Brown who survived it all, but the checkered flag is out and ready to wave at Lucas Ellingham, who's taking the victory, a very well-deserved final victory here at Wilton Mill. Christian Brooks comes across the line with Harry Torpey probably about to finish the podium as well. And then you got a little bit of a wait, and after such a long amount of time of Remy Gilbert being in 4th position, on that final lap is dropping well down the order. It is Jordan Brown who finishes across the line. Benjamin Watts in 5th position. Thomas Byrne, who ends up in 6th. 7th was Luke Taylor. 8th, Brandon Matchell. 9th, Hugo Gilbert. 10th, Benjamin Southgate. And you'll notice I still haven't said Remy Gilbert's name, and that's because he finished in 11th.
Got it.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking for Remy, isn't it? Because he did so well for the majority of that race.
Yeah, he was doing very well, but yeah, just got moved down the inside, and then another driver tried to stick it down the inside of them. As we've known from previously, 3 into 1 does not go, and the person on the outside gets bullied out the way.
Yeah, and again, a couple of karts jumping up all over each other as well, which we never like to see, because that can be quite dangerous. So, yeah, I think at the beginning of the drivers' briefing next time out, next month, I think a few drivers will be reminded of driving standards, I would say. Not naming any names, I think across the board we've had a little bit too much of that for going for moves that potentially aren't there, and need to just calm things down just a touch. But yeah, we'll enjoy that race for what it was, shall we put it that way. That was race 29 of the day, I believe. Now, have you just been handed some
I've just been handed
grids?
some grids. So I would assume if that was 29 and race 30 is Senior Max, we have Senior Max next. So I think we should go to the Sting for that race.
Yeah, we got our thumbs up.
Just so I can hear the drivers leaving the pit lane, we'll run through this grid nice and quickly for the Senior Max final. We've got Jamie Perrelli on pole, alongside him is Harry Gibson, and it's Alfie Brooks, Scott Smith and Sam Spinell round out the top 5. Then it's Jamie Mead, Ronnie Mansfield, Ryan Willis, Jamie Rogers and Klaas Cooker round out the top 10. Then it's Tommy Edmonds, Lewis Wild, Harry East, George Hunter, Chris Banderi, William Young, Archie Elliott, Benjamin Ballou, Luke Thurkettle and Max Lee rounding out the top 20. Then row 11 is Millie Hart and Samuel Cook. Row 12, Sam Light and Luke Ringham. Then it's Brentley Sims and Elliot Barrell, Joshua Burton and Charlie Pinkney. And then rounding out the 30 kart grid for this one, Luke Collins and Declan Russell.
Delightful, and we can see the karts actually sort of roaring their way round on their warm-up lap. Now, on our timing screen, I'm going to have to wait until they all come back across, but I think we've got an error for whoever's in 4th position, which is Scott. It's not Scott Smith, because he's just come across the line in 3rd. It might be Alfie Brooks is the only driver that I can't see. So, have you got a pen, John, or anything like that? Can you write down somewhere that he is the driver with the error, Alfie Brooks, TX 447. So anybody who's following along with the Alpha Live timing, which is in the description down below.
And they fixed it. Yeah, I was just about to say, usually if it's just one person, they know who it is, they fix it pretty quickly. So there we go.
Well, there we go. I tried. I tried. It's warm in this room, okay? Yeah, but that's very convenient, because otherwise we would have had to keep looking elsewhere. So
the timing people always very much on it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So
They're much more organised than we are.
Yeah,
it has to
I mean
be,
that's
so.
not hard.
No, it's not. Harry Gibson then on pole position, a driver we've been talking about a lot. James Perrelly alongside him. Now this is going to be an interesting battle. They all pinch their fuel pipe, isn't it? It is the fuel pipe.
It is the fuel pipe.
Harry Gibson, who shouldn't be on pole position, should be 2nd. And that's a big start by Perrelly. Actually really accelerated early. It looked like Gibson wasn't going to be able to get the jump, and they might have to go restarting again. But we are racing, because Perrelly absolutely nailed the start of it. And they're going quite 3 wide almost in the background. But we have to say, James Perrelly leads the way, Harry Gibson, and then I believe it's Scott Smith.
Yeah, good start there. Yeah, it looked like it could be a jump start from Harry Gibson, but it ended up Jamie Perrelly had a great jump in the end and managed to get ahead of him by the time they got into Oblivion. And that jump has allowed them to get I'll be honest, very slight gap, but a slight gap is certainly more than nothing, especially on the first lap here. But as we look a bit further back, it is absolute pandemonium with these guys further back, just trying to get as many positions as they can on this opening lap, try and go forward as much as possible without getting overtaken by others. That's the main necessity in motor racing, isn't it? Go forward, not backwards.
Yeah, that's the aim of the game, I would argue. Jamie Rogers has made up 3 positions, but one driver we're talking about making positions is the race lead position. Harry Gibson slots his way through on James Perrelly, who tries to get the cutback, tries to get the flow of the track back his way. Not going to happen just yet. So Harry Gibson leading this race from Jamie Perrelly. And the reason why you're laughing is because he's tapping his helmet, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. I thought so. It's a little pet peeve of ours, I think. We've established that, haven't we? Scott Smith in 3rd place, still with Jamie Rogers up 3 positions, as I mentioned, into 4th. But there's a 5-way battle, essentially, for this race lead now.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, you were correct in assuming that. I just find it very funny when they overtake for the lead and they're like, let's work together. Like, of course he's not going to work together with you. You're in a group of 5. But anyway, continuing on to our 2nd lap of this race, or 3rd lap even, 2 laps down. It is Jamie Rogers actually in 5th who has the fastest lap. He's chasing down this group of 4. We've got Scott Smith at the back of it. He's going to look for a move for the lead as well. The number 40, Jamie Perrelly, not following the instruction to stick behind and work together, as we probably quite expected.
Yeah, exactly.
And
but look at this, straight switch back, and Harry Gibson goes back through. But not only Gibson, but Alfie Brooks goes through as well and into 2nd place. So Perrelly has awoken the beast, shall we say, and I think Gibson wasn't very happy that he didn't follow his instructions.
Yes, I don't think so. Not very happy with that. And we continue for another lap. Harry Gibson still in the lead of this one, followed by Alfie Brooks, then Jamie Perrelly now in 3rd place, Scott Smith in 4th, and Jamie Rogers now right on the back of this pack, and he looks like he's going to go for the move into Christmas. He is indeed. Up into 4th goes Jamie Rogers, fastest man out on track, and the only one in...
Head in hands moment there. I mean, how many drivers do you want to try and fit through that left kink? And more drivers are still falling off the circuit. Boys. This is getting a bit messy and messy. I'll just leave it at messy. Now we'll have to figure out. That's the 47 of Alfie Brooks. Now
he's on the slip road. Mate,
yeah, he is. Yeah, not ideal. Maybe we'll get a replay. Maybe we won't.
Maybe not. I was looking down at the timing when that. When he's up on his rear end. Oh, and bits flying off. That's an exhaust. Yep, you can hear that's already gone. So the 99, Harry Gibson, will have to come into the pits. Now he can just look back. He can hear it through. You can hear it on our headphones. How loud his exhaust is. Yeah.
Yeah,
could barely hear ourselves think, is he knows he has to come into the pits.
Harry
It's
Gibson
not
with the
allowed.
contact warning flag as well. More drivers
He's
flying
just
off the
pulling over.
road.
He's
Oh, he
pulling
might,
over
he might be
Christmas.
pulling over, to be fair,
Yeah.
actually. Because he knows he's about to get a mechanical flag anyway, isn't he? And, yeah, it's not ideal. So we'll wait until they're coming back across the line before we start calling out who's where and everything. So Sam Spinell.
So loud.
Yeah, sounds like, I don't know what it sounds like, but... it
sounds great.
It does sound, it's like a canal boat almost, so isn't it? A very loud one, I will grant you. But, yeah, so as they're starting to come across the line, Scott Smith leads the way, Jamie Perrelly in second place, Ryan Wills in third, Sam Spinell in fourth, with Lewis Wild in fifth. So we almost have to reset everything.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Scott Smith has just ended up with this lead, and I'm not entirely sure where he came from.
I don't know how this has happened, but I think he's going to be pretty happy about it. Still the fastest man out on track. As that all was starting, I was saying he'd gone up a position from 5th to 4th with the fastest lap. Now finds himself in first, still being the fastest driver, nearly a second out in the lead. It's all going well for Scott Smith.
It absolutely is. Lewis Wild looking at the backside of Sam Spinell. I think that's how you say it. Anyway,
It is.
I'm going to guess, yeah, Sam Spinell. There we go. So going into the boot section, this is the fight for 4th position. Sam Spinell actually made it up 2 positions on that previous lap. So did Ronnie Mansfield and quite a few others, to be honest, mainly because there was obviously a few drivers who fell off.
Yes.
But I'm still giving them credit for it, because to finish first, you have to finish.
Exactly, and you can't be getting involved with silly kerfuffles, especially when there's 7 minutes to go. Now only 5, I believe. New fastest lap of this race, Jamie Rogers in 13th with a 45.37. All the drivers pretty close on pace, either in the high 45s, low 46s. But standout one from Jamie there in 13th. See if he can get a bit further up the order and get some more points for his championship. There's a move, 89 up the inside. That's Lewis Wild finally making it stick on Sam Spinell. Sam Spinell's pointing him forward, saying, "Go, mate. I don't want to fight you. Just go forward. Don't defend on me. I know I've got a few people behind who are wanting to steal this position from me too, so let's just work together." I think it definitely works a lot more when it's the guy behind saying let's work together than the guy in front.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, the guy in front will just be glancing over their shoulder. He won't necessarily be looking for long enough to take that kind of instruction on. But hopefully he'll read the body language of the cart coming from behind, knowing that they're not going to be attacking. And maybe he'll read that and interpret it correctly and just go forward. Because it does look like Lewis Wild has good pace. And maybe Spinell knows that he doesn't have the pace to fight with the top 3. But if he can latch onto the back of the 89, he'll be able to really claw himself into contention for a podium position.
Exactly. Yeah, they're going to have to definitely work together to close that gap. About a second or even over a second between 3rd and 4th of Ryan Willis and Lewis Wild. Let's see how they are as they come over the line now. Still about the same gap, isn't it, really? I don't think it really changed through there. Still just over a second between the two of them, and now a new fastest lap of the race again. Scott Smith out in the lead. Still about a second over Jamie Perrelly, and then 3/10 back to Ryan, and then a second back to Lewis. So, although seemingly quite far away, the front 3 to 4th, really not that far when you think about it. Any sort of battling, and everyone could be right back together again.
The likelihood is they are going to start battling, because look at the gap from 3rd to 2nd. Perrelly is only about 0.3 of a second ahead of Ryan Willis, who I'm sure will be very keen to try and take that 2nd place off them. Yeah, it's, I mean, a big championship points on offer here. We mentioned it earlier on in the day, didn't we, John? That it's the fact that a lot of people aren't here that usually are and are usually very quick. They're off doing British Kart Championships and God knows what else sort of thing. Buckingham 24-hour, Buckmore even, not Buckingham. Buckmore 24 hours and things like that. So there's a massive opportunity here for drivers to claw back a lot of points.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And, yeah, certainly doing that is Scott Smith out there leading right now. And as I said earlier, yeah, 60 points for a win. I believe then 57 points for 2nd, then 55 for 3rd, and then 1 point off as you go down each other position down to last.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Sam Spinell's just been overtaken by Ronnie Mansfield. So although Spinell didn't want to attack forward on Lewis Wild, this is the potential threat that he could experience, obviously, being overtaken from the rear. Because look at that, Lewis Wild has pulled away from these 3 drivers, led by Ronnie Mansfield, Sam Spinell, then Tommy Edmonds, and look at that, a big gap to the 89 Kart now all of a sudden. So that is the fear, I suppose, whether everybody else doesn't want to play ball with your plan.
Yeah, no, exactly. As you said, Sam Spinell maybe not quite having the pace to stick with these front runners now in the middle of this pack between Mansfield and then Edmonds behind. Only a minute and 50 to go, and Edmonds seriously pressuring Spinell now for that 6th place. what can he do about it? Checks over his shoulder, making sure he's got the room to make the overtake and won't be overtaken by someone else if he does decide to send one. These drivers continuing through. There's 5th, 6th, and then 7th on your screen. A beautiful green livery for Mr. Edmonds. I like that. And he's right on the rear end of Spinell, a bit too close to the rear end, on top of it almost. Gives him a little tap through Oblivion. It is going to go up the inside into Christmas, is Edmonds, and makes the move stick for 6th place.
Yeah, well, it was robust. It was assertive. Got to choose your words carefully sometimes.
I think so, yeah.
Assertive, and I think Spinell certainly felt it, put it that way. But going to have to get on with it from here on out. And I don't think Spinell really has the overall pace. He qualified, obviously, in 5th position. That's not based on pace. That's based on, obviously, points that they've scored throughout the day. But it seems that maybe 6th or 7th is probably where he's sort of at in terms of pace.
Yes, no, exactly. Only 40 seconds to go now in this one, so I think that's actually probably going to be 3 laps, isn't it? We're already quite a bit way around this one, so this one and then 2 more after this. The gap between Smith and Perrelly staying very similar, isn't it now? Just around a second. Perrelly continuing to put in good laps, and obviously, honestly, all the people at the front putting in extremely similar laps, all within about a 10th or 2 of each other, so not too much changing around there. So closest battle that we're looking for is, yeah, around 5th, 6th, and that's exactly what you're looking at on screen right now between Ronnie Mansfield and Tommy Edmonds. Tommy Edmonds looking for it into the boot, but not quite going to happen. Going to go across the line and start the penultimate lap of this race. And yeah, all staying quite similar as we go on to the second last lap.
Yeah, so even if it stays this way, as I said, good points finished by, picked up by all drivers involved, and the Alonso cars looking very striking. They're very recognisable instantly, aren't they?
Very recognisable, yeah.
It's quite nice, really, to see sort of cars that stand out so significantly. Although, to be fair, a lot of these cars looking very, very nice indeed. Plenty of sort of energies and cosmics out there. I'm glad to see Cosmic make a bit of a comeback. They did sort of disappear somewhat a little bit when we were racing, and my brother always had one, and we still have it. I think the chassis is in the garage. That was very dear to my brother when he used to run something called a Class 8, which for the life of me I couldn't compare what else it is. I don't think they run them anymore. But yeah, we always liked the energy. It was always a bit dear to our heart. That's James Perrelly, and just behind is Willis. Ryan Willis, of course. By the looks of it, teammates, so they weren't going to ever chuck each other off. But, well, you'd hope not anyway. But equally, the gap was about 0.2 of a second for a long time. It's now eked up to about 3-4 tenths of a second. We're on the last lap of the race, and I don't think there's really close enough to make any kind of ambitious moves there.
No, I have to agree with you. I think they're all going to stay in relatively similar positions. We look a bit further back. This is that battle for 5th, isn't it? Mansfield defending on Edmonds. Edmonds going to look for it on the exit of the boo. Is he able to sneak his nose? He looks like he might just be able to, but no. Gets hampered by the apex on the inside and is going to have to stick in position. But it is Scott Smith who takes the win in this Senior Max final for round 4 of the FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club. Jamie Perrelly in 2nd, with Ryan Willis there in 3rd. Then Lewis Wild was in 4th. He had some great pace, but ended up getting to the front a little bit too late. Was not able to challenge. And Ronnie Mansfield holds off Tommy Edmonds for 5th and 6th position. Then it was Benjamin Ballou in 7th, Sam Spinell in 8th, Jamie Mead 9th, and then Jamie Rogers rounding out the top 10. So a bit more of a subdued final, that one, wasn't it, on ones we've seen previously. But still some good racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a little bit more sort of, I suppose,
less gung-ho.
Yeah, exactly.
The way to put it.
And to be honest, after the race we had before, it was probably due.
Needed that, yeah.
Yeah, it was probably due. Because we have got a couple of finals left to go. Not that many, though, it has to be said.
No.
I'll be honest, I was fiddling with my papers. Have you read out the top 10?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Then we'll just go straight into looking at the next grid. So, I don't think it's quite ready for the final race of the entire day, but it is the Honda Cadet A final. On pole position, Max Endicott then, and alongside him, Jarrett Clark in 2nd. The 3rd is Finley Lines, and then 4th is Rocco Shenton. Now that is going to be a fantastic battle in the front 2 rows if they can keep it clean. Row 3 is Kai Clark with Charles Kitely alongside. Row 4, Noah Barham and Oliver Majeski in 8th position. 5th is Mason Brooks with Emerson McAndrew-Uren on row 5. Row 6 is Ellis Bell and Ellis Pullen Memin, the battle of the Ellises on row 6. Row 7 is Zach Starbuck and Oliver Spencer. Row 8 is Jaden Mead and Oliver Meek. Row 9 is Charlie Wolfit and Charlie Warren. It might have been a lot better for Wolfit, but I think he's had some unfortunate incidents throughout this weekend. Row 10 is Zach Champney and Harry Taylor. Row 11 is Sebastian Dew and Sebastian Tezeo. Again, battle of the Sebastians on row 11. Row 12, Max Gilman and Teddy Cooper, with row 13 being Callum Wilson and Sergio Wirtz. Nice of Callum Wilson to stop being injured for Newcastle. Row 14, Mayan Patel and Samir Paul. Row 15, Hugo Majeski and Samuel Gamillo. I think I'm saying that right again now.
It's a different person, so you could be saying it right for that person.
It's just, by the looks of it, it's the same. I think it's the same last name.
It is definitely written the same,
yeah,
but whether it's part of the same family or not,
we're just going to go with the same pronunciation.
Yeah, it was
probably safe.
Yeah, I'll try and find it again.
Honda Cadets then.
I mean, she put it in the chat about 3 times,
yeah.
So I should be able to pronounce it right now, but we still can't.
I'm just curious as well, because I think...
There we go, I found it. Gam-E-Ow.
Gam-E-Ow, that was it. I'm not sure, but the starting grid that I think appeared on the screen is slightly different to potentially the one I was reading out. So,
That's okay.
Was it not? No. Oh, sorry. Apologies about that. But fingers crossed, it'll all work out in the end anyway. Even if I am getting confused between my Gammy-Ows. The drivers lining up. Obviously, they're going to non-rolling start, are they? Standing start.
Yes. A non-rolling start.
It's a long day. Okay. It's been an action-packed day. But this one, looking forward to this one. Obviously, it's been a bit plagued with incidents.
I was going to say, let's just keep it clean.
Yeah,
for this 10 minutes.
That's all we want, really. I think that's what all the mechanics and all the drivers and all the families want as well.
Yes, I think so. I think everyone watching on stream just wants a clean, fun, enjoyable race with lots of battles and no injuries.
That's all we can ask for. There's not a lot to ask for, is it?
I don't think so. Here we go. Red lights are on, red lights are off, and we're underway. As you see, the guys jumping about in their karts, trying to get it moving, and it's too wide across the grass. Goes our, I think it was our pole sitter, number 13. No, it wasn't. It was our second place man, Max Endicott. I mean, falling to second. I think falling slightly further down. Jarrett Clark holds the lead, and he is falling down and down and down. The order gets stuck on the outside, and that's not where you want to be going into Christmas corner. I think he's going to drop down to 6th or 7th place, is Max Endicott. So not the best start for him. But as we say, all the drivers managing to keep it out of the green stuff. You don't want to be in there. Keep it on the black stuff, as most of the drivers are doing. And with these slower karts, as we've said multiple times throughout the day, there's going to be a lot of slipstreaming, as we've already started to see. However, Jarrett Clark already eking a bit of a gap there at the lead, but that can be very quickly closed up if the drivers just decide to work together. But do I think they'll work together? Let's wait and see.
I think there's a lot of teammates towards the front end of this field, to be honest, apart from Rocco Shenton, obviously, who's a thorn in the side of these Fusion, I think they're Fusion Motorsport
it is,
drivers. Yeah, so there's a big line of them, and as I said, there's interrupted by Rocco Shenton. But Finley Lyons has made his way up to 3rd position. It's where he started, but I think there was quite a bit of mixing and matching at the start of this race. The top 4 have pulled away.
Indeed, they have. Yeah, as you say, Rocco Shenton, quite a large thorn in the side of these guys. He's been incredibly quick through the day. Definitely deserves his space up there at the sharp end of the field. But let's see how he can do in this one. I'm excited to see how he can do. But yeah, that is Jarrett Clark leading, isn't it? Yeah, I thought maybe he had a big gap out front and this was the battle for second. But no, he's immediately been closed back down by these rest of these 3 guys. Shenton moves to the inside to cover off. Does he cover off and off? Yes, he does. 94 Finley Lyons having to stay behind for now. But as we say, much longer race. These karts, the strategy really matters. So I think we could see a lot of interesting strategies throughout this one.
Yeah, I think if any time to work together and to tap your helmet and point forward, it's probably in this race, to be honest. And especially for these Fusion Motorsports, as Shenton somehow got into this race lead, Jarrett Clark is down into 4th position. So he means, I'm guessing he ran wide.
Must have done.
Very strange, as Shenton absolutely murders the curb on the left-hand side. Rocco is, well, gotten where he wants to be, and now he's got a 3-kart headache behind him, I would say, in terms of the teammates.
It's becoming more than 3 karts now, isn't it, as well, with that slight chopping and changing. You've now got the group of 4 behind, which is Max Endicott, Oliver Majewski, then you've got Noah Barham and Charles Kitely as well, all in a little pack, so I think they'll be joining this kerfuffle for first. But yeah, as you saw, Rocco Shenton took the lead, made a slight mistake, but just about got away with it. Finley Lyons behind decided against going for the move into the slow right-hander in the middle of the circuit, and we're going to come across a line to finish that lap, and it's going to be 1.5 seconds between 1st and 8th place.
It's amazing, isn't it? You can tell they're young drivers, and the fact that their helmets are heavier than their neck muscles are, and every time they go through a corner, their helmet's trying to just go off the side, isn't it? But obviously, when they get older, they'll gain a little bit of neck strength, and it's fantastic to see that such young drivers can produce such exciting racing, which we're seeing right now as well. You do hope that you are watching some of the stars of the future, and I'm sure we are in both the karting world and the car racing world as well, because if you can handle a kart in a competitive grid, you've probably got a good chance of handling a sort of a bigger car when it comes to the when you come old enough to actually race in them.
Exactly, and getting involved in these kind of lower level championships as you're a young'un, just learning the ropes, it gives you the opportunity to learn this racecraft where you're in a smaller, more controlled setting, and when you get them released out into the big bad world of car racing, you're able to know exactly what you're doing. You don't need to learn that stuff from scratch when you get out there, so it's all good learning opportunities. So we see a move there. I believe that was the 40 of Majeski going up the inside of Jarrett Clark. Jarrett Clark from 1st to 6th over a couple of laps, so how quickly this will all change in the Honda Cadets.
Yeah, it's cadet racing for you, isn't it? I think we had a move for Max Endicott to get ahead of him at the last corner, and that was a knock-on effect then, basically. Right. He sort of fell away from it. A little bit of a pushing and shoving there on Rocco Shenton from Findlay Lines, trying to just put him off which way he can. But look at that, Fusion Motorsport karts going up the inside of each other. That was Kai Clark, who was under threat by Max Endicott, who's deciding to take it into his own hands, not play the team game, and just try and say, you know what, I want to be the driver who takes the victory off Rocco Shenton. Let me go first.
Yeah, that was interesting. I wouldn't have expected that from teammates, but I love to see it. I'm enjoying the battling, but yeah, really real chopping there, and still defending, but he's going to send it anyway for 3rd place. I think that was it Endicott? Was it going up the inside? I'll have to wait and see for them to come through on our screens again. These are the leaders, Rocco Shenton and Findlay Lines. But yeah, just behind that battle for 3rd is seriously hotting up, but they've got to think, if they keep battling like that, they're going to lose out on the opportunity for 1st or 2nd, because these drivers are just going to pull away. I think Findlay Lines is going to do the smart thing and just sit behind Rocco Shenton for a bit. He knows they've got the pace. There's a yellow flag just slightly previously on the lap, and there you go, look, telling them to work away, as we've got, Noah Barham is dropping down 21 positions on that last lap, so driver that we've lost there.
Yeah, Jarrett Clark, I think, was just overtaking another driver, the 67. Yeah, Kai Clark. So that's not gone particularly well for Kai Clark. Not related. Kai Clark's got an E at the end of his name. Jarrett Clark doesn't. So, yeah, it's very much heating up. But you look at Findlay Lines, he's just pulling away with Rocco Shenton, but he's not really throwing much of his inside. He's being very smart about this, I would say, and he's trying to just put Rocco off enough so if he makes a mistake, he's there to take advantage, but otherwise, he knows how quick Rocco is. Just get gone for the drivers behind, because he also knows how quick his teammates are. I mean, look at Max Endicott.
They've already caught up with them. I think Rocco defended for 1 corner, and they're already all on the back of them again. So, yeah, Shenton still continuing to defend. That's allowing all of the teammates of our 2nd place man, Findlay Lines, to really catch up, and more now at the back of this pack. We're down to the 64 is that, so that's Charles Kitely at the back of this pack. So 1st to 7th, all in a train now, with 3.5 minutes to go in this one. When are we going to start seeing the dive bombs? Is it going to be this lap? Looks to the inside, and here we go. The dive bombs have started. Down to 3rd goes Rocco Shenton. 2 up the inside, that's Lines and Endicott, the teammates moving up into 1st and 2nd. It's going to be a change from 1st, is it again? Yes, it is. Up into the lead goes Endicott, past Lines. Lines back down to 3rd, Shenton back up to 2nd. And it's all now going to start chopping and changing. I think it's going to be basically like this for the next 3 minutes, mate.
Yep, yellow flags in this infield where they've just come up to. Not sure why. We'll try and give you an update as soon as we know why. But very interesting, really. Rocco Shenton, the problem he had at Christmas Corner was he was in the middle of the circuit, he looked over his left shoulder, but all the karts were on the right shoulder, so when he looked, all of a sudden no one was there, and they were all going up his inside. So again, another reason not to drive in your mirrors. Don't look over your shoulder as much, especially when you're coming into a braking zone. Just hit the braking zone you want to hit, make them take the hard road round the outside. Don't worry about left and right, because it's just sometimes not worth it, because you just put yourself off, as we saw Rocco do there, losing this race lead. Findlay Lines obviously goes up to 1st, comes back down to 3rd. Doesn't mean he's disappearing anywhere by all means. But Max Endicott, who obviously started this race on pole position, has now, after a bit of a heavy start for him, let's say, is retaken that lead. we said that this was just packed to the brim with exciting action for the top 2 rows. Well, I was wrong. It's packed to the brim with action for the top 3 or 4 rows. Really great racing by the cadets, as Finley Lyons might lose another position there by Jarrett Clark, another one of his teammates, and Jarrett Clark then loses a position.
Kai Clark.
For Kai Clark. I'm just madness, this is.
So many different drivers with so many similar names.
So many similar liveries.
It becomes very difficult to pick out who to.
It's very easy to spot Rocco Shenton.
He's easy, yeah, he's easy. But the guys behind and in front, not so much. But here we go to the 67 now leading this pack. That is Kai Clark. I believe then Jarrett Clark is then following. Oh, a bit of a bump in the rear there for the 94. Was that Finley Lyons gets pushed out wide and hands in the air like he just don't care, but he does really care. He did not enjoy being punted wide there, and to the back of this pack he goes into P7. And yeah, was leading this race at one point, now at the back of the pack.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what we've come to expect from Honda Racing, isn't it? There's no reason why he's out of contention for top 3, though. That's the amazing thing, and he's right there latched onto the back of the 64 Charles Kitely as well, so expect that to develop nice as well. Rocco Shenton and Max Endicott, though, pretty much nose to tail, as is Kai Clark and Jarrett Clark. And then as is Oliver Majeski, Charles Kitely and Finley Lyons. Finley looking up the inside into Christmas corner, and I said he won't go away. I said he'll be in contention for a podium position. He's already making his way through as quickly as he possibly can. 40 seconds left on the clock, which means we'll have this lap, and then likely one more lap, and then the final lap. So 3 in total, I imagine.
Indeed, yes, I do believe so. Obviously, these drivers, slightly longer laps with the lower-powered cars. We had our senior Max doing about 44s, 45s, weren't they? And these are doing kind of 52, 53s. So a little bit of a change, but still very fast for the age of these racers to be going around this circuit at. And still incredible racecraft from these lot. And yeah, brilliant racing. So these two still out in front. Endicott leading Shenton. Up to about a second now, gap between Shenton and Clark, so that gap definitely increasing. I think Shenton definitely doing the smart thing of sticking behind. I've seen him every time up this straight. Look at him pointing forward, saying, go. Don't defend on me, go. I want to race you. I don't want to race the rest. I've noticed every time going up to Christmas, he's checked over his shoulder, checking how far that gap is back to third, so he can plan his move of when he needs to go for it to hold off the lead and end up winning and not be resent, or then have 5 or 6 other people then trying to go on the move for him. So smart racing from Shenton, I reckon, but we'll see if it can pay off.
It's amazing, isn't it? As I said, they're almost like owls by the way they can just twist their neck all the way around. But, I mean, to be honest, I like what Endicott's doing as well. He's not looking back so much. He has a glance every so often, but his head isn't on a pivot. He just constantly, he's focusing purely on his race and his lines. Look, a little glance over there just to make sure that he's in the right spot, so he knows where Rocco is, but he's not overly committing. And a big bump up the backside just means
this is it. This is it. He's got to go for the move here into Christmas. And no, he gets held up. Tries to look around the outside. I saw him setting up the move through Oblivion. He went out wide, cut back, but then just got balked, as you said, went in the back of him and just kind of lost his speed. But he's going to go for it there anyway. Goes very deep on the brakes, does Shenton. Makes the move stick. And look behind them. What's going on there? Almost a change for third, but not quite. Bit of grass cutting. I mean, they sound like lawnmowers. One of them is being a lawnmower right now. But Rocco Shenton up into the lead on the final lap, checks over his shoulder. Looks like he should have this sorted, as now Endicott's got a bit of a gap to him. And nothing's to be able to happen through the final few sections of corners. But what a race this has been. The drivers of the top 7 looking like any of them can finish any position. But it is going to be Rocco Shenton who takes the win over the line in the Honda Cadet final. Fantastic race from Shenton, looking like he had the pace throughout, made the move where it needed to happen, and got it done. Well done, Rocco.
Very decisive, very assertive, clean, everything you want in a race move that one was for the lead. We didn't see any contact. He didn't push Endicott out wide to make the move at the inside, just really late on the brakes. Very, very impressive. And Rocco Shenton just leading the way from all the fusion karts as well. And it's difficult because you do feel like David up against Goliath.
It's like having a plague of wasps coming after you.
Yeah, it's awful, especially in a race like this when it's pretty much impossible to pull away substantially for the entire race as well. So really good job by all the Fusion Motorsport cars. I think they raced really well together as well. They're nice and clean. I don't think there'll be any upset races or parents or team managers anyway in that morning. Anyway, to run you down the top 10, Rocco Shenton, Max Endicott, in third place Jarrett Clark, fourth was Kai Clark, fifth was Finley Lyons in the end, sixth was Oliver Majeski, And 7th was Charles Kitely. 8th was Zach Starbuck. 9th was Oliver Meek. And rounding out the top 10 was Charlie Wolfett.
Can I just say, Harry in the chat said during that race, come on, Rocco, keep pushing. And he did.
He did.
He did keep pushing. So thank you, Harry, for the love in the chat. And Rocco took the win of that Honda Cadet final. But I think we're going to go straight on to what I believe is our final of the day.
Now, I'm not sure. Well, there we go. Brilliant. At least one of us has a starting grid. So Reg Hayward is on pole position alongside Zaki Hussein. On the second row will be Harry Linden and Sam Baker. Wow, that's going to be a hell of a battle at the front. Row 3, Spencer Bowerman and Jessica White. Row 4 is Ollie Stevens and Jacob Jukes. Row 5, George Donald and Daniel Sabella. Row 6, Oliver Kerr and Oliver Sander. Battle of the Olivers. Row 7, Murphy Aldridge and William Ray. Row 8, Mikey Porter and Bobby Rosier. Row 9, George Allen and Zane Khan. With row 10 being Mitchell Mulvey, William Pemble. Row 11, Mac Mafarqua. I'm sorry if I'm saying that badly. And Freddie Ingram. Row 12, Matthew Sayer and Harrison Morrow. And the last couple of rows, row 13, Ewan Thomas and Alfie Bray. And finally, at the back end of the field, row 14, Benny Chilton and Tristan Bernard. Kart's out there, getting their warm-up as we rave to the beats for one last time.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm just sad it's the last time I get to hear that beat today.
We'll be back in a month, of course. On the May 28th and 29th. There we go. So if you've enjoyed what you've been watching today on Alpha Live, then do subscribe. And as we've already said a couple of times throughout the entire day, absolutely loads going on, not only this weekend, but going forward as well. In fact, I know that next Monday you can catch the Civic Cup on Alpha Live. So if you've been enjoying watching Finley Lines, then his parents are running the Civic Cup. Stuart Lines, of course, and Nicky Lines, that's at Cadwell Park next Monday. The only reason why I know that is because I've been asked to get on it as well. So I don't know anything else that's going on Alpha Live. I'm sure if you keep subscribed to the channel, you'll get notifications whenever we go live. So rub your hands together. Let's get racing for the final time here at Whilton Mill for the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Round 4 is the Junior Max A final with Reg Hayward on pole position, Zaki Hussein alongside him. And, well, this is about to get spicy. Sam Baker in 3rd and Harry Linden in 4th position. I'm very excited for this one, and it's an early go for Reg Hayward. He's absolutely jumped the gun, and I think we're going to go round yet again. And I think he did jump the gun.
I would have to agree with you there. Let's wait for confirmation by the marshals at the side. Yes, we are indeed going round again. Yeah, Reg Hayward getting a bit too much of a good start there, I think.
Harry Linden actually followed him as well.
Yeah.
Maybe that's
I mean, if the guy in front of you goes, then you're going to go as well, aren't you?
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, fair enough. We'll go around again and have another go at that. But I think Reg Hayward, despite that, I think is definitely the one to watch. I mean, he's on pole. That sounds quite obvious. But, I mean, anything could happen. Don't count out the ones behind. Linden, Hussein, Broham, Stevens, Baker, White, all of them having great performances throughout the day and could surprise up something special in the final.
They absolutely could. Yeah, normally we get the, obviously we don't have the paper copy of this grid with us today, which is a bit of a shame because I would have been able to tell you the amount of points that they'd scored throughout the first 3 heats, which would have given us an idea of how close these battles really are. But to be honest, I think anybody who's been watching the rest of the day will know exactly how close this is because every one of the top 6 have had some really good finishing positions. Now look at the 131 of Zaki Hussein trying to watch over to the pole position man of Reg Hayward, and we're getting going this time round. No chevrons wave this time, so for the final time today we are racing with Reg Hayward leading the way.
Here they go up to Christmas corner for the final time, the first time of this final. Let's see how they can do. Driver getting squeezed out to the exit there. Is that Reg Hayward still in the lead? Yep.
No, it's Harry Linden's actually
there's been a huge crash. Huge crash at Christmas corner, sorry. 4 drivers off and a bit entangled as well. I think it will just be a yellow flag, that one. No need to restart this one, but we'll carry on. Sorry, who had taken the lead?
So, yeah, Harry Linden actually went from third position into second, then into Christmas corner. He lunged Reg Hayward and is actually in the lead of this race. So Harry Linden's going to take a lot of stopping now. He was dominant early on in the day, but if anybody can do it, I would probably put money on Reg Hayward and the likes of Sam Baker, Josh Donalds and Browham as well. I'm excited to see the rest of this one. It hasn't been red flagged or anything like that, so hopefully everybody's gotten going. There's no yellow flags,
yellow anymore.
So we're off racing.
We are all good to go through the top section of corners. As we mentioned a few times, Christmas a primary spot for overtakes, so somewhere where you don't want there to be a yellow flag. But yeah, honestly, any of these top 10 I could see doing very well, being at least in the top 3, if not taking the win in this one. All have shown great pace throughout today at least, and throughout the whole weekend, all earning their spots at the top end of the grid and showing why they should be there currently. Harry Linden with the fastest lap so far, but not long into this race, only a minute and a half gone. All of them sticking very close together in these junior max karts, and not even really any gaps forming, to be honest. It's just karts, then karts, then karts, then some more karts.
Yep, I'd be surprised if there was a bicycle in there, to be honest, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I think there were some big movers. Mikey Porter went up 6 positions on that opening lap. And there's a few drivers I've actually missed now because they've gone through again and it's disappeared. A couple of drivers that actually moved up 11 positions. I think around the area where Benny Chilton is. Like, I could be wrong with that one. But still, really positive starts from a lot of these drivers. Bit of a shame we obviously lost a few. I think the likes of George Allen was involved, Freddie Ingram, Ollie Stevens and William Ray. Although William Ray's transponder has been just being a bit glitchy recently. Yeah. So he could have just had a glitchy transponder.
Yeah, I think that's probably a better one, considering he hasn't even gone through to start the race.
Very true, actually.
Either he's pulled over before the start, or his transponder's just gone. So we can see if we can try and pick him out. What number was he again? 41. Right, we'll keep our eye out for the 41 and see if he's in there battling. But here we go, battle for the lead. Reg Hayward's looking for it. Late on the brakes there for Linden. He was getting it all locked up, but manages to stay ahead just about. But again, all this battling is just going to allow the guys behind to get involved. Just as I say that, they do indeed attempt to. It looks like it should be Spencer behind, but I'm not sure if that is the correct number. It's definitely 81, isn't it?
It is 81.
Yeah, I thought so, but...
which is Ollie Stevens.
Ollie Stevens, okay. So Ollie Stevens also having transponder issues there down on our timing. So, yes, this is going to be very frustrating, but there we are. No problem. I thought my eyes weren't deceiving me with the number there. I was like, it's definitely not a 65. But there we go. Over the line to finish another lap. So, although it looks like we've got about 10 on the timing together, we've actually got 11 because we've got an ex-driver who's not on the timing with us, so we'll keep an eye out for that. That's your 3rd place man. So everyone from 3rd on your timing of Sam Baker. Everyone else, including him, drops down 1 position.
Yeah, because Ollie Stevens, who's looking very interested in taking a higher podium step than he already has, is currently in 3rd place. Harry Linden, there's no denying that he's leading this race, and Reg Hayward is thoroughly in 2nd place, but that is only for the time being. Sam Baker, who took a race victory earlier in the day, currently lapping in 4th, remember, because there's a driver who's currently sat in 3rd. So, yeah, plenty of action and plenty to be gained for a lot of these drivers. They've done fantastically well to provide us with some excellent racing so far today. It's only going to get better, I'm sure, because look at Reg Hayward! Oh! Massive gasp from us commentators and everybody in the producers section. I mean, Hayward looked to the inside. Linden ended up just turning across him really quite assertively, let's say. And to be honest, I'm amazed that they're still going. Reg Hayward was actually the driver with the contact warning flag being shown at him. I'm not a steward, so I'm not going to comment on it, but our cameras look like it might be slightly differently. But again, I'm not a steward.
Yeah, that was heart in mouth moment for us anyway. I can't imagine what it was like actually being sat in the cart there. Suddenly he's looking ahead and suddenly he's looking at the bright blue sky. So a bit of a scary one for Reg Hayward there, but still, as you say, in the battle, in 2nd, and has the pace to take Linden. He's just got to try and plan it maybe a little bit better than he did that last time around. But yeah, we're not going to speak about who's at fault or whatnot. We're just going to enjoy the racing that's on screen.
Exactly. To be fair, he might have been a little bit aggressive earlier on in the race as well. We don't know, do we? So we don't get a full breakdown of all those flags and the reasons why. We just get told that they happen. So Reg Hayward very much assertively wanting to look past Harry Linden here. He doesn't have ambitions in hanging around. He wants to get through. He wants to be the leader of this race, even if that means having the target on his back personally. We've been very impressed with Harry Linden. We've been very impressed with his race pace and how he gets through the field as well. But Reg Hayward really showing how he's not exactly Superman. He's vulnerable here, and Hayward's looking to the outside as Linden defends.
Yeah, it has to go to the inside as Linden defend again. Last lap, Reg Hayward with another fastest lap, a 45.44. He's just got to try and pick the move. We know he's faster. He knows he's faster. Let's just see if he can do it. A large gaggle of karts now forming behind these front two. I feel like it's a ticking time bomb here for Reg, or whether he can make this move stick, or whether behind him, the number 50 of Sam Baker decides to go for a move, and that will set the concertina going of him going back and back and back. So he doesn't want to allow that to happen. He wants to try and get Linden as quickly as he possibly can. Less than 4 minutes to go in this one now, and I think it's an 8 or 9 kart train now back from first position. Murphy Aldridge in 7 now setting the fastest lap, so everyone in this front train of karts doing very similar lap times and all swapping quickest times. But who's going to end out on top? That is the biggest question, and we're going to have 3.5 minutes to wait to find out.
3.5 minutes of anxiety just building up in the friends and family watching this at home, of everybody who's around that top 5 fight, around that fight for the race lead, especially after that contact between Linden and Hayward. So I know what it's like to watch these sort of kart races and be the friends and family stood on the sideline. I have to say, it's a lot easier to actually be the driver because you're fully focused and the adrenaline's pumping and everything like that, and you don't really think about what could go wrong or what could slip away because you're just focusing on that next position, on that next objective, the next corner. Whereas when you're on the sideline, you're watching this a bit like what we are now, but only probably more. You just sort of get nervous and your chest starts to get a little bit tight as Zach Hussein, it's not Zach Hussein actually, is it? It's Zaki Hussein. Goes through on Spencer Brownman, I think, for 4th position. Or that actually might be fighting for top 5.
Yeah, I think they were just, they had defended and then re-overtook, I think, on Donald. So on George Donald, hold position there did Zaki Hussein, holding the top 5. Yeah, the 4 have very slightly broken away, but I mean that could end in an instant as soon as they start battling.
Yeah, it could, and it probably will as well, because I don't think Reg Hayward is entirely done with this fight.
I don't think he's the type of person to settle for second. I think we're right in assuming.
Yeah, and obviously Ollie Stevens is there, so really, actually,
of course, I keep forgetting about that.
I know, he hasn't made any moves, which has made our headache a lot less. But as soon as he actually starts looking, he's in.
Oh, we're going to get so confused.
He's in 4th. No, he's
in 3rd.
No, he's not in 3rd. He's slipped back down the order.
Oh, he's gone. We've lost him.
So he's not in the top 3. So Sam Baker, the drivers you're watching in the top 4 battle are true on the timing towers. So ignore the fact that Ollie Stevens is somewhere in this
I feel
race.
bad for Ollie Stevens, but equally thank you, Ollie Stevens.
Yeah.
Because we really appreciate that.
I think he's even slipped all the way down to potentially about 7th place.
Frustrating there for Ollie. But yeah, we missed it because obviously we didn't see him fall down the timing screen because he was already at the bottom for us. But anyway, let's focus back on track. Nearly just over a minute and a half to go as we go across the timing screen to end off lap 11. Still that Lando Norris branded kart and suit of Harry Linden still leading the way. He's holding off the pressure of Reg Hayward fantastically. Reg Hayward again straight to the outside. Harry Linden largely defending, holds the middle line, is able to keep it. Oh, just fantastically weighted from Harry there. This is brilliant to watch. What can he do? Again, defensive into the right-hander. And will this mean Reg Hayward loses out on P2? He does indeed. Squeezed out wide. Could go even down to P4 here. Not quite. Manages to slip back in. But just like I was saying, if he doesn't go for that move for the lead quickly, he's going to go overtake him. But nope. Doesn't stick to it, re-overtakes, back down into P2 is Reg Hayward. So again, on the timings, looks like it's been a relatively boring lap. Very much the contrary.
Yeah, Harry Linden actually should have, well, if he'd looked behind, I'm never an advocate for looking behind you, as you know.
Really?
But if he had, he would have noticed that those two fighting, he would have taken normal racing lines and he might have got a couple of tenths. As it is, he defended from no one and now he's under attack again. Look at Reg Hayward, fed up of going to the outside, wants to nudge him up the inside now. He knows that there's attackers from behind and he wants to go forward. He doesn't want to be a victim of being in the middle of this train.
Exactly, yeah, he's realised now there's that real threat from behind. He's not sticking to the outside in case he gets dive bombed. He's just waiting for the opportunity on Linden to steal this lead away, but is it going to come? Linden's defending has been impeccable throughout this race so far. And another question, are they going to make another lap here? This is very, very close.
Yeah, don't fill me with more questions there, John. I'm struggling to keep up with what's going out on the circuit. We will be on the final lap.
Yes, this is it.
Final lap of the race, which means Reg Hayward, who's hunkered right up to the backside of Linden. This could be a big move. This is a big big couple of seconds for Harry Linden here. Is he going to take the race victory? Reg didn't move. Reg Hayward didn't move to the outside, and he didn't really overly lunge on the inside. Linden has put his kart exactly where he's needed to. Every single lap so far in this race. Is he going to keep on for the next half a lap? That's the big question. Hayward is throwing everything at him, and so is Baker, and he's spanned because of it. Baker is no longer in third place. We're not sure where he is. Rage Hayward, again, lives to fight another day. They've been beaten, they've been battered, they've been bruised, but these drivers are still making their way through the final sections of this race. He goes for a race move. Could Linden be shoved off the backside here? This is Brower. Browan's going to take the second place. Linden's going to take the victory, and across the line goes Hayward in third place. My goodness, what an end to this Whilton Mill Kart Club Round 4.
Wow.
Woo, take
what
a
race.
breath.
What a race that was. Fantastic. Honestly, incredible from Harry Linden. What an amazing 10 minutes of defending from him. Literally never stopped. Perfectly weighted every corner and held off Reg Hayward. You could see Reg setting that up. He knew he didn't quite have the same pressure from behind previously into the boot. Went wide, tried to tuck it back in, but didn't quite have the space that he had previously to nip it up the inside. Made contact, made him wobble, and then ended up losing that position to Spencer at the final corner.
Yeah, it's madness, isn't it? That's exactly what you want to see from a race, a kart race in particular.
That was fantastic.
Wow, wow, what a way to finish the day.
Fantastic.
Well,
that's made up for all the stoppages we had to wait for and everything. What a fantastic bit of racing.
I may have missed the F1, but I'd happily miss it.
Yes.
That's the sort of content that we're coming here to watch. Junior, Max, well, hats off to you. Very, very well done. So we'll run out the final top 10 because, as I said, there was an awful lot that went on in that final couple of corners. So Harry Linden took that victory in the end after, as John said, 10 minutes of brilliant defending. Spencer Browham in second place, nipped it on the line, shall we say, over the final corner. Reg Hayward, after basically 10 minutes of aggression, ends up in third position. George Donald ended up in fourth, Murphy Aldridge in fifth. Sixth was Sam Baker after that, let's face it, ambitious lunge in the infield.
Yes.
Probably wasn't ever going to happen, but again, if he could have got second place and we'd all been singing his praises. Zaki Hussein ended up in seventh. Eighth was Mikey Porter. Ninth was Oliver Kerr. Daniel Sabula was in 10th place. I don't think we had. Ollie Stevens might have been in the top 10. Impossible for us to tell on the timing screens because apparently he was a lap down, which he wasn't. And also William Ray would have also registered somewhere at the top. But the timing, the guys here at Whilton Mill, the timing guys will all have that all figured out. I'm sure they'll know exactly where they finished out on circuit. So, yeah, as they all lining up.
There's just been a bit of arguing from the 49 here. I'm not quite sure what about, but it's been going on for quite some time. So something to do with front nose cone penalties, some battles going out on track and things not. But
Bobby Rosier, isn't it?
It is, yeah, Bobby Rosier is indeed. So not too sure what he's frustrated about, but he was certainly frustrated. But there we go. I can't believe the day's over, mate.
I know. It's been one hell of a day, though, hasn't it? It's been very enjoyable.
It has. A bit disjointed to begin with.
Yeah.
Once we got involved with the racing, it was fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. Very much enjoyed it. So I'm not sure how we round out these sorts of streams.
I think we just we'll just
obviously we don't have any drivers to interview or anything. Normally when I round out a stream or something, it's because there's a driver to interview.
Chat with people, but no. Well, we just say how much we enjoyed the day because we absolutely loved it.
Yep.
It was fantastic. But yeah, a big shout out to all the marshals out on track. Done a fantastic job, especially with all the stoppages that we've had alongside the ambulance crew. All done a brilliant job. So massive shout out and thank you to them. We literally couldn't do it without you. Everyone in timing for sorting it. Of course, everyone on the cameras doing a great job getting us fantastic shots for us to see on stream. And of course, Darren for putting it all together. But so big shout out to everyone part of the Alpha Live team. If you've enjoyed today's live stream and the other 4 events that were going on today, go and dip in and have a look now. I think some of them will definitely still be running. And also make sure you subscribe to the channel because there's lots more events coming in future, especially the race that you were talking about.
Yeah, the Civic Cup next
Exactly.
month.
You need to make sure you set your reminders for that.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I'll be there. So hopefully.
But yeah,
no, it's been a brilliant day. Thank you very much to Whilton Mill for putting it on, obviously, and hopefully next month their next round will be equally exciting.
Yes, so round 5, May 28th and 29th. Our stream will be on the 29th. Not sure who's going to be commentating. Probably us.
DJ
maybe.
will probably be
DJ
back.
might be back. Who knows? Maybe we'll allow him if we let him back. Then
they'll have to push me out the door.
Exactly. Yeah, we'll have a fight to the death.
But yeah, I think that's pretty much everything that
is it.
Said. So
yeah.
I'll let you finish it off, John.
Well, thank you, mate. Well, thank you for joining me. So it was great commentating alongside you. Do you want to give yourself a little shout out or anything? Anything to follow?
Not really. Thank you very much to Alpha Live. I don't really
Look
have
out
much
for
to shout
my
out.
name. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be around maybe. You know, you might see my face with an ice cream probably.
Oh yeah, we're probably going to go get more ice cream. So yeah, thank you, Jack. Thank you for joining me, and my name's been John. Thank you for joining us for round 4 of the Whilton Mill Kart Club here on Alpha Live. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you all very, very soon. Goodbye.